happen too often. Hemendra Sharma, is life a little bit more calm by the wonderful lake city of Bhopal this time? Or is there a huge sense of excitement कि क्या ये दोबारा हो सकता है? Can 2018 happen again in 2023? कांटे की टक्कर.
A lot of anxiousness amongst politicians in Madhya Pradesh today. In fact, a lot of them associated with both BJP and Congress have been calling me since morning asking about our India Today exit poll, and understandably so because of the accuracy that India Today exit polls have predicted in the past. So a lot of anxiousness amongst politicians. The Congress is hopeful, optimistic, and saying that they would be able to make a comeback in Madhya Pradesh. The BJP too has not given it up. They are hoping that the Ladli Lakshmi Yojana would work for them. What actually works for whom remains to be seen, but both political parties are hopeful that they would be able to at least come close to the magic figure of 216. Both hoping that it's going to be a close contest. Whether it happens or not again remains to be seen, but both political parties are showing confidence, and again these last few hours of anxiousness, because once this exit poll comes out, probably it will prepare them for the results that are going to be out on the 3rd of December.
It will also decide the political future of both Shivraj Singh Chauhan and Kamal Nath. If Shivraj Singh Chauhan is able to win, you know, he still has life left in him as a political persona. If not, the BJP will start looking beyond the Shivraj generation. Similarly, Kamal Nath, who spent so much of his career, Rajdeep, at the centre, this is his he's really been slogging it for the last several years, and this is his big hope that he will actually be able to lead the Congress to power and catch on the sympathy from the last time.
You know, it's very interesting. When you go to Kamal Nath's office in Bhopal, there's a picture of Sanjay Gandhi. And there aren't too many Congress leaders who will put Sanjay Gandhi's picture along with Rajiv Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi. So he's one of the last of the Sanjay Gandhi era. Ambika Soni, who's almost, if she permits me to say so, semi-retired, is the only other one I can think of who was there. Ashok Gehlot, to an extent himself, 77, fought his first election. But yeah, Kamal Nath is from the Sanjay Gandhi era. So you're absolutely right. If he wins, he becomes chief minister. If he loses, this could well be his last
This
fight.
would be the end of his political career.
Never write off a politician, but yeah, for all practical purposes, I don't think he's going to come back from if he loses the election. So he's got lots at stake.
Polling happened first in Chhattisgarh. 20 seats in the Bastar region, in this state affected by left-wing extremism. Sumi Rajappan joins us from Raipur. Hemendra seemed very excited, partly anxious, slightly nervous. In Raipur, are they all very well settled, or is there a lot of uncertainty about what the polls are going to reveal?
A very good evening to both of you and to all the people joining us in this very bulletin. And in fact, I am having the same experience as well, and my phone has been constantly buzzing since morning, and people are intrigued. From the very first day, the state went into polls, and in fact, it is going to be a close call. We have been maintaining that, and I'm still going to maintain it. Both the parties are going to come close to the magic number, is what we have maintained, and we have kept it open. But both the parties are anxious here. The candidates have been constantly calling me to know the poll results, and all thanks to the credibility of our exit polls and the track record that we have maintained all these years. But it is going to be a close call, and not going to be a cakewalk for either of the parties. Which scheme exactly worked for whom? Again, it is a major decision, and that will be unveiled on the 3rd of December. But women voters and the first-time voters are going to be the key voters, vote base of the party, of the winning party, is what I believe, because women have come out in huge numbers in Chhattisgarh this time around, and women voters have also outnumbered male voters for the first time in history. It is going to be a very interesting election, and is Chhattisgarh going to see another 2018 or a 2013 for that matter? Remains to be seen.
Today is the day when everyone's a pollster, everyone's a psephologist. As I was coming in, Rajdeep, the security guard also gave me his prediction, saying, "Sir, मैं आपको बताता हूँ, मेरे को नहीं पता आपके poll में क्या." He gave his prediction, and the level of confidence was just outstanding. Chetan, You know, everyone thinks, boss, like in cricket, you know, everybody thinks they have a sense of who's going to win. Over here, everybody has a take on kaun jeetne wala.
Yeah, actually, you don't need an expert panel because India is a nation of experts. And I think whether it's cricket or elections, everybody will tell you and they'll be pretty insightful. I'm sure the security guard had his reasons.
You know, he was from Madhya Pradesh, so he had a sharp take on what he thought is happening.
Yeah, and now with the connectivity with WhatsApp, with all the social media, everybody sees everything. So I think everybody is able to...
And they all think, Rajdeep, they know more or as much as the pundits. So it's like cricket.
Oh, sure.
Election is the closest thing to cricket.
And let me draw a cricket analogy and bring in our friend Rahul Verma, who joins us from the Center for Policy Research, that what Virat Kohli has done to cricket, Narendra Modi has done to elections. You see, Virat Kohli plays every match, whether it's a T20 match against Bangladesh or whether it's the World Cup final or semi-final, where he did rather well in the semi-final, with that same intensity. So you see, elections become now a month-long exercise. There was a period when the Election Commission had put a lot of restrictions on polling, where it appeared some of the color has gone, and it has. Except Telangana, I didn't see the traditional colors of an election. But because the Prime Minister leads from the front one side, the other side is now also responding. Rahul Gandhi is out there, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra is out there. So for the last month, most of your headlines also have been dominated by elections. So Rahul, in a way, state elections in particular are becoming extremely competitive, right down to the MLA, kaun banega MLA.
Yeah, and there's a reason for it. I think what seems to be happening in politics, that state level leaders or chief ministerial candidates have become very, very important. So all the campaign is now just around leader. And leaders are also trying to build image through all the welfare schemes that get announced. So the color is going because parties on the ground are becoming weaker. But you see a lot more color on TV, on social media, because it's personality-centric and image-centric elections. That's what...
You know, Instagram is the place to be at. I find all these political parties want to do reels. You know, I was watching in one of their war rooms, they were showing me one reel after the other they were putting
but
up.
there's some bizarre things happening. And I just want to show our viewers, this is from one of our competitor news channels. And they're running this exit poll numbers already, which they shouldn't be because you can only start from 5:30. Can one of our cameras zoom in? The problem with this is they're quoting our numbers. They're quoting the India Today, Access My India exit poll numbers for Madhya Pradesh, which we haven't shown. And why I'm saying this is because I tell you this is wrong, because this is viraling, lots of people circulating कि आपके number leak हो गए जी. But leak कैसे होंगे हमने तो बताया नहीं. And okay, let me just hold it. So you see what's playing. And the thing is that this is bogus, fully fake news. It's not a deep fake or anything. It's a very cheap fake actually. And it's bogus. So people are just making up numbers. I'm not saying that this is not happening, but the numbers are not these. And I guaranteed you that this is fully faltu.
Chalne do. You see,
their channel is a big channel and they're quoting us.
ठीक है, देखो Rahul. You see, Rahul gets. You know, we should worry about ourselves that the dunya पीछे से चलती है.
No, but it creates confusion.
Imitation is the best form of flattery.
Yeah, but they're creating they're saying we've got from the India Today newsroom access to our numbers.
Let's be very clear, as Rahul says, our numbers are our numbers, and you will get them in time over this day. Let's go straight to Jai Kishan Sharma joining us from Jaipur. Jai Kishan, again, Jaipur this time, excitement because everyone is saying maybe, just maybe, that 5-year cycle of governments changing could actually be broken this time. A lot of excitement because it seems again a close contest.
Definitely, Rajdeep, from power corridors to streets, everybody is talking about only one phrase, that is Rajasthan mein Raj badlega ya Rivas. Whether Congress will able to prove the trends wrong or whether BJP will continue to win in the coming elections. See, there are a lot of important factors in these elections, and election is very important for especially Vasundhara Raje, who is also 70 plus, just like you said about Kamal Nath. Ashok Gehlot is 70 plus. Rajendra Rathod, leader of opposition, is 70 plus. So, well, this could be the last elections for many senior leaders of BJP and Congress both. While Ashok Gehlot is looking to break the streak of Mohanlal Sukhadia, who has been the longest serving chief minister for Congress party. He wants to win again and prove everybody wrong. Today he was talking to media and he was very clear. If polarization does not happen, we are going to win with a clear mandate. Congress is relying heavily on the issues of welfare schemes, minority vote bank, Dalit vote bank, as well as the old pension scheme, which is, he made an emotional appeal, Ashok Gehlot, just a day before polling, that the BJP has not promised the old pension scheme. Also, he played that Rajasthani card. He said that while Prime Minister Narendra Modi can bring in Gujarati card in 2017 assembly elections in Gujarat. Why could not my people,
it's
people of
interesting.
Rajasthan can vote for Rajasthania, Marwadi? So he made this conversation, he made this entire narrative very interesting. And just bringing you very briefly about some important seats, like Rajyavardhan Rathod, former Union Minister, contesting from Jhotwada. It would be an interesting battle for one more stalwart. Kirodilal Meena, who has been the voice of unemployed youngsters, the youngsters who have been fooled by the agencies. So both Kirodilal Meena as well as Rajyavardhan Rathod, questions are hovering their mind because it is closely contested elections between both the parties.
To individuals.
And for sure, Congress is
We've got a long day ahead. We'll come to individuals, but Preeti, you traveled a lot through Rajasthan, and you've come back with the sense that this too is a state which is churning. We think of politics as static, and in every state, we're seeing some kind of a churn taking place, women voters being wooed through welfare schemes. Do you get a sense that the woman voter of Rajasthan could well hold the key, just like in other states? Mahila, jo jeetega Mahila vote, wo jeetega chunav.
Before you speak of Rajasthan, I'll just say for me, the Madhya Pradesh election is the woman vote. It's Ladli Behna Yojana. But coming to Rajasthan, Rajdeep, this is my 4th election as a reporter in Rajasthan. And this time when I went there, history gives a natural edge to the BJP. 3 decades, swing state, Rajasthan. And when you go there, why I feel this time, this has been the most complex elections that I have seen in Rajasthan. You'd see the BJP is ahead. You see it do better. But you don't see the Congress losing. You get what I'm saying? You're flummoxed because you're sitting there. Hey, BJP to aage lag rahi, but Congress haarti nahi dikh rahi. And you don't know which way to go there.
Not since 1993, when Bhairav Singh Shekhawat won, has any party won. Every 5 years, they turn the roti over. Roti palatne ki pratha hai Rajasthan. We like to turn the roti over. Will the roti get flipped again? We'll find out soon.
Taking off from what Preeti said, you hear the same thing in Madhya Pradesh. The classic line I got, कि BJP हारती नजर आ रही है, लेकिन कांग्रेस जीतती नजर नहीं आ रही है. Similarly, in Rajasthan, you get BJP जीतती नजर आ रही है, लेकिन Gehlot जी हारते नजर नहीं आ रहे हैं. So you've suddenly got, and you hear this, from different people. You've got, normally when you have a wave election, you get a sense from the ground, undercurrent wave.
You don't see anti-incumbency.
You see
That's the problem. You don't see anti-incumbency.
That, what you have is people have, Rahul, in the last 5 years, gone through 2 years of COVID. You've had tough times for people, falling incomes. But in the last 12 months, every government has realized it and pushed welfare schemes down. So you're going to have a very interesting mix of anti-incumbency and welfareism.
We'll take a very quick break right now. I just want to tell everyone to keep expectations real. This is a post-poll study. There's data involved, there's analytics involved, there's a lot of effort involved. Our team's going out to the ground in every single constituency. The big difference between the polling done by the India Today group and any other network is that you're not extrapolating from a small sample onto the larger state. You're going individually into every seat. So the chances of error and therefore the prospects of getting this right are higher, but it still just is a poll. It's got a 94% track record, which by global standards is phenomenal. We'll bring you, as the Election Commission has dictated, the first set of results from the 5 poll-bound states. I won't tell you just at this moment which state it is. We'll keep it as a surprise and we'll move things around so people get a sense of what's happening in different states. But we'll get you the first set of post-poll data when we come back on the other side of a very quick break. You're watching India's #1 election team live and in action now.
You are watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
We live in the age of EI, election intelligence. India's most powerful analytics engine is ready and raring to go. Seats, votes, margins, swings, strength scans, strongholds, cutting-edge live insights powered by India Today's data intelligence unit. No network can compare. No channel can compete. Your one-stop destination for live election analysis. Election intelligence, only on India Today.
A case against an individual that has been filed in a US court, allegedly linking him to an Indian official. This is a matter of concern. We have said, and let me reiterate, that this is also contrary to government policy. The nexus between organized crime, trafficking, gun running, and extremists at an international level is a serious issue for law enforcement agencies and organizations to consider. And it is precisely for that reason that a high-level inquiry committee has been constituted, and we will obviously be guided by its results.
You are watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
Co-presented by Aapka Joy, Bharat Ka Joy, Joy E-Bike. Co-presented by Nexa, Create Inspire. Co-powered by Parul University, Vadodara, Gujarat.
Welcome back. Special coverage here on the Axis My India exit poll for India Today. 5 state elections, and we will be now ready in just a couple of minutes, in fact, right away, to bring you the numbers for each of these states. 3 minutes to go, where Rahul and I will go state by state to give you the numbers of what is likely to happen come Sunday.
I just want to talk a bit about the methodology. We're going to start with the state of Chhattisgarh. In Chhattisgarh, the sample size is 16,270. 77% of the polling was done in rural areas, 23% in urban areas. That's a very big sample, and they've gone to every single assembly constituency. So it's not as if this is done only in some polls. They've gone to all the 90 seats. But Rajdeep, as I said earlier, let's just keep it real. We want to just temper the excitement, not hype this. India won 10 matches back-to-back. Everybody thought, okay, they're going to win the finals, kuch aur ho hi nahi sakta, and then there was heartbreaks. We don't want any heartbreak. We just want to say this is a very rigorous exercise, thoroughly researched, lots of field work. But guys, this is a post-poll study. It's not the real data. It could well be. There's a 94% track record. But as our chairman says often, when you got a big stick, talk softly. Therefore, just keep expectations real.
You know, I think the significance of the polls that Axis My India does is they go constituency-wise. For the longest time, we would do random sampling. Now you go every constituency. So there's a greater chance of you getting it right because you've gone down to the micro level. And what has changed in India in elections, Rahul, is that, you know, the wave doesn't go from across a state. Each region within a state also demonstrates definitive patterns. So I think that's why exit polls are so valuable. Someone asked me, why are you doing exit polls? We do exit polls because they are better than just predicting voter behavior based on your travels. This gives you some data to back up what you want to say. So I think it's extremely valuable.
Oh, it's because you learn more during an exit poll about what happened than you do in the real counting. The reason I say this is because you can't pick up how different genders voted, you don't pick up how different income groups voted, how different caste groups voted, because you get an aggregate figure during counting from the Election Commission. That's why you need to do polling to go down, understand what's happening in the castes, in the communities, in the groups. So it is just a few more seconds to go. And then we can start showing you the results. We'll start, as I said, from the 90 seats of Chhattisgarh. Rajdeep, just a few seconds.
By the time you walk from here to your plasma, we'll be ready with 5:30, which is the presumed time.
You know, the Election Commission bowled a googly. First, this was 6:30. Then they put out a corrigendum this morning saying that, oh no, it's not 6:30, it's 5:30. But you knew this for a long time, Mr. Election Commission. Why did you suddenly change your mind and throw all of us into a spin just in the morning? But hey, you know, you have to go with the flow, and that's what we've done. So 5:30 it is. Time for the first set of data. As I said, we will start with the battleground state of Chhattisgarh. Remember, in Chhattisgarh, 36 forts. No Congress government has been re-elected since Sheila Dikshit in 2008. So if Bhupesh Singh Baghel can lead the Congress to power again, it would be historic. because especially in the Modi era, Congress governments have won only once. They tend to get voted out the next time. This would be historic if it does happen. I want to first show you what people said was the reason they voted the way they did. You know, why is it that they're voting? And that gives you a sense of how they are likely to vote. So what is it that drove voting behaviors? 20% said they voted for whichever party they were loyal supporters of. So that's 20%. Because of the MLA candidate came in next at 10%. Because of the development of the state came in at 10%. Because of the loan waivers for farmers came in at 10%. Because of PM Modi came in at 5%. Now this is a very big number. Because of all the people who voted the way they did, 5% said they voted the way they did because of Prime Minister Modi. Now who do they want as the next Chief Minister? Again, very interesting data set to pick up how people are likely to have voted. Who do they want as the next Chief Minister? Bhupesh Baghel, the incumbent Chief Minister, comes in at 31%. Raman Singh, who's not really from the state of Chhattisgarh, is seen, or at least the Congress tries to show him out to be an outsider, and was never really projected by the BJP. They had O.P. Chaudhary, Arun Saud. They created a new group of leaders who were propped up in this election. He still is the number one face at 21, whether he was projected or not. Anybody else from the BJP came in at 18. So that's the pack in terms of who people would like to be the next Chief Minister. Let's now come to the third point. Remember, elections were held here in two phases. Phase one was largely the Bastar region, which is the Naxal impacted region, 20 seats here, and then 70 seats happened later on the 17th. So on the 7th of November, you had 20 seats which went to the polls. Let's show you what happened in phase one. And remember, the theory in the Chhattisgarh region is whoever wins Bastar wins the state. That's really been the trend. So who wins Bastar wins the state. How does Bastar seem to have voted in these 20 seats? The Congress had 43% vote share, the BJP had 42% vote share, others had 14%, which includes the Ajit Jogi party, or whatever is left over with his son Amit leading the party. The BSP now, very small presence, the increasing national diminution of the BSP. Another trend you will see, because they were a factor once even in Madhya Pradesh. So 43 plays 42. This is phase one Chhattisgarh. Let's now come to seats. Phase one seats, 20 seats, Chhattisgarh. The BJP in the lead in the first phase. 10 for the BJP, 9 for the Congress. A lot of these images created using generative AI, so a lot of technology at play as well in different ways. So some artificial intelligence in the visualization. The BJP leading on 10, the Congress on 9. So that's in phase one. And Rajdeep, this theory that whoever wins Bastar typically tends to win the state of Chhattisgarh.
There were 12 seats in Bastar. The Congress won 11 out of the 12. Then one of the BJP, the winning candidate, was tragically killed by Maoists, and the Congress won it in a by-election. So they had swept Bastar effectively. In fact, they won 25 of the 29 tribal seats. Between Bastar and Sarguja, that's where the Congress dominated in 2018. So the first big number that you have put out is bad news for the Congress and good news for the BJP.
It's also a tight fight, 10 versus 9. That's a really close contest.
Yeah, but that's a huge drop for the Congress, because the Congress swept the region, so advantage BJP with these numbers.
Let's now come to the second phase in Chhattisgarh. Remember, 70 seats. The rest of Chhattisgarh went to polls, including the Raipur area, including the Sarguja area, which is where T.S. Singh Deo comes from. This is what the vote share looks like in these areas. 42 versus 41. Again, dead heat, which is why I said this election is so exciting, because it is so close. 42 versus 41. And when the vote share is like this, you can read, cut, interpret the data in any which way you want, because that really is a very, very close election. Let's now see how Access My India is converting this vote share into seats. Here it is for the first time. 70 seats in phase two went to polls on the 17th of November. Access My India is predicting for India Today that the Congress will pick up 36 of those seats, the BJP 31, the BSP 2, others 1. So a 5-seat lead for the Congress in phase two. What does this translate to if the entire state of Chhattisgarh is to be looked at? So let's now look at how Chhattisgarh looks if you consider the entire state. Remember, these are the first set of data that we are putting out coming from the state of Chhattisgarh. I want to take you through the vote share numbers. Access My India predicts for India Today that 42% of the voters of Chhattisgarh will vote for the Congress, In the state of Chhattisgarh, 41% for the BJP. That really is a very, very, very close election. And when the numbers are that tight, it basically means whether you are Bhupesh Baghel, who was in our newsroom just yesterday, or a Raman Singh, who still thinks he's the strongest BJP leader, and the data too shows that everybody will have their hearts in their mouth and the money in their pockets, because you really don't want to be betting on this one. This is what the seat share projection looks like. 41 for the BJP, 45 for the Congress. Remember, there are 90 total seats in the state of Chhattisgarh. 45 versus 41. But if it's that close, even the pollster honestly can't really say for sure, because it's 42% votes versus 41 votes. That is a very, very, very close election. Rajdeep, 45 versus 41, you're shaking your head furiously. You don't agree with our numbers?
I think what it shows, we have to go by the numbers. I think the most significant factor is not just how close the two parties are, but the others. The buzz in Chhattisgarh was when the BJP realized it was getting tight, they went and sponsored a lot of third-party candidates. If I was a Congress rebel, if I was gave Ajit Jogi's son a chopper to fly away and contest. So then what happens is the election gets tighter. I think what you have in all the states, and you're going to find it, anti-incumbency against sitting MLAs. Bhupesh Baghel tried to drop as many sitting MLAs as he possibly could. But remember, when you won such a big margin last time, it's not easy to drop on a wholesale basis. So he dropped about 20. I think that is one factor we're going to have to look at. Others are going to be critical. Whose votes are they taking? My sense from these initial numbers, others have damaged the Congress much more than they've damaged the BJP. Because very selectively, the BJP chose the places where they would put up candidates who could be rebels and independents. But yes, your first big numbers show we could be heading for a hung assembly. Because you have 90 seats, your party number one is at 45, they come a couple of seats down, you've got a hung assembly. And that's why in Raipur, which is also a place where there's a great Satta Bazaar that goes on, a lot of people said, boss, asli chunav 3 tarikh ke baad hoga. What you've seen in 2018, the Congress had enough of a buffer that they could resist any attempt at Operation Lotus. Now the lotuses will be blooming in Chhattisgarh with these numbers. Because unless Bhupesh Baghel is at 50 plus Rahul, he will find it very difficult, almost unsustainable, to be able to hold on to his flock. So I think these are fascinating numbers.
Hung means BJP. When has it happened that hung has meant anything else?
No, but see, I'll tell you why.
Well, Ashok Gehlot last time was able to...
Hung means central agencies, hung means role of governor, hung means a lot of horse trading also.
No, but that's too simplistic. And the reason I say that is look at the range. So don't go by the middle number in that range. Look at the full range. Bhupesh Baghel could end up close to 50 on the higher end of the range. So it starts from 40, it goes up to 50. The BJP starts at 36, goes up to 46. So a pollster envisions scenarios where the BJP could end up just ahead of the finishing line, and that there's also a scenario where the Congress could be reasonably comfortable. But I think what Rajdeep is saying is absolutely correct. If it's a hung house, then it's advantage BJP. They'll find some Sam, Dam, Dand, Bhed, Jugaad of getting through, and they've done that in multiple elections.
So the first reactions to your Chhattisgarh numbers, Rahul, is that Bhupesh Baghel, who looked comfortable 6 months ago, you asked anyone in Chhattisgarh who's winning, they'd say Mr. Baghel. He seemed to dominate the landscape. The BJP has made a comeback. The BJP has clawed its way back into the contest. And I think the clawing back started in the tribal belt. In the tribal belt, there has been a sense that many of the promises that the Congress government made were not fulfilled. On the other hand, the plains of Chhattisgarh are traditionally areas where the BJP has done well. I get a sense, Rahul Verma, looking at these numbers, that Chhattisgarh frankly could go either way. Even if you look at the range, the BJP is at the upper end, at the halfway mark. This could be a fascinating cliffhanger election in Chhattisgarh.
So true. First point, I think you are right. 6 months ago, this election looked different. BJP has clawed back. Second, others' number have stayed the same. Comparison to the past, it's basically BJP that's gaining. And BJP's gain is largely coming among the OBCs and then the scheduled tribes. So OBC is where BJP is making double digits gain. So Congress, in comparison to past, is losing around 6 to 7% of votes, and BJP is picking up all that vote. And it's the middle segments where BJP is picking up all the votes.
There is one poll where there is one party which is winning in an absolutely convincing fashion. The Chhattisgarh numbers are very tight. You have to be a betting man to say for sure. But there is one where the data is speaking loud and it is speaking clear. That is on which network and which channel is being watched at this moment. Our producers just sent us information that India Today's viewership, live concurrents on digital and social, are 50 times that of our closest competitor. I mean, 2x, 3x, Rajdeep is understandable. 50 times the closest competitor. When it was sent to me the first time, I said, please check, are you sure? They went back, they added up the numbers again. The India Today network at this time is 50 times. That's bigger than the BJP one in 2019.
You know, where hopefully those numbers will keep growing. But just
50 times se badi lead chahiye aapko.
I want to give you the micro data where this election has changed. And this was told to me again on the ground. The BJP, about a month before the election, realized women voters have to be targeted. And they announced a scheme, the Mata Devi Vandana scheme, under which you can get 12,000 rupees per woman will get that, will get 12,000 per annum. And look at what your numbers are showing. The BJP has gone up from 34% in 2018 to 43% among women. This election, I told this to Preeti earlier, the Mahila voter boss. Forget all this Hindu-Muslim vote bank. There is only one vote bank at the moment that counts.
So let's
it's
just
the Mahila vote bank, and the BJP has scored there.
No, but in Chhattisgarh for the Congress, it's also the farm loan waiver.
Yes,
which is,
but
in 2018, they gave it because they won the election on that. This
but
time
Preeti,
around,
you know what the BJP did? They also announced a farm loan waiver, which forced... 1 minute.
Yeah,
it forced Mr. Baghel to say, no, I'll give you another farm loan waiver. So you see, you've got to see, it's competitive politics. Your farm loan waiver versus mine. The moment the BJP announced 12,000 rupees to women, so did Bhupesh Baghel. Competitive populism. I'm only looking at the numbers. You may well be right. This is a very tough race. If I have any explanation for why this race has become tight, Rahul, it is the tribal vote has slightly shifted away from the Congress towards the BJP, and the woman voter has shifted 9%. That's a huge swing compared to 2018.
You know, remember I told you a short while ago about this one tweet which was going viral. It apparently was from one supposedly big news network which was quoting our data to say that this is what our data for Madhya Pradesh was. They've now issued a public apology saying that the data is bogus, it's fake, and that it shouldn't be believed. I mean, just quoting our data on another network even before we put it out, that's just bad taste, okay? That's bad form, that's bad taste. They've apologized. We'll put an end to it. Let's show you the gender-wise breakup for Chhattisgarh. And this is absolutely correct. In every state that goes to the polls, the women voter is becoming more and more important. Unlike in the past where women, especially in rural areas, tended to vote along with whatever was suggested by the male head of the house. Now we're seeing women showing greater agency at the hustings, deciding for themselves who and why they want to vote a particular way. Read this data very carefully. Amongst the men, the Congress's vote share has gone up from 42 to 43. Amongst the women, the Congress's vote share has come down from 44 to 41. That's a big loss of 3. And why this election is so exciting, and that's what Amit Shah and the BJP strategists are hoping for. Amongst women, the BJP has been able to increase its vote share by a whopping 9%. A 9% shift from the lows of 2018 isn't easy to engineer. A 9% shift in favor of the BJP amongst women voters. Amongst the men voters of Chhattisgarh, the BJP has increased its vote share by 39. Remember, if you see the electoral history of the state of Chhattisgarh, apart from 2018, go back to 2013 or go back to 2008, Chhattisgarh saw very close contests, Rajdeep, where the victor and the vanquished was decided by 1% to 2% of the vote share. It's only in the last election where the Congress had a very big lead. This is a reversion to the mean. This is how Chhattisgarh typically tends to vote. It's a very tight fight.
You know what you had 3 elections in Chhattisgarh where the BJP dominated in a way. While in vote share there was tight, the BJP was relatively comfortable in terms of seats. In 2018, it all changed. It was a wave election. Bhupesh Baghel and the Congress promised MSP for paddy of 2,500 rupees. They promised a waiver of electricity. And the farmers, as Preeti was pointing out, voted in large numbers for the Congress. What's happened since then is that in the last few years, there has been a measure of farmer distress in some parts. There are promises that were made through the tribal community which were not kept. Bhupesh Baghel has put in a lot of cash. If he's still in the race, it's because some of his welfare schemes are working. There is no doubt about it. Some of the delivery of his welfare schemes, especially to farmers, have had positive results. But remember, this is a state where the BJP only lost once since the formation of the state, which was in 2018. So I get a sense that the BJP is clawing its way back into Chhattisgarh. Remember, even Lok Sabha, they swept with 58% of the vote. Mr. Modi is a highly popular figure also in a state like Chhattisgarh. All of this meant that the Congress has not been able to arrest anti-incumbency, particularly against its MLAs, who are seen to be very corrupt. Corruption has damaged the Congress in Chhattisgarh.
It also shows how the BJP fought a valiant campaign. Remember, Chhattisgarh was an election for the Congress to win. Bhupesh Baghel, in the Mood of the Nation opinion poll that India Today came out with, was seen as being one of the most popular, effective chief ministers across all chief ministers in the country. From there, the BJP tactically, strategically fought a very sharp campaign, and the Congress made several mistakes. Otherwise, the Congress still is in front, but this shouldn't have been as tight as it has become.
Are you surprised, Rashid, with these numbers? You know this state very well.
Precisely. I think, Rajdeep, it's still very early to say. But I think if corruption was an issue, then the Congress would have been a big loser, not this kind of close race or Congress getting an edge. I think the BJP has to revisit its own strategy, but not projecting a face either of Raman Singh or Vijay Baghel or any other contender, because Mr. Baghel seems to be having an edge because he is a very strong, powerful regional leader.
Also, don't forget, last time they were fully united because Baghel, T.S. Singhdeo were all on the same side. And Sarguja, they swept all 14 seats, which is the bastion of T.S. Singhdeo, or Baba as he's called. Now what you had is T.S. Singhdeo has been seething without expressing himself angrily at being passed over for chief ministership. And there was a sense, and we'll see those numbers when they come, in the Sarguja belt, did dissension hurt the Congress? All of this, of course, doesn't mean the Congress is losing Chhattisgarh. Yeah. The Congress is still ahead of the BJP in these numbers. So, for all the might that the BJP has put in, Rahul, as per your numbers, the Congress is closer to the halfway mark than the BJP is.
Yeah, that's one way of looking at it. But the Congress should have been, by their own estimate, 50 plus. 60, Bhupesh Baghel was not willing to talk about anything less than 60 plus. So from there, the BJP has made it a far more exciting election.
Rahul, are you surprised?
Little bit, but I would say, see, if you also break the elections in two phases, the first phase where BJP basically climbs up, right? And I think by the time they realized that they can actually give a fight, it was too late. Otherwise, they could have made a really, really good fight in Chhattisgarh. What we were thinking 6 months ago, if BJP had realized that at that time, it could have been changed this
Chetan, where does this come from? You believe that whenever there's a close fight, the BJP wins. Is this a perception? There are a few close fights that the Congress has also won. Madhya Pradesh last time was an example, to some extent Rajasthan in 2018. But is there this perception that when it's a close fight, yaar aayega to Modi hi?
Because they do have a lot more resources, options, more bargaining chips to play with. I'm not going to talk about the ethics or non-ethics, but they have more to offer, more to take away. I think that's definitely there. I think one more observation here is that the India alliance, whether it's important for the Congress or not, there seems to be 11% others vote share. They're not winning many seats, but they're taking 11%.
Part of it is the JCC.
Because you had,
so, I mean, if the Congress on its own versus if the Congress can get into a better alliances, it would not be this situation. I mean, the Lok Sabha lessons are also here. I know this is...
to tango.
Yeah, so I think...
In fact, our poll is showing, and maybe Preeti, you're right, then you want to come in on that. The poll actually says that the farm loan waiver, once the Congress brought in, the BJP announced it, the Congress realized it has to go back to farm loan waiver, announces it on November 5th, and there is a sense, as per our exit poll, that the Congress was able to get back some of their farmer vote. You get a sense that the farmer vote is as important there as the woman vote.
I think it's very, very important. And why I say that is in 2018, if the Congress came to power at the back of what many analyzed as the farm loan waiver, I think this time around, and why I say that, Rajdeep, I saw it echo in Madhya Pradesh, where people were talking about the farm loan waiver in the state of Chhattisgarh. And I think he needed to give it because back to back in 2018, if you've given it, why would you give it this year? He understood that he needed to give the farm loan waiver if he needed even to stack up the kind of numbers that Rahul has taken us through.
There's some very interesting detailing in the age-wise breakup for Chhattisgarh. And listen to me carefully as I explain this to you. The younger you are, the higher the chances that you voted for the BJP in Chhattisgarh. And the older you are, the higher the chance that you voted for the Congress. And you don't see such a clear trend in state elections usually. It's often a mixed bag. You don't really see as clear a distinction as you're just about to see. Younger voters rooting very strongly for the BJP, older voters sticking with the Congress much more so. So see this, and this kind of a curve you will very rarely see. So if you start looking at the young voters, 44% of those who are between the age of 18 and 25 said they voted for the BJP versus only 37% saying they voted for the Congress. So 44% versus 37 amongst the really young voters. From there, if you come to those who are above 61, 46% of those said they voted for the Congress, only 39% saying they voted for the BJP. So it really goes from 37%, 18 to 25 voters voting for the Congress, then 41% for those amongst 26 and 35. It keeps increasing. So the older you are, the more you voted for the Congress. The younger you are, the more you voted for the BJP. And this kind of polarity, if you break this up by age groups, Rahul, as clear and distinct, you don't typically get to see.
This should be a big concern for the Congress because they have the younger leader, for one thing. They have the younger... Like Rahul, like at the national level, relatively.
No, but this is about Baghel, not about Rahul.
No, I know, but I'm saying if this... I know it is about Baghel, but at the same time we are doing age demographics, and if generally, if one would imagine with the whole Bharat Jodo Yatra and all those things, the fact that... look at the difference, it's plus 12 and minus 4. So, I mean, that is...
You don't see such sharp polarity usually.
The Bharat Jodo Yatra never passed.
No, I know, but the perception that... But the latest voter...
Maybe we'd like to see the numbers in the Rajasthan, because that's where it passed.
Look at how the BJP changes the narrative. In 2023 May, one of the reasons they lost Karnataka was 500 rupees gas cylinder. LPG hum 500 rupees denge. The BJP quickly announced for Chhattisgarh, hum yahan bhi 500 rupees denge. So you see the ability to course correct. And in all states they've done that. Some they've said 450. They said I'll give it. So you see, you realized in May. No, 1 minute. You realized in May that it's cost you an election. You decide to change. What else did the BJP do? The Sahu community. The OBCs, which Rahul Gandhi, since Rahul Gandhi was mentioned, is being wooed through caste census. The BJP said, hum sabse zyada seatein is baar Sahu community ko denge. Now that is a big vote bank. It is about 14% of the population. So what happens is at the micro level, when elections are fought, these factors matter, Rahul. So I think if Chhattisgarh becomes as close as it is, then the BJP's micromanagement has helped it. The Congress 6 months ago looked in pole position. Remember also the Mahadev app scandal coming up, and the BJP typically amplified it a few days later. So in urban pockets, corruption could be an issue. Deputy Secretary of the Chief Minister is arrested and still in jail, denied bail in a multi-crore scam. All of this somewhere, Bhupesh Baghel looks like the strong man. But in the last few months, you've sensed that the BJP has managed to puncture the balloon a bit.
We have just a few minutes to go.
Sorry, Rahul, just one thing. I mean, even here, let's not forget, Congress is still having the edge, even by your polls. Yeah. And I know other channel polls we are not supposed to quote, but almost all of them are giving Congress.
Sure, but I have come back.
I'm just saying, we are like celebrating.
Sir, I have come back from a 3-4. In 2018, I won 3/4. I am now
but you just need to win 50.
About the halfway mark.
You just need to win 50.
No, but Rahul made a very interesting point. Rahul said not a single chief minister apart from Sheila Dikshit of the Congress has been repeated again.
So Mukul Sangma, Tarun Gogoi, Mukul Sangma.
Since he said since 2013.
Tarun Gogoi went back. No, one second.
Since 2013.
Can I explain?
Since the rise of Modi.
Sheila Dikshit got re-elected in 2008. Tarun Gogoi got re-elected in 2013. After that, in the Modi era, there hasn't been a case where a Congress chief minister got re-elected. So if Bhupesh Baghel is able to win on Sunday, that would be historic.
So even
the Congress
hasn't
been able to do it in the Modi era.
Yeah, he's not getting 75, but if he still gets 50% of the seats, That you are telling me is still a
So
very
distinction will pass ho gaya. You're saying that.
pass
कि ठीक है, pass होना on a tough pitch is possible. So now let's look at.
The worry will be, no, the worry will be, as the Raipur Satta Bazaar says, the election will then start after the 3rd, because then those 5 or 6 independents and smaller parties
Rajdeep,
could
that
become
can happen
crucial.
after 15
Okay,
months
so who
also.
do voters in Chhattisgarh want as the next chief minister? That's the question that we posed. This is the response that we got. 31% wanting Bhupesh Baghel to be the next chief minister. 21% wanting former Chief Minister Raman Singh, who's the longest serving Chief Minister of the state of Chhattisgarh. And anybody from the BJP was 18, anybody from the Congress was 9. T.S. Singh Dio at 2, Bhupesh Baghel at 31. With that, we'll take a very quick break. When we come back, we'll shift our attention to the next state. We won't tell you at this moment which state that is, because we're looking at different states, we're looking at where the data is ready, where we're fully set and sorted. We'll bring you the next state after Chhattisgarh when we come back on the other side of a very quick break. You're watching India's #1 election team in action. The #1 exit poll returns on the other side of these messages. Stay with us.
You are watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 26 and minimum 15 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 27 and minimum 23 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 31 and minimum 19 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 25 and minimum 19 degrees. Chennai, maximum 28 and minimum 23 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 26 and minimum 20 degrees.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Presented by आपका जॉय भारत का जॉय जॉय ई-बाइक co-presented by Nexa Create Inspire co-powered by Parul University Vadodara Gujarat.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage, the India Today Axis My India exit poll. We've looked at Chhattisgarh, where we are predicting a cliffhanger with a slight clear edge to the Congress. Is that edge big enough to ensure that Bhupesh Baghel returns to power is a big question mark, because remember that there are independents and smaller parties with about 5 or 6 as per our survey, who, if it's a hung assembly, could play a role. So Chhattisgarh could go to the wire. Other channels reporting a clear edge, of course, to the Congress in Chhattisgarh. But our numbers, the Axis My India numbers on the screen, as you can see, for Chhattisgarh, 90-member assembly and a slight edge for the Congress between 36 and 50, which is what we are predicting for the Congress party. 36 and 40 and 50 for the Congress party, 36 and 46 for the BJP, 1 to 5 for others. Let's now come to the state which every 5 years throws up a change in guard. The rotational system of Rajasthan. Kya ye riwaj badlega is the big question that is being asked. Will this parampara, this riwaj, change of Rajasthan over the last 30 years? Not since Bhairav Singh Shekhawat in 1993 and then winning again in that period has any chief minister been re-elected. So we are going back to 30 years where governments have changed. Rahul, this is a state where there is a lot of interest because Rajasthan has seen a lot of political turbulence in the last 5 years.
You know, which is the state where there is less interest? I mean, the amount of excitement there is around these elections is just phenomenal. It should be a formulaic process, elections come and go, but really, elections get people more excited than anything else apart, say, from cricket. In Rajasthan, let's take you through the first answer that we are putting out. This is in response to the question, why did you vote the way you did? And this is important because it gives you a sense of why people cast their vote in the manner in which they chose to. So favorite party is 20%, development of the state is 16%, because of the MLA candidate is 12%, because of Prime Minister Modi is 8%. Remember in Chhattisgarh it was 5%, in Rajasthan it's even more. Of all the people who voted the way they voted, 8% voted because of Prime Minister Modi. Take that 8% away, Rajasthan looks different. So that is a very significant number there because 8%, that's a very big number. 8% of all those who voted the way they did, voted because of Prime Minister Modi in an assembly election where he's not even on the ticket. Who do people want as the next chief minister? Let's just take you through the responses to these questions. Ashok Gehlot comes in at 32%. Interestingly, Mahant Balaknath comes in at 10%. Anybody from the BJP at 21%. Now, not much Preeti is known about the Mahant outside Rajasthan. He's a big phenomena on social media and on the regional networks. But people would have probably been expecting, say, a Vasundhara Raje there, and she's not there.
But she's quite close. She's 9% in her thing. But, you know, why him, Rahul, is because when we're talking about polarization, why polarization was such a big poll issue for the BJP. He's the sitting MP from Alwar. And now he's fighting from the Tijara seat in Alwar district. But he has a tough ask when it comes down to winning his particular seat. I'd want to know if he's actually winning his seat or not because it has a sizable Muslim population. But he has become the picture boy of polarization where Rajasthan is concerned. Yogi Adityanath has come to his own constituency, to campaign. He's been looked and built as the Yogi of Rajasthan. So you have the bulldozer standing next to him when he is, campaigning. Lots of things which he said which haven't gone down too well, especially even with the election commission. But he's fighting a tough battle, I'd say. He's a sitting MP fighting from the seat of
The man whose neck is on the line, Pradeep Gupta has just come to our studio. Gupta ji ko bulao, bhai, aa jao. Gupta ji, welcome. Ye phir sabko tension dene wale hain. Because, he'll make his numbers and then he'll go back home and then everybody will be like, is he right, is he wrong? And then there's full song and drama and dance happening around whether Gupta ji is going to botch it up or will he get it right. 94% track record, that's where you stand at this moment. No pressure, huh?
Lots of pressure always.
His phone is shut because so many people were calling.
Result before result, that's what we try and do all the time. Sometimes we are successful, which is 94% time, and sometimes we could not.
Kursi lao, bhai, kursi lao. What are you most nervous about today?
My home state,
Madhya Pradesh.
Madhya Pradesh.
And your sasural is in
Chhattisgarh, and I studied in Telangana, Kakatia University. So 3 states at the stake at this point of time.
And of that, you're most nervous about Madhya Pradesh?
No, I am not nervous about Madhya Pradesh because Madhya Pradesh, I cannot afford to be go wrong for sure.
Why not? Jute padenge ghar jaoge.
Jute padenge. I cannot show my face.
I can't go back home.
And back to my own constituency, Varas Uni constituency. Last time also independent won there. Can you believe that?
Did you get it right or wrong?
100% right. So expectation are rising high in my home.
No, but as I've been saying from the time we started, we want to keep expectation real. See, in the World Cup, India won 10 matches straight, right? And then everybody thought, oh, to sahi hone wala hai, ho hi nahi sakta, India ko jitna hi jitna. And then they didn't really win, right? So we don't want to end up in that kind of a situation. Gupta ji, your chair is here. Please come and sit.
Thank you, ji.
Park yourself.
Kursi ka sawal hai.
Our producers have their music already. Rajdeep's been practicing his dance moves. Rajdeep, have you? You're all set to jive?
No, I think we'll wait. Look, the dance will come if our numbers are right. We already have a few.
So what comes if the numbers are not right, God forbid?
We'll just sit and, we'll still analyze. It's still an election at the end of the day. You can get them right or wrong. But I think Rajasthan is fascinating since you're talking about it.
No, but I was told by somebody in Gupta ji's team, he now has a choreographer, he's been practicing his moves. Somebody told him he really
he's a natural dancer, I'm not. You see, the difference between Gupta ji and me is that he's a natural dancer.
He's blushing.
Plus,
boss, don't blush about dancing, blush about your numbers.
Plus, Gupta ji's bank balance has been rising, mine hasn't. So you see, all of that means that Gupta ji has more to celebrate in 2023 than I do.
You asked me one more thing why I'm nervous, because being my home state, Madhya Pradesh, I have been getting more than 200 calls almost every day or every alternate day.
And they saying, "Aap hi lad jao chunav."
It is very difficult for me to make people understand. मेरा जो मुंह है वो एक हमारे गांव में कहावत होती है, किसान जो होता है कोलू का बैल, आई एम लाइक अ बुल. कोलू का बैल होता है जो हार्वेस्टिंग के समय पे प्रोसेसिंग में वो बैल के मुंह में कपड़ा बांध देते हैं इसलिए कि वो फसल खा ना जाए. तो माई क्लाइंट्स आर लाइक दैट. वो मेरे मुंह में कपड़ा बांध देते हैं, वो कहते हैं तुम पहले ही बता दोगे तो मेरा चैनल कौन देखेगा भाई.
As long as he's not a bull in a china shop, we're okay. We don't want him to be a bull in a china shop.
Commission checks their results with you. Is that also the case? They are like, ठीक लग रहा है आपको?
You are being very kind. Nothing like that. And this is how we do. Our Access My India team goes to not only each and every assembly constituencies, but at least 10 to 15 villages and cities and towns of that constituency, and that is what makes our poll whatever it is.
You know, I think, to come back to Rajasthan, because I think what you're seeing in Rajasthan is a transformation. When you showed those first numbers and you can put them on, Kaun Banega Chief Minister. Traditionally, you would have had Vasundhara Raje out there. She would have been the face of the BJP. She's been the face for the last 20 years. Now, the moment you don't project her, you suddenly find that Ashok Gehlot, who has towered over all else, including the Gandhi family. You know, you look at the posters in Rajasthan, particularly 6 months ago, it was all about Gehlot. As the election came closer, he was sharing space in the odd poster with a Rahul Gandhi or a Priyanka Gandhi Vadra. But a relatively, or seen as a non-charismatic leader, not a personality cult, suddenly finds himself at the age of 72 being transformed into this larger-than-life figure in Rajasthan politics.
Okay.
I don't think even he would have imagined that the day would come.
I want to start showing our viewers the numbers for Rajasthan. We'll start with the gender-wise breakup, men and women. And we saw in Chhattisgarh how there was a big gap between the number of men voting for the BJP and the women voting for the BJP, and likewise the Congress. So there's a big difference between how genders are voting, and they're not always voting the same way. Let's show you the gender-wise breakup for Rajasthan. Again, very interesting. We've seen in many states women voting for the BJP much more than the Congress. Is it the same or the other way around in Rajasthan? Here it is on your screen for the first time, the gender-wise breakup of Rajasthan. And oh boy, is this a confusing picture or what? Amongst men, the BJP leads over the Congress. 42% votes amongst the men voters of Rajasthan for the Bharatiya Janata Party. 40% men voted for the Congress. That's a 2% gap. The BJP increasing its vote share amongst women by 4 from the last time. If you looked at how men voted, well, it would seem the BJP is through. They've got a 2% lead in a bipolar election. That looks comfortable. Just come across to the other side of the table. Amongst the women voters of Rajasthan, 44% of the women said they voted for the Congress versus 40% for the BJP. Congress and Gehlot increasing their votes amongst women by 4%. Preeti, a lot of the social schemes of Ashok Gehlot giving him this, because the Prime Minister, the BJP typically thinks because of all their schemes for women, they've got women voters rooting for them. In Rajasthan, it's Gehlot who's got 4% additional votes from the last time amongst the women.
Well, you're right there, you know, and I saw that, Rahul, you cut across regions, what you saw, the women talking of, and I'll give you, for example, a cylinder, which is 500 rupees. Then they talk about the Indira Smartphone Yojana, which is that, that women in Rajasthan would be given a smartphone. It started off from the widow women and then, to college-going girls. So a lot of these women have been given these smartphones as well. They're talking about that. One might forget or think that Chiranjeevi Yojana, which is their health scheme, is not targeted at women. But women look at it and talk about it a lot because the budget is from their own account. So a lot of the women spoke of the health scheme which Gehlot has offered. And in terms of that, I'll tell you a really funny story. I remember I was in Sikar and I was sitting and I had these college girls with me, and one was a BJP supporter, one was a Congress supporter, but away from ideology, they are thinking and they're asking me, देखिए मैडम, अगर BJP जीतती है तो वो हमको स्कूटी देगी, अगर कांग्रेस जीती है वो लैपटॉप देगी. हमको लगता है स्कूटी बेहतर है, लैपटॉप तो पापा दिला देंगे. So that's how transactional they've become.
So now, if men and women threw you off and you're wondering, oh my God, if that's the case, then who's winning? Let me show you what's happening in the different geographies of Rajasthan. So we look at urban areas in Rajasthan, we look at rural areas in Rajasthan. In rural areas, you've got the Congress leading over the BJP. So the Congress has 43% of the vote share. The BJP has 40% of the vote share. In the rural areas, in the urban areas, the BJP at 44% of the vote share, the Congress at 42%. So Congress is 2% behind in rural areas, but 2% ahead in urban areas. But the thing is that because there are more rural areas in a state like Rajasthan than there are urban areas, that is to the Congress's advantage. Let's now show you the caste-wise breakup of Rajasthan. And this again is very interesting because communities, castes voting very differently from each other. So we'll start with the Dalits. There are 18% Dalits in the state of Rajasthan. 57% of them said they voted for the Congress. Only 26% voting for the BJP. Amongst the tribals, and the BJP made a big tribal outreach in Rajasthan. 15% of the total population is tribals. 51% of the voters said they voted for the Congress. 29% said they voted for the BJP. Amongst the Dalits and amongst the tribals, the Congress doing extremely well. Amongst the Muslims, there are 9% Muslim voters in Rajasthan. 83% of them voted for the Congress. If these were the only three communities voting, the Congress was home. However, let's now go beyond that because there are 20% general category voters. Amongst them, 62% voted for the BJP. 62% versus 22% voting for the Congress. Can we move on, please? I want to show you what the Jats said. There are 10% Jats in Rajasthan. Out of them, 42% said they voted for the BJP. 36% said they voted for the Congress. Amongst the Gujars, 43% voting for the BJP, 39% voting for the Congress. Amongst the OBCs, 55% voting for the BJP, 29% voting for the Congress. That 21% OBC voters. That Gupta ji, बहुत बड़ा मुश्किल काम है आपका. When voting patterns are so divided, it's not a trend election where everybody is voting one way and if everything's flowing one way, it's much easier to count your beans. In this election, Gupta ji, your neck is on the chopping block.
Yeah, definitely yes, Rahul, because here there are three blocks to be precise. One is that SC, STs, Muslims, which contributes 42% of the population. The other blocks is Rajput, Brahman and OBCs, which again contributes about 42%. But what is most important here is the Gurjar and Jat votes, which is roughly 14%. So bulk lion's share is of the ST, SC and Muslim goes to the Congress, and the lion's share of OBCs, Brahman and General and Rajput goes to the BJP. But if you see that in Gurjar and Jat, though BJP is scoring little more than Congress, but the kind of consolidation done in rural areas by the Congress, I think Congress seems to be little ahead than the BJP. And when vote share comes, BJP always winning with big margins in urban areas. Last time, both the parties secured 39% each, but see the difference in seats, 72 to BJP and 100 to Congress. This is the difference. This is what the story of Rajasthan, which is so difficult geographically also.
I think there was a sense that the youth voter had deserted the BJP. There were huge paper leak scandals that have angered the youth. This is a state with a high level of joblessness. And at some stage, you're going to have to look at the youth voter. The 18 to 25 voter is just as important over time as is the woman voter. Woman voter, of course, much larger in size. But in Rajasthan, you'll find that the younger voter is the one whom the BJP was able to attract. But it's the woman voter. Look at Gehlot, 44 to 40. The schemes directed at women. You see, when you have a generic scheme, it may not have the same importance. But with Chiranjeevi, which was the buzzword, Chiranjeevi is the one scheme, the health insurance scheme, which in every village at least has become a talking point. People know about it. I think one of the successes of Ashok Gehlot is in the last year was able to communicate, I can give you 25 lakh insurance for any operation you do. Now, who is the major beneficiary of it? Men and women. But women remember it more. You see, if you contribute to health, education, that's a lesson that's coming out. Women will remember you. And I think if Ashok Gehlot is able to pull off and beat this Rivas of Rajasthan of 5 years, it's because his delivery schemes have been aimed at the more vulnerable sections. Pradeep's numbers clearly show rural Rajasthan is where the election is won or lost. If Ashok Gehlot is able to maintain this lead in large parts of rural Rajasthan, he's got a real chance. And this at a time when you would have thought, again, like Chhattisgarh, where you thought Baghel is through. 6 months ago, you were writing off Gehlot. You thought Gehlot is over. Pilot has rebelled against him. The Gujars have left him. The BJP is going to come naturally back to power as part of the 5-year cycle. Guess what? Ashok Gehlot is fighting back. So this is one of the stories within a story that if these numbers are right, then Ashok Gehlot cannot be written off, and he's transformed himself at the age of 72 into a potential vote catcher out.
The first 4 regions of Rajasthan, we now have the data for. So I'll take you through the data for the first 4 regions of Rajasthan. So I'll start with Bikaner, Jaisalmer. There are 20 seats here, 19 of them went to the polls. Bikaner, Ganganagar, Hanumangarh and Jaisalmer. Here are the forecasts of Access My India and India Today for the belt of Bikaner, Jaisalmer. The Congress expected to bag 11 seats here, the BJP 6. So the Congress in the first region, yes, you can pull out your papers or your pens and you can take your own mats if you want to get to us before we actually put out the numbers. You can do that too. But 11 versus 6 in Jaisalmer, Bikaner, the Congress having the edge. Let's now come to Shekhawati. 21 seats here, Churu, Jhunjhunu and Sikar. In the region of Shekhawati, let me show you the numbers for the region. Here, the Congress again has the edge. 12 seats for the Congress, 7 for the BJP, a 3% gap in terms of vote share, 42 plays 39. The Congress winning 2 regions. So the Congress off to a good start. If this was cricket, the Congress off to a good start in the region-wise breakup of Rajasthan.
And this is a particularly important region. This is the Jat belt. You see, traditionally, you win elections in Rajasthan if you win Mewar. That's the buzz in Rajasthan. Jo jeetta hai Mewar, wo chunav jeetta hai. But you have to win, in my view, Shekhawati and Eastern Rajasthan. For the BJP to win Rajasthan, they've got to turn around Shekhawati and Rajasthan.
Shekhawati history has been, they will go where the state goes.
And what is interesting here is my friend Hanuman Beniwal seems down and out.
Hanuman Beniwal actually is not very influential in Shekhawati. He's more influential in the Nagaur area.
No, they've included the seats here. I think they've included the district here. Therefore, I sense that he hasn't done as well as perhaps he would have hoped to do.
But if you look at it, look at Hanuman Beniwal's party. The RLP, 23 seats were 2018, where it came 3rd in number. But if you look at it, it harmed the BJP more. 17 of those seats, where it ate into the BJP share. So even if the Jat vote is getting eaten up, it's at the cost of the BJP by the RLP.
Let's come now to Ahirwal. This is the 3rd region of Rajasthan, the first 2 going to the Congress. The 3rd one, let's see what's happening in Ahirwal. This is Alwar, Bharatpur, Dholpur, which is where Vasundhara Raje Scindia comes from. So 11 seats in Alwar, 7 in Bharatpur, 4 in Dholpur. In that, a very tight fight. 9 leads for the BJP, 10 for the Congress. So it's a 1% gap in vote share. 39 is playing 40 and only a 1% gap in seat share. One seat gap between the BJP and the Congress, 10 versus 9. From there, let's come to Mewar, which is Banswara, Bhilwara, Chittorgarh, Dungarpur, Pratapgarh, Udaipur. Let's show you what's happening in Mewar, also called the Wagad area. 35 seats here. Let's show you what's happening in Mewar for the first time on your screen. First 3 going to the Congress. Now, is there a twist in this tale? The story seems to be changing because in the Mewar area, the BJP winning quite comfortably. 20 leads for the BJP in Mewar versus 12 for the Congress. 8-seat gap. So a lot of the leads that the Congress had picked up in the first 3 regions wiped out the moment we come to Mewar. 20 versus 12. आप तो प्रदीप जी हार्ट अटैक कराओगे किसी का.
See, Mewar also last time, Rajdeep though said, the same number of seats what our poll is showing, 12 to Congress and 20 to BJP. It was same. Mewar has been very, very strong for the BJP. Yeah.
Interesting again, because in Mewar, you would have expected some of the smaller parties like the BTP, which picked up seats last time. But the BTP this time is down as per your survey. You've got 3. I'm presuming the 3 others are the BTP.
Now BTP become
which
Bap.
is in Dungarpur.
Now Bap. BTP become Bap.
Because they've broken. The party has broken. This is the party of Chotubhai Wasawa. Tribal party which won 3 seats last time in Dungarpur. Presumably they are winning those 3 seats again.
2 for sure.
Okay, let's now come to Marwar. This is also called the Gorwar area. 41 seats here. This includes the area of Barmer, Jalore, Jodhpur, Nagaur, Pali and Sirohi. So in the 41 seats of the Marwar area, let's take our viewers through what Gupta ji is predicting for India today. And remember, in the first 3 regions, the Congress had a lead, a slender lead. In the 4th region that we showed you of Mewar, the BJP winning quite handsomely. So what's happening in Marwar? Let's take you through what's the trend in these 41 seats of Marwar. I also have trends now for the region of Hadoti. 17 seats in Hadoti. I'll take you through these 17 seats as well. This includes Bundi, Jhalawar, Kota, Baran. Let's take you through what's happening in Hadoti. Here again, the second region where the BJP is now in the lead. So it's 3 versus 2. 11 leads here for the BJP, 6 for the Congress. The BJP has a 3% vote share gap in the smallest region of Hadoti. The smallest region of Rajasthan, the BJP with a 5-seat lead advantage. So remember 7 total regions in Rajasthan. We've shown you for the first 5. In the first 5, the Congress currently leading on 3, the BJP on 2. And Chetan, you thought that cricket commentary is more interesting. Boss, this is going ball by ball, region by region.
This is the same what happened after 10 overs.
After 10 overs?
In the India-Australia
boss. India-Australia, we don't want to talk about.
We have to get past
our cricketing World Cup is only till the win against New Zealand. After that, we don't
to get over that pain for this generation.
No, but this is not surprising. This is a region the BJP has traditionally done well. This is the area of Vasundhara Raje. This is an area where the BJP has had its chief ministers, whether it's Bhairav Singh Shekhawat, whether it's Vasundhara Raje. But what is fascinating as you're doing this region by region is to show how a state is broken up now. This is the big change in Indian politics. If you look at the big BJP victories of 2003 and 2013 in Rajasthan, they would sweep the state. They would be 130, 140, 150. Now what's happening is it's going region by region. Because I think the voter is looking at the performance of the MLA also this time. And both parties, if there is one mistake they've made, they've not been able to change enough sitting MLAs. So you've got a lot of sitting MLAs who've struggled, Rahul, in this election. Ashok Gehlot was only able to drop 17. He wanted to drop more, but he felt obliged to those who had stuck by him through good times and bad in the last 5 years.
So 3 versus 2, 2 regions to go. I now come to Marwar. 41 seats here. This is the region of Barmer, Jalore, Jodhpur, Nagaur, Pali and Sirohi. Let's take you through what's happening in Marwar. Now this is really, really nerve-wracking because you've got a very close contest, and in Marwar as well, you've got 28 leads for the BJP versus 18 for the Congress. It's a pollster, politician, pundit nightmare. 41 versus 40. When it is so tight, सर ये तो थोड़ा ऊपर नीचे margin of error में ही आ जाता है.
Let me tell you, this is where the Gehlot is coming from, the Jodhpur. Very strong, traditionally been for Congress.
No, but hardly this time BJP is in the lead.
But this time BJP is in lead. Last time 20 to Congress and 16 to BJP. This time 18 to Congress and 20 to BJP. So each seat is switching the side seams.
So there's one region which is left, and our producers are also keeping us on the edge. They're saying 1 minute aur chahiye. We are working on Jaipur. So our producers are saying we're just punching in the numbers. Gupta ji bhi last minute tak kaam. He's like that student who in an exam that he's writing out wants to write till the very last minute. This election got over about several days ago, and if he'd just given us everything in time, it would have been a very smooth show, very slickly produced, but the numbers came in like minutes before Gupta ji came. And therefore now our producers are saying, say, 1 minute aur chahiye.
You correctly pointed out, Rahul, the only fundamentals for the accuracy is to double check. When you are submitting your answer
Sir, हमें भी double check करने का मौका मिलना चाहिए ना?
That's what I'm saying. When you are submitting your answer sheet to the examiner, if you can recheck and double check it, I'm sure you can improve upon.
But are you surprised what you're seeing, Rahul, Rashid? You know, the fact is, 6 months ago, everyone said Ashok Gehlot is down and out. Clearly with these numbers, and I'm not looking at other channels at the moment, many of which are predicting a much stronger performance by the BJP, I can tell you, our numbers are clearly showing Ashok Gehlot is certainly not out and not even down.
Rahul, Rajdeep, I think it's the outcome that determines everything. There is a bit of a paradox. If the 4%, female votes are voting for the Congress, it's not showing in, in the caste groups, etc., or for that matter in regions also. So there is something amiss here.
See, for me, like Chhattisgarh and Rajasthan, both Congress government, and the micro data is basically showing very different patterns. In Chhattisgarh, the younger voters are voting for BJP. In Rajasthan, the younger voters are voting for Congress. Female voters in Chhattisgarh for BJP, female voters here in case of Congress. So very interesting sort of like, micro data and it's fascinating.
Okay, now, I just received message,
Yes.
Jaipur is in. So this is also
region.
Dhundhar, and I want to show you what's happening on these seats. In the 44 seats of the Jaipur region, the largest region of the state of Rajasthan, and this includes Dausa, Ajmer, Jaipur, Karoli, Savai Madhopur and Tonk. And remember, the seat of Tonk itself is the bellwether seat of Rajasthan. Whichever way Tonk goes is the way Rajasthan goes, and that's been happening in every election since 1985. So take that election nugget if you're a data geek like I am. Here is Jaipur. 26 for the Congress, 17 for the BJP, 45 versus 42. This is also the area where Sachin Pilot comes from. So while a lot of this election is about Ashok Gehlot, Sachin Pilot, especially in his own belt around Dausa, also expecting to do well. So we've taken you through the regions. Now, if you were adding up each of the regions as we were taking you through what is happening, and a lot of people I know are, then you already know what the results is. But if you're just sitting and having your coffee or whatever else it is that you want to have at this time of the day, let's take you through the overall breakup of Rajasthan. Coming up on your screen now for the first time, the India Today Access My India vote share projection for the state of Rajasthan. Like was the case in Chhattisgarh, Access My India projects for the India Today group that Rajasthan is going down to the wire. 42 plays 41, a very close contest this. Rajdeep, if it's 42 versus 41, what I will show next, if you like running numbers yourself, 42 versus 41, you can run any which way you want, but that's a very close contest there, Rajdeep.
Look, in vote share, Rajasthan has always been close. If you look at it last time, they were virtually a fraction away from each other, and yet the Congress got about 28 seats more than the BJP did. So if you look at vote share, Rajasthan will not give you the clear picture because, as Pradeep said, BJP tends to win big in Rajasthan. They tend to win big, particularly in the urban areas, and the Congress tends to win by narrower margins. So actually, if these vote share numbers remain, Congress has reason to believe they're in the game.
I think the independents are in the game because we are not counting in the independents in this election.
There is no state.
1% extra for Congress, as Rajdeep is saying, in close election, it means a lot for the Congress.
Sure. The fact is that... I think for our viewers, the interesting point of Rajasthan is others. In fact, at 15%, they are even lower than they've been at times. At times, they've been almost close to 20%. Yeah. Rajasthan is one of the few states where in a two-party state, the two parties last time got both less than 40%. Yeah. So you had the independents getting 20%, and independents have dictated governments. Bhairav Singh Shekhawat, after the Ram Rath Yatra of 1993, had to take the support of independents to form a government. Independents, smaller parties, and some of them are remarkable.
2018,
yeah,
Rajasthan.
But that, he had 99 and he just needed a couple. But independents play a big role in Rajasthan. Most of them are rebels. Yeah. There is the buzz in Rajasthan market ki Vasundhara ke logo. You see what Vasundhara, if these are your numbers, and we'll come to your numbers, Vasundhara Raje will be looking at them carefully and saying, "Yaar, mere aadmi kitne aa rahe hain independent se?"
You know,
and those could make a
am I
difference.
allowed to tell you a small story? Yunus Khan, one of the closest
That's right.
confidants of Vasundhara Raje.
And the only Muslim who was from the BJP was denied a ticket this
was
time.
denied a ticket. In 2018, he was sent to Tonk to fight against Sachin Pilot from his stronghold Didwana. And then he lost. Then he's come back right now. He was denied a ticket and he's fighting as an independent from Didwana, in all probability winning that seat.
Okay,
So,
I just received some snapshots sent to us by a producer who's looking at some of the other channels, and they're also talking about the India Today Access My India numbers. Now, this is pretty unprecedented because typically channels would like to talk, or I hope they would want to talk about their own numbers. Instead, they're talking about the India Today Access My India poll. So why go elsewhere? Just stay here, keep watching. Coming up now on your screen for the first time, the India Today Access My India projection for Rajasthan. 42 versus 41 in terms of votes. This is how it translates into seats. 96 wins for the Congress versus 90 for the BJP, 13 others. Remember, there are 200 total seats, out of which 199 went to polls. You need 101 to form the government. If you take most of those 13s to the BJP, 90 plus 13, they could end up close to 100. If it's 96, Gehlot has the means to be able to pull some of them. Rajdeep, 90 versus 96, is the BJP's 90 more valuable than the Congress's 96? Is Gehlot secure at 96 if he gets this?
This is very similar to 1993. Since then, you've usually had elections, barring last time when the Congress was in the 90 to 100. The Congress usually, when it's won, has won with narrow margins. When the BJP is won, they won big. You see, when I look at the vote share, I think the BJP will be worried with these numbers. If I look at seat share, you could say both have a chance because there are enough rebels of the BJP, there'll be enough rebels of the Congress, there'll be the BSP, there'll be the RLP, there'll be the BTP or the BAP party as it's now called. They'll all be there. There could be even the RLD candidate. The left is
left as well.
So anything could happen. Pratap Singh Khacheriawas is joining us, Cabinet Minister, Food Civil Supplies in the Rajasthan government, now a close aide of Ashok Gehlot, was once seen with the pilot camp. Pratap Singh ji, ये बताइए, ये नंबर के साथ अगर आपको 90 मिलते हैं या 95 मिलते हैं, सरकार किसकी बनती है? Do you agree that at 90-95, game is open for both sides? ये तो हंग असेंबली हम दिखा रहे हैं.
आप बिल्कुल ठीक दिखा रहे हैं. ये यदि ये कंडीशन बनती है तो सरकार हम बनाएंगे, क्योंकि ऐसी कंडीशन में जो लोग इंडिपेंडेंट लड़ रहे हैं, कर रहे हैं, वो उन लोगों से भी हमारी बातचीत है. वो लोग भी अच्छे हैं. यदि वो पोजीशन होती है तो सरकार, राजस्थान की जनता जो हमें मैंडेट दे रही है, बीजेपी को ज्यादा खुश होने की जरूरत नहीं. बीजेपी का झूठ, फरेब और धोखा चला नहीं इतना ज्यादा. हालांकि बीजेपी ने इश्यूज पर चुनाव लड़ाई नहीं. ना तो बीजेपी रोजगार पर लड़ती है, ना मुद्दों पर लड़ती है, ना योजनाओं पर लड़ती है, ना काम की बात करती है, फिजूल की बातें करती है. मैंने लोगों से कहा था कि वोटर को ये पूछना चाहिए कि आप मेरे लिए क्या करेंगे, मेरे घर के लिए क्या करेंगे, मेरे गांव के लिए, मेरे शहर के लिए क्या करेंगे, मेरे स्टेट के लिए क्या करेंगे. बीजेपी कह रही है हिंदू खतरे में है. जब हजारों साल तक हिंदू खतरे में नहीं था,
हमारे पोल के मुताबिक 80 to 100 बीजेपी, तो बीजेपी का हाफ पे पॉइंट आता है 90, आपका 86 to 106, हाफ पे पॉइंट 96. आप समझ लीजिए कि बीजेपी के 7-8 रेबल्स हैं. आप समझ लीजिए कि राजेंद्र गुड्डा जैसे द फेमस रेड डायरी वाला एमएलए जो शिवसेना के टिकट पे लड़ रहा है इस बार, अगर वो जीत जाए तो किसकी सरकार कैसे बनती है? कौन है वो लोग जो आपके साथ आएंगे? आपके कितने रेबल्स हैं? आपके कितने लोग आप समझते हैं जो जीत सकते हैं?
देखिए, अभी जो आंकड़ा है वो आप जो हमें दिखा रहे हैं वो हमारे पक्ष में है, और ये आंकड़ा हमारा बढ़ेगा. और आप मान लेना कि हम 100 क्रॉस करके जाएंगे. यदि हम 100 क्रॉस करके जाते हैं तो सरकार हमारी है. आज आपका जो एग्जिट पोल आया है,
2014 के बाद का राजनीतिक जो इतिहास है वो दिखाता है कि बॉस, अगर आपकी 96 आएंगी, बीजेपी की 90, तो सरकार तो बीजेपी की बननी है.
एक बार मैं बोल लूं?
बोलिए सर.
क्या कह रहे हैं आप?
मैं बोल रहा हूं 2014 के बाद का चुनावी इतिहास ये दिखाता है कि अगर टाइट फाइट है तो उसमें तो बननी बीजेपी की ही सरकार है.
नहीं, वो बीजेपी की सरकार बननी है या कांग्रेस की बननी है, ये तो सुदर्शन चक्र वाला ठाकुर जी तय करेंगे, ऊपर वाला तय करेगा। ये तो आप रम, लेकिन आपका एग्जैक्ट पोल है, उसका मैं सम्मान करता हूं कि उन्होंने जो एग्जैक्ट पोल दिखाया उसमें कांग्रेस आगे है। मैं तो अभी तो एग्जैक्ट पोल पे बात करेंगे, अब सरकार किसकी बनेगी वो तो 3 तारीख को ऊपर वाला तय करेगा, किसके भाग्य में।
मान लीजिए आपकी सरकार बन रही है, किसके नेतृत्व में बनेगी? अशोक गहलोत जी के, सचिन पायलट के?
अब ये नेतृत्व जब सरकार बनेगी और जब हमारा पूरा आंकड़ा आ जाएगा, उसके बाद एमएलएस की राय के बाद राहुल गांधी जी, खड़गे साहब तय करेंगे कि किसकी सरकार बननी है। ये तो लीडरशिप तय करती है कौन चीफ मिनिस्टर होगा, कौन मिनिस्टर होगा। और ये जब तक रिजल्ट पूरे खुलकर नहीं आ जाते,
कितने एमएलए खींच पाएगा, इंडिपेंडेंट
बेईमानी है। देखिए, इंडिपेंडेंट कुछ एमएलए अच्छी पोजीशन पर है और इंडिपेंडेंट एमएलए भी बड़ी मेहनत से चुनाव लड़ते हैं। तो जो आदमी जीतकर आएगा और यदि हमारा आंकड़ा ज्यादा है, सरकार हम बनाने की स्थिति में, तो निश्चित रूप से हमारे साथ आएगा। और ऐसी स्थिति में दोनों पार्टियों की जो लीडरशिप है, आप ध्यान रखते हैं, हम लोग भी ध्यान रख रहे हैं कौन हमारे साथ आ सकता है, कैसे ला सकते हैं, कैसे सरकार बनानी है। यदि 2, 4, 5, 7 सीटें कम रहती है तो क्या पोजीशन रहेगी, वो सब तैयारी हर पार्टी रखती है। हमने भी रखनी है, उन्होंने भी रखनी है। तो ये आप मानकर चलना कि राजस्थान में बीजेपी की पोल खुल गई है। एग्जैक्ट पोल ने जो पूरा माहौल बीजेपी ने बनाया था वो फेल हो गया है।
If these numbers hold, Ashok Gehlot becomes the chief minister of Rajasthan. True. Let's be very clear. You know, this
at least till 24.
You know, if these elections are at least for the next couple of years, if on the other hand BJP is around 90-95, Vasundhara Raje will be smiling wider than ever, because Vasundhara Raje has been telling the BJP high command, make me your face. Look at the woman vote. Very rarely would you see. If Vasundhara Raje was the face, she might have well claimed, I'll get you the woman vote. Now at 90-95, with some of her rebels not getting tickets, she will say, this is exactly what Gehlot did last time, Rahul, that she's the front runner. Make me, I'll bring in the others in, because all your other leaders whom you projected, none of them have been able to deliver a clear majority.
Whose independents and others are these? If it's 90 versus 96, who forms the government?
So 1 to 2 of Congress rebel and 6 to 7 of BJP rebels.
The BJP rebels will come back to the BJP. So that's suddenly BJP at 96-97.
Yes. And
so
that
BJP
is the precisely reason
Congress
why.
98.
So rebels has done more to BJP than the Congress, and this is the precisely reason why you see BJP is trailing Congress.
You think it's the rebels because there were about 45 rebels on both sides.
Yes.
You think the rebels have damaged the BJP more?
Yeah, BJP rebels seems to be doing more good than the Congress ones. Rebels numbers is not important. Important is who is making
more
the dent.
Sir, more bad.
Who is
yes. Good or bad depends on which side of the fence you are.
Your exit poll is out of the 6 or 7 out there on Rajasthan.
It's an outlier.
Yours is an outlier.
Yes.
You are aware of that, obviously.
Yes.
Now, and you must
He's
have
always the outlier.
And you must have seen the other polls right now. Do you still hold your view?
I don't know the other poll. I never see what others are saying.
They are just coming out as we speak.
No, I am saying even before the poll day, I don't know what's going on in the market.
Okay, but 5 or 6 of them are giving like, I think it's like 10 seats more to the BJP over the Congress. They are giving BJP an edge. Some have given clear victory to BJP.
Right. So what's your question?
My question is, you are still sticking to this?
Of course, I have to.
Can I add a caveat? When Pradeep and I saw the numbers, this is the one state where I disagree with his numbers, right? Okay. I actually believe it's advantage BJP. I don't know. I mean, it could be much less than it was 6 months ago, but my sense is I don't agree with the youth numbers. I don't agree that Rajasthan is a state where the BJP has committed that much harakiri that they are down to 80, 86. I still think advantage BJP, but Pradeep and I are disagreeing on that.
Let's get some reactions now to our poll. Sharat Kumar heads our bureau in Rajasthan. He's joining us. We have with us Rakhi Rathod from the BJP, Anshula Vijit from the Congress. Sharat, what's been the reaction and the buzz that you're picking up in Jaipur after the India Today Access My India exact poll numbers went out? This is contrary to initial public assumption, which thought the BJP would win handsomely in Rajasthan. Each time Gehlot's fought a re-election, he's got hammered. This time seems to be different.
राहुल, मैं अभी प्रदेश अध्यक्ष सीपी जोशी के पास बैठा हुआ था और एग्जिट पोल के आंकड़ों के बाद उन्हें बीजेपी के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जेपी नड्डा ने बुला लिया है वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंसिंग से जुड़ने के लिए। तो बीजेपी में एक बेचैनी तो हुई है, मगर देखिए जिस तरह से बीजेपी चुनाव लड़ी है, इतना गंदा चुनाव लड़ता हुआ कभी भी बीजेपी को नहीं देखा। कि जहां पर न कोई मुद्दा था, न कोई नेता था, माइनस बीजेपी प्लस मोदी। एक मोदी के अलावा कहीं बीजेपी कहीं नहीं दिखाई दे रही थी। तो इस तरह से अगर आते हैं रिजल्ट तो कोई चौंकाने वाली बात नहीं होगी। और कांग्रेस बेहतर तरीके से पहली बार लड़ती हुई दिखाई दे रही थी। हालांकि देखिए, एग्जिट पोल 2013 का हो या 18 का हो, चाहे इंडिया टुडे का हो, आज तक का हो, अशोक गहलोत को हमेशा से एज देता रहा है। पिछली बार भी 130 सीटें दिए थे, हम 99 पर अटक गए। जब हारे भी थे, ये 21 सीटें आई थी तो हमने इन्हें 60 सीटें दी थी। तो एग्जिट पोल के तो लाडले अशोक गहलोत रहे हैं हमारे यहां भी और बाकी जगह, हर जगह। मगर थोड़ा सा रियलिटी फर्क पड़ता है, जो हमने 2013 और 18 के आंकड़ों का अध्ययन किया एग्जिट पोल का। तो लेकिन ये जरूर है कि इस बार मैंने जो ग्राउंड पर देखा, खासकर से दलित समुदाय, एससी वर्ग का और मुस्लिम का और माली का, गुजरों ने जो नाराजगी जताई सचिन पायलट के लिए, मालियों ने भरपाई कर दी। और आपको हम लोग जिक्र नहीं करते मालियों का, गुजर और मालियों में कोई जनसंख्या में ज्यादा फर्क नहीं है। और पहली बार मुख्यमंत्री अशोक गहलोत अपने करियर में बार बार कहते नजर आए, मैं माली हूं, मैं माली हूं। तो वही जगा रहे थे कि वो गुजर अगर उधर दे रहे हैं बीजेपी को, तो मालियों मेरा ध्यान रखना। तो मुझे लगा कि ये माली, मीणा, दलित, मुसलमान, मीणा में थोड़ा सा बट गया है। ये 3M जो है ना, माली, मुसलमान और ये मीणा, ये बहुत ज्यादा वोट दिए हैं। और एससी को तो मैं आज सुबह भी जब दफ्तर आ रहा था तो कई जगह हमने गाड़ी रोककर कौतूहल बस पूछा मजदूरों से, तो अलग अलग इलाकों से आए थे। वो कह रहे थे कांग्रेस को हम वोट देकर आए हैं। जिस तरह से मोदी के समर्थक को पता नहीं है कि क्यों देकर आए हैं, उसी तरह से इन्हें बहुत ज्यादा बेनिफिट तो नहीं मिला, मगर ये कांग्रेस को देकर आए। एक परसेप्शन बनाने में कांग्रेस राजस्थान में कामयाब हुई है कि प्रो पुअर पार्टी है। और गरीबों के, दलितों का लौटना एक तरह से मुझे लगता है 2024 के लिए भी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के लिए एक बड़ा खतरा है कि अगर ये वोट बैंक वाकई शिफ्ट करता है कांग्रेस की तरफ तो। जी
नहीं, ये बहुत बड़ी बात है, बिकॉज आई थिंक द पॉइंट दैट शरद मेड इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, द बीजेपी's inability to seize the narrative in Rajasthan. While I still believe that the BJP could well end up ahead, they were not able to find puncture holes in Gehlot. You see, Gehlot is a very strange kind of politician. उससे आप ज्यादा गुस्सा नहीं कर सकते. You know, he's a relatively benign, low-profile guy. कभी अपनी आवाज ऊपर नहीं करता. When he called Sachin Pilot Gaddar, we were all surprised. This is the furthest this man could go to attack a political rival. He's the old school नेता. सबको पप्पी बिप्पी लेके अपनी राजनीति आगे करवाओ. That is Ashok Gehlot. Therefore, the BJP struggled. Rakhi Rathod of the spokesperson Rajasthan BJP. ये नंबर थोड़े चौंकाने वाले हैं कि नहीं, कि ये जो रिवाज था आपके राजस्थान का, that could be changing. अशोक गहलोत आपके हमारे पोल में आगे नजर आ रहे हैं.
I think, Rajdeep, these numbers would be shocking for you because that it happened in 2013 and 2018 also, as Sharad Kumarji was mentioning, that you gave around 110 seats to BJP in 2013, but the exact count was 163. And same thing happened in 2018 as well. You gave 130 to Congress in 2018, but they landed to 99 only. Look, what Mukhyamantri ji is not Mukhyamantri for the first time in Rajasthan. He has governed Rajasthan twice as well. And after his chief ministership, the Congress party has landed to 56 in 2003. And in 2013, it was just 21. So there is a big problem of governance. There's a big problem of delivery.
But he's breaking history. History is meant to be broken, ma'am. History, he seems to be, as per Pradeep's poll, he's breaking history. And even among women, 4% lead among women. Maybe those welfare schemes have worked.
As you stated earlier, I don't agree with this fact that women have voted for Congress party because, you know, women's security and safety atrocities, these are the basic issues in Rajasthan. We have seen an NCRB report as well, #1 in rape cases. So I don't agree with that. As far as young voters and women voters are concerned, I think they will definitely vote for BJP because of the paper stamps here, and, you know, the Congress party leaders were involved in these paper
the issues of youth, the issues of women, do you reckon came too late in the day in the campaign, in the dying hours of the campaign? You released your manifesto just 4 days before polling, where you talked about women, security, law and order. Most of your campaign, at least 2 weeks, was a highly polarized campaign where you talked about ढांचा गिराना है, where you talked about मुसलमान का वोट नहीं चाहिए. Do you think the polarization didn't really catch on?
Actually, Priya, there were many issues, in fact, and one of the issues was appeasement politics. You know, ढांचा गिराना, as you mentioned, it is a very big problem.
I'm quoting speeches made in rallies I attended.
Yeah, actually, there were many issues. In fact, we raised the issue of women's security from last 5 years. We have seen we were on roads, in fact, and we have protested that because Rajasthan was a state like which didn't have that kind of history that women NCRB cases and rape
No, but
cases
can I
are
ask
not
this to
so frequent.
Preeti since she traveled there? Ma'am, Preeti, this women's security. In studios, it's a big issue. NCRB data is put before us. Rajasthan has had a terrible record as per those data when it comes to crimes against women. When I went, I didn't see women as much worried about security as about health and education, where Mr. Gehlot seems to fare rather well. Did you believe women's security is a big issue? Was it a big issue? Did the BJP catch on to the wrong issue in Rajasthan?
I think because
if these numbers are right,
the core voter of Rajasthan is largely rural. So security, law and order is not so big in the rural belt where women are concerned, but tangible benefits, ke itna paisa aa raha hai, free mobile phone mil raha hai, Chiranjeevi scheme mil rahi hai, these are, they resonate better.
Annapurna food packets.
Annapurna, I agree.
That's a good point.
Mahungai Rahat camp, electricity, water, pension, so many schemes delivered on the ground.
In urban areas, definitely. Urban areas, there were sabhas of the BJP where the bulldozer was there and people were resonating in urban areas.
Can I just put that? That's the interesting point, Chetan. You write newspaper columns. A lot of talk was about the tragic killing of Kanhaiya Lal in Udaipur last year by Muslim extremists. The Prime Minister goes to Udaipur and says if Gehlot comes back, terrorism will return. As the survey is showing, people seem more concerned about health, education, electricity, old pension scheme, which could it could drain the exchequer, but government employees seem to want it. Do you believe that politicians need to recognize that polarization perhaps has limits at times?
It has limits.
Especially in rural India.
Yeah, and I think people want better basics. I think that better basic schemes which totally change the game on medical care, totally change the game on education, those people ask what's in it for me right now.
But we keep talking about Hindu-Muslim in studios. Yeah. And we keep talking about, how, every election becomes about what do you have to say about terror. Are we also disconnected with what voters really want?
It's not largely wrong. Why we say that is look at our own data. You have Baba Balaknath as the top choice for the BJP. Who's
correct.
Baba Balaknath? He's the poster boy of the next
there is some change.
No, but the BJP couldn't be losing this election if polarization is not taking place.
It hasn't worked enough.
BJP is losing because of, they have not highlighted local issues. They have not had, local leadership in all three states.
It's an issue, but it's not as strong as it used to be 5 years back. And that, if I were the BJP, I would have a meeting and think about that. We have a Lok Sabha election in 5 months, and the polarization, if that is a poll plank, is blunted a little bit. It's not gone to nothing.
Rahul, is it different for a state election and a general election? That in a state election, the local factors will dominate, let's say, an issue like the polarization on a Kanhaiya Lal's murder?
See, I don't think any one issue or factor can change or completely change the election outcome, right? It's a bouquet of things. Sometimes if you have a strong leader, charismatic leader, organization is working, perhaps you can also gain with a polarizing election. But if other things are not working, then polarization alone can't win you election.
Interesting, because Rakhi Rathod, you want a quick response to that? If you lose, and it's a big if, most other polls are giving you a majority, but if you lose, would it be because you didn't focus on local factors in the way that Mr. Gehlot did?
Rajdeep, I don't agree with you because we also conducted this internal survey in Rajasthan, and according to our internal survey, we are winning here comfortably because there was a difference of just 0.5% votes in last elections, and we will definitely overcome that difference this time. And there's no question, there's no ifs and buts because according to our internal survey in Rajasthan, we are very much comfortable. So I don't agree with these kind of things.
Congress
and I
is
think
with us. If Chhattisgarh goes the way that Pradeep Gupta is predicting, Congress also has the edge in Rajasthan, then Anshul and his team would be dancing with Rajdeep and Pradeep on Sunday. The problem though, Anshul, could possibly be that at 96, above 100, to be certain that the government is indeed yours in a close fight, like we saw in Madhya Pradesh last time, the Congress can never rest easy.
Rahul, I'm far more optimistic than these numbers suggest, although these numbers have brought me to my edge. In Chhattisgarh, other pollsters have been far more generous. So, I'm pretty optimistic here. I'm pretty certain that this kind of historical ambivalence we've seen, this revolving door government thing, whatever you call it, will be completely shattered this time. And there's a particular reason for that. That's because the BJP had completely no answer. That is why they got in all these polarizing issues. They got in, for God's sake, Pakistan in this entire election. It had no resonance on the ground. I was there in Kota, in Hadoti, where you've been less generous to the Congress party. But I was there. It had absolutely no resonance on the ground. They tried to throw this communal kitchen sink at this election. They were unsuccessful. And that is primarily because of these enormous policies of the government. This Chiranjeevi scheme is absolutely unprecedented. It's an incredible scheme of 25 lakh rupees, 2,000 crores have already been given. There have been 64 lakh claimants. There have been 1,500 procedures in this. There is Annapurna, there is mobile, there is gas cylinder. And this is not just a weapon for the
How are you going to
balance?
Anshul, Abhijit, you know your numbers. All these, this is of course for the future. With your old pension scheme, with all these welfare schemes, where are you going to balance your budget? You're going to become a bankrupt state soon.
Excellent question. This is an outstanding question. It must be addressed. I'll tell you what it is. Because Rajasthan had a state GDP of 16%. How do you get money? I mean, this is a question that's all. The answer is very simple. The BJP's tactic of filling their tijori is taking money from the poor and then trying to give it back to them as if they're doing a favor. The only way to get money for welfare without taking from the poor is to increase your GDP, which the BJP hasn't never done.
Does that mean going back to the old pension scheme which your own government, your own UPA government had rejected and brought in the new pension scheme? You're going to drain your money. How is that welfare? Giving government employees old pension scheme is welfare for you?
No. Okay. We have decided to follow what people wanted. We leave it to the state governments in all states to decide if they want an OPS. They listen to the ground, whatever people want. If they want this kind of social security in their pension scheme, we'll give it to them. How are we going to raise money for that?
Anshul, Abhijit, may I ask you one question?
Government also has to
hand on your heart, how surprised are you with these numbers?
It is by
because
raising your
every
state
time
GDP.
I
We've
spoke
done it
to
in
the
Rajasthan. Sorry.
Anshul, Abhijit, hand on your heart, how surprised are you with these numbers yourself? Because every time I spoke to the local Congress unit in Rajasthan, you were totally disillusioned. Most of the top leadership there campaigning would say, "Chunav haath se nikalta ja raha hai."
No. I mean, there were historical challenges to be overcome. I'm pretty certain that the schemes actually work because these schemes had resonance. And no election is easy. I never claimed that any election is easy and can be won. It's in your pocket. But it had to be won. Trust of the people had to be earned. I believe that we've done it. In fact, these numbers will show a little far more than what you suggest out here. Chhattisgarh will be far more than what is suggested in the polls, with all respect to all, which is, all the numbers have been given.
What we want to do is,
Rahul,
there is reasons for that.
They'll all believe they're winning 2/3. The truth is, the only people who are laughing at the moment, a friend of mine has a small resort near Jaipur. He's saying, मेरा भी resort के बारे में बता देना, किसी को वहाँ यहाँ आना, आ जाए, मैं 50% discount दे दूँगा, even though it's high season.
Oh, I thought he's inviting you after the 3rd of December. No such thing.
देखो, the fact is, these numbers present the classic resort situation. There'll be good resorts waiting in Rajasthan for giving you discounted rates.
Padharo Mare Desh is going to happen.
Padharo Mare Desh, yes, exactly. Padharo Mare Resort.
So I want to take our viewers through the caste-wise numbers because that will give you a sense of how different communities and castes in Rajasthan are likely to have voted. And this is priceless data because at 42, 41 can vary. But this directionally is very significant data. So let me take you through how the Dalits have voted. 18% Dalit population, 57% of the Dalits polled by Pradeep Gupta's team said they voted for the Congress, 26% voted for the BJP. Amongst the tribals, 15% of Rajasthan's population is the tribal population. 51% of the tribals said they voted for the Congress versus 29% for the BJP. That's a very strong Dalit, tribal and Muslim consolidation like we saw in Chhattisgarh. Dalit, tribal, Muslim consolidation in favor of the Congress. On the other hand, amongst the general categories, 20% of the state general category voters, 62% of them voting for the BJP versus 22% voting for the Congress. Let's take you through some of the other communities. We look at the Jat voters of Rajasthan, 36% voting for the Congress, 42% voting for the BJP. So BJP 6% up amongst the Jat voters. Amongst the Gujar voters of Rajasthan, 4% of the state, Gujars, 43% for the BJP, 39% for the Congress, so 4% lead amongst the OBCs. 55% voting for the BJP, 29% voting for the Congress, amongst the others 53 for the BJP versus 30 for the others. Now in 2 states we've seen Dalit, tribal and Muslim consolidation.
Yes.
Because the BJP thought they'd pull the tribal, I was speaking to some senior BJP leaders, they thought they'd get much more of the tribal vote than they've actually got.
That's true, Rahul, because Dalit anyway, they've been traditionally voting more in favor of Congress, but tribals is someone, they never ever aligned with any political party, any part of the India. That is the true story. And whoever take care of them, they always go with that particular party. This is the true story, and it is very difficult to reach out to them, even for the government, for the governance, to reach out to them and do the tricks. It's very difficult.
I slightly disagree. Between 2014 and 19, you'll see election after election, BJP did very well in tribal areas.
Of course, I'm saying
the rise of
That's
the BJP,
what I'm saying.
It's post-2019, and we saw it with Jharkhand. For example, state election in Jharkhand, it was the Congress JMM that did very well. Look at Karnataka. Karnataka, SC, ST, the Congress swept those seats. I think a shift is taking place in general to some extent among those who are poorer and more marginalized.
I said Dalit is traditionally voting, not the tribal. Tribal never aligned. They see the government of the day.
My point is between 2014 and 19, both tribals and Dalits started moving towards the BJP.
That's true.
From 2019 and especially in the last couple of years, where I think loss of jobs, unorganized labor has meant that those at the bottom of the pyramid have suffered.
But that's in the case of assembly elections, not necessarily general.
We don't know. We don't know about general elections. We'll know in 24. At the moment, assembly elections, we are seeing certainly a shift.
But Rahul, what about the elevation of Draupadi Murmu as President of India, which was seen as a big kind of magnet?
That's what we are making a mistake. We are thinking all state tribals vote in one direction. If you look at Chhattisgarh, it's advantage BJP. If you look at Rajasthan, it's advantage Congress.
Prime Minister goes and that Birsa Munda anniversary, and he makes a strong pitch for a tribal vote. So it's not they are targeting the tribal votes of Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, and Chhattisgarh.
Okay.
Could we have an income breakup? Because I think the income breakup will tell you the poorer. We certainly saw it in Karnataka. The poorer you were in Karnataka, the more likely you were to vote for the Congress.
Yes.
I'm not sure that's true of every state. But certainly in the recent elections, there's been a trend that the more marginalized communities seem to be looking to the back to the Congress, to its what was seen as its traditional coalition. These were all traditional Congress old voters.
So are you saying Mr. Modi's focus is not working?
No, my point is making a Draupadi Murmu is not going to win you the Adivasi vote. You're going to have to see what work have you done. Why is the Congress losing in some parts of the tribal areas? You made various promises for Tendu lead picking, for example.
Rajdeep, poor income-wise breakup.
No, so let's show that to our viewers, the income-wise breakup. And again here, the trend's very different. So the data from Rajasthan suggests the poorer voters have voted much more for the Congress. The richer voters have voted much more for the BJP. There are more poor than there are rich, and that tells its own story. So here it is on your screen now. For those whose incomes were less than 10,000 rupees, which is 41% of the total sample, 40% voted BJP, 44% voted Congress. There's a 4% gap there. For those whose income was between 10 and 20,000 rupees, 41% voted Congress, 42% voted BJP, 43% of the total sample is in this category, 10 to 20,000 rupees income. For those whose income was between 20 and 30,000, 43% voted BJP, 39% voted Congress. This is 11% of the sample. And those who were 30% plus, 46% voted BJP, 38% voted Congress. Those above 30,000 are 5% of the sample. Remember, because this is where the bulk of the population lies, and there the Congress is doing better, which is why the Congress has the slight edge. But Rajasthan really...
If you're in India, you don't want to be the party where the rich people votes for you. You'd rather be on the
especially in a state like Rajasthan.
And this is showing a trend, Rahul. We captured it to some extent in Himachal. We've captured it now in Karnataka, and you're seeing it now in Rajasthan. It may not necessarily translate into a general election, but if there was one worry that the BJP should have, it is simply that the poorer parts of the country are hurting. The poorer parts of the country
in
are
an assembly
hurting.
context.
In an assembly context, now we
You
don't
see,
know. We don't know whether
something is, Mr. Rajdeep sir, say something is not adding up. If Prime Minister is consistently, feeding 81 crore people, okay, for last so many years and another extension for 5 years, why is it not reflecting? Then where does this whole welfareism goes? And about this
we don't know.
Can I make 2 points?
Yes. Yeah, please go ahead.
First, I think BJP, in comparison to the past, is making gains among the poorer segments. Like even in Rajasthan, there is a 3% swing in favor of the BJP. But I think the gap last time was big enough that they are not able to fill.
But may I just add?
Second,
Sorry,
one more point, which is I think perhaps it would be better, like when we, Pradeep ji at some point can do this thing for us, where break this like poorer segment, because a bulk of poorer segment, 41% is very, very large. Right, and if we can break that, then perhaps we'll get a better sense of what might be happening.
No, we can
and
do
in
that.
The 2 states is going in
No,
different.
I'll give you an example. In Rajasthan, why did the Mehengai Rahat camps have to come up? 6-9 months ago, inflation was hurting people. People were paying a large amount for gas cylinders. You had to bring your gas cylinders down to 500 rupees. You had to ensure that people could get food grain at much cheaper prices. Now you're saying the Prime Minister is doing it with it. Sure he is. And he may well get rewarded for it in the general election. But in a state election where my Chief Minister is providing me a Mehengai Rahat camp or giving me a sense, you see, you're giving a sense of care and compassion. Compassion is an important word. Ashok Gehlot, for all his other problems that he has with corruption, failure to act against his MLAs on corruption, he's not seen as a non-compassionate leader. Ask people how he performed during COVID. They said, "Nahi sir, sarkar ne hamare liye kuch kiya."
Rajdeep,
that is the difference.
May I just add one small thing? I think, you can't conflate both 24 with what is going on right now, because when you speak to the people on ground, kid you not, the Prime Minister is widely popular still. So when you talk about Modi per se, they're very clear. They've made a distinction in their mind that this is a state election and what's going to happen in 2024 is an entirely different game. And they tell you, the same voter who might be voting Congress in Rajasthan in this election tells me in the same breath that 24 mein Modi hai.
Yes, but that raises a
But
question.
are they going to win 25 out of 25?
No.
Because that's what they need to. Otherwise, you guys will sow -5. If they lose 5 seats.
But why?
We don't know. We don't know.
Yeah.
He could.
So,
He could well. Mr. Modi, this is another factor of Indian politics. State elections, people say, "Nahi, hum apne MLA, apne Chief Minister par vote de rahe." Moment you say general election, "Nahi, Modi ji hai." So that answers what Rashid says. I'm willing to reward a Prime Minister who I believe has been helping me out in tough times with providing me free ration. I'm also willing to reward a Chief Minister who's providing me a Mehengai Rahat camp, is ensuring that I get my gas cylinder at 500 rupees.
Rajdeep, if it is so obvious, then why the BJP, in spite of having established state leadership in, like Vasundhara Raje Scindia, Raman Singh, Shivraj Singh Chauhan, did not project them as Chief Minister?
That's another debate which we will have. It's an interesting debate to have, which will also tell you how the centralized high command structure works. Various surveys that they did showed element of anti-incumbency against these old figures. But all of this leads us to our most interesting case state coming up soon.
No, because we have Telangana left, there's Mizoram and there's Madhya Pradesh. And remember, there is some electoral history here, because a lot of the states like Kerala, like Uttarakhand, like Punjab, had typically the trend of voting out incumbent governments. That changed in Kerala, that changed in Uttarakhand, that changed in Punjab as well.
At some point.
So will that change in Rajasthan? If Ashok Gehlot is somehow able to keep the Congress's nose in front, it would be historic. He's typically ended up leaving the Congress in tatters at the end of his chief ministership. If this time is different.
Will it be worrisome for 10 Janpath? Because after all, they didn't quite endorse Ashok Gehlot if Congress wins.
No, he's dancing on the heads already and he'll be dancing on the heads.
कुछ worrisome नहीं होता है जब आप state जीतते हैं, वो state से आप खुश होते हैं. The Congress party today is in a state where they need as many states as they can get in the kitty. कौन सा state उनका ATM होगा, ये important है उनके लिए. Let's be very honest.
No, but here's somebody who flexed his muscles against the leadership, got away with it. If despite that he's able to win.
Oh, it's a great...
when they return as Chief Minister.
If Ashok Gehlot crosses 100, if the Congress, not Ashok Gehlot, Congress crosses 100, Ashok Gehlot becomes even more sort of dominant within the relationship between 10 Janpath and him. And let me tell you one thing, he is very happy in Jaipur. Usko Delhi आना ही नहीं है. You see, there are some state leaders who are, this is their comfort zone. वो कहाँ पड़ेगा दिल्ली में?
दिल्ली वालों को प्रॉब्लम है उससे.
नहीं, दिल्ली वालों को है, but can the Delhi walas win the election? They have to win an election in April, May. Can they win it? Ashok Gehlot, if he wins this election as per our survey, has shown that he can break Rajasthan's 30-year cycle. It's huge, if it is true.
You know, we want to limit our punditry just to the extent that this is a post-poll study. And the margin really is 42 plays 41.
That's right, it's very close.
This punditry could then be twisted on different ends of the spectrum depending on what ultimately happens. So we'll keep some of the definitive punditry till Sunday. From Rajasthan, let's now move to the neighboring state of Madhya Pradesh. Unless you want to go to Mizoram or...
No, I think Madhya Pradesh is the state I've been waiting for a long time, because this is a, it kept us awake till midnight 5 years ago. And I'm just wondering whether Madhya Pradesh will be that cliffhanger, or will one side
that's when the election intelligence dashboard really became famous. Because we had the margin calculator, I remember. And
yeah, that's right.
Even people who I don't want to name because we're on national TV, but who are very senior across the parties, were saying, calculator mein dikhao kya ho raha hai? Because they also wanted to see in real time at that moment how many seats were being won and lost by the wafer thin majorities, like really, really thin numbers. Okay, so Rajasthan, before we start, I want to take you through the methodology. We've polled in all the 230 assembly constituencies of Madhya Pradesh. The total sample size is a very robust 47,506. So I want to come to the first question that we are taking, and this is to do with why did you vote the way you did? And this is a very important question because it gives you a sense of why people are choosing to go in a particular direction. So here it is on your screen right now, why people voted the way they voted. So 15% saying they voted because they're loyal voters of some party, 24% saying they voted because of government schemes, and because of Prime Minister Modi is 4% of the overall number. So that's a big number there. Who do people want as the next Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh? Do they want Gehlot? Do they want Shivraj Singh Chauhan, Jyotiraditya Scindia, Kamal Nath? Who do they want? Here it is. At this moment, the numbers for the preferred Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh. 36% of the respondents in the India Today Access My India data say they want Shivraj Singh Chauhan as the next Chief Minister. Remember, he's been Chief Minister for almost 18 years. 36% still want him as Chief Minister. Kamal Nath, who's fighting harder than he has for the large part of his political career, 30% of the respondents saying they want Kamal Nath as the Chief Minister, 10% saying anybody else from the Congress. Jyotiraditya Scindia came in at 3, any candidate from the BJP at 8, Digvijay Singh at 1. But it's unfair to the others because they weren't really projected. This was a battle, Kamal Nath versus Jyotiraditya Scindia, that's 36 versus 30. So that's the first set of data on your screen right now. Shivraj Singh Chauhan, Rajdeep, still the preferred choice for the position of next Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh.
Quite remarkable because he's been in politics for 20 years. This could be his, 5th term as Chief Minister, elected 4 times, once of course in the middle of a term. But it'll be remarkable if he's able to do this. I don't think any other, I'm trying to think who's the other, from North India, whether anyone from the Hindi heartland has won so many elections in a row. Nitish Kumar is someone who might come close to that. These are two leaders who've been there for 2 decades. And there's a similarity between him and Shivraj Singh and Ashok Gehlot. Nobody gets angry with them. You may be tired with them, but you don't get angry with Shivraj ji. I call them both the Amol Palekars of Indian politics. देखो अमिताभ बच्चन का भी इरा होता है, अमोल पालेकर का भी जमाना होता है.
One more similarity.
Very, very genial people.
Yeah.
He'll be nice to you. आपको भी पेड़ा देगा, अपने rival को भी देगा. In fact, that's been the accusation that he's never really taken on his opponents. Similarly with Mr. Gehlot, and therefore, and dare I say it, sometimes women prefer the softer, gentler politician. I'm saying something that might get me into trouble one day, but women prefer softer, Mr. Modi may be different, the machismo of Mr. Modi. But the softer, gentler...
You're saying he's not soft and gentle?
No. These two politicians, Shivraj Singh ji and Ashok Gehlot, I found on my travels...
what I really like is the mansplaining while I'm sitting here on what women really want.
हमने तो कुछ बोला ही नहीं.
What women, he's telling me what women really want.
Can I just add? I traveled through Madhya Pradesh, and whenever you spoke to women,
No, I'm kidding. Yeah.
they never had a negative word to say about Mr. Shivraj Singh Chauhan. When you travel through Rajasthan, you don't hear women having a negative word to say about Ashok Gehlot. I keep maintaining, Mahila
So
voter
let
jo hai-
Preeti tell us what women really want.
Please do.
What
You
do
agree
women
that
really
Ashok-
want?
No, what I loved was that I'm sitting right next to Rajdeep, and Rajdeep is turning around and saying, women want a softer gentleman. That's...
No, someone whom
Not
they
all
feel
women.
is compassionate in difficult times. I maintain last 5 years have been very tough for most Indians, especially at
Now
the bottom
she
of the
interrupted you, but she's not telling us what women
But you're
want.
not saying
No,
about
women
another
want a Madhya
similarity
Pradesh?
between
Okay, I
Shivraj
think
Singh Chauhan
women...
and Ashok Gehlot.
No, I've been asked of what women want in Madhya Pradesh. I'll be very clear. Women want the Ladli Behna scheme. I went into Madhya Pradesh thinking with what most pollsters predicted was a BJP edge and what I saw was a Congress edge. And what I saw was this affinity of women where they didn't know Shivraj, they did not know Modi, but what they knew was pool, and they knew 1250 rupiah, which was coming on the 10th of every month in their bank accounts.
Okay.
So that's what I thought.
Let's now go region by region across Madhya Pradesh, and I want to take you through what the seat share and vote share numbers are looking like. So we will start with Bhopal. In the 20 seats of Bhopal, which includes the city of Bhopal, Raisen, Sihor and Vidisha, which is where Sushma Swaraj used to come from, 12 leads for the BJP, 8 for the Congress, 51% vote share for the BJP versus 42. This is where the Congress and Kamal Nath think people are bored, they want change, that people are fed up with Shivraj Singh Chauhan. Well, at least in the first region for which we have put out numbers, that doesn't seem to be the case.
Rahul, this is a traditional BJP dominated area. So, there are seats that the BJP hasn't lost here in 4 consecutive elections. So, Madhya Bharat, Bhopal is BJP country.
But this time they are losing 2 seats compared.
And in fact, they're losing 2 seats compared to last time, but they're still, this is a dominant region. So, actually, these numbers would say some worry for the BJP if you look at these numbers.
Okay, let's now come to the second region. So the first region, quite clearly for the BJP, 12 versus 8. I want to come to Nimar now. There are 18 seats in Nimar. The BJP had won 6 of them last time. The Congress had won 10. So let's take you through what's happening in Nimar. 12 for the BJP, 6 for the Congress. The BJP is up 6. The Congress is down 4. A 3% gap in vote share in Nimar. Remember, in the last assembly elections, different regions in Madhya Pradesh had voted differently, and therefore it seemed like there were 6 separate elections happening. In the first 2 regions, we've seen the BJP.
Rahul, here this is bad news for the Congress because this is a large tribal belt. Congress did very well there, but remember this also includes Khargone, where there was communal disturbance, where there was a bulldozer Raj used. But tribal belt, Congress losing in this region is bad news for the Congress. They would expect to pick up seats in Nimar.
Okay.
And it's also the area of Kishore Kumar. So it's a particularly favorite area.
To make a point.
Yeah, obviously,
You are troubled by...
that means there is no farmers' unrest, and Rajdeep said, there were a lot of communal polarization that had taken place in this region, and BJP seems to be benefiting from it.
Rahul, your initial thoughts on the numbers?
I agree with Rajdeep. I think if in this region BJP is making gains, then Congress should be a little worried.
Okay, so Congress should start to get a little worried about the first set of numbers that we put out. Let's now go across to Bundelkhand. In the 26 seats of Bundelkhand, remember Bundelkhand, the BJP had done very well last time. So they're hoping to do well in Bundelkhand again. Let's take you through what's happening in Bundelkhand. In Bundelkhand, on these 26 seats, the BJP, which had 14 the last time, is up now at 18. The Congress, which was at 10, is down to 8. And there's a 5% gap in vote share between the BJP and the Congress, 45 versus 40. The BJP off to a rocking start in Madhya Pradesh. Their first 3 regions doing smashingly well for them.
And Rahul, that 8% is critical. Remember, Samajwadi Party has a presence here. They wanted an alliance. Kamal Nath said, no, I'm not going in for an alliance. Many of these smaller parties in Bundelkhand were ready to tie up with the Congress. There is a UP effect, border to UP. So I'm not surprised with the numbers.
6 of the seats in Bundelkhand last time around, the Samajwadi Party had polled more than the winning margin. So one can well imagine if they had tied up with the Samajwadi Party, what could it have meant for the Congress?
Bad news for the Congress again.
I now want to come to the most significant region politically, which is the Gwalior-Chambal belt, which is where Jyotiraditya Scindia comes from. This is where there was a massive rebellion in the Congress ranks, and Jyotiraditya Scindia and 22 MLAs switched over and joined the BJP. In this area, we want to take you through whether the BJP is doing well or not. Remember, the conventional political punditry said the Congress was doing very well in Chambal. The India Today, Access My India numbers show that doesn't seem to be the case. Jyotiraditya Scindia would be delighted when he sees the BJP at 19, which is up 12 from the last time. The Congress at 14, it is 12 down from the last time. A 3% gap between the BJP and the Congress. Rashid Kidwai, you come from Bhopal. It seems to be turning on the track of Bhopal. This ball seems to be going away from the Congress quite badly. Even in Gwalior Chambal, where the Congress was convinced that infighting, factionalism, rebels, they'll kill the BJP sitting at 19 seats.
Precisely. I think this is a very significant and a turning point. If this happens, then there is no hope for the Congress in Madhya Pradesh.
I'll tell you here, Rahul, what happened last time. You had Jyotiraditya Scindia part of the Congress. So 26 out of 34, remember, included a lot of Scindia supporters. It was a united Congress in Gwalior Chambal. Now what happens? Jyotiraditya Scindia leaves. He leaves with his supporters. Kamal Nath, Digvijay Singh claim Jyotiraditya is a Gaddar. But the truth of the matter is BJP very quickly realizes they're in trouble here. They bring in Narendra Tomar. They bring in all the heavyweights here. They say, look, it can't just be Jyotiraditya Scindia. Let's get MPs in. Let's get union ministers in. Let's create a mahal in this area. If these numbers are right, I think it's almost game, set and match for the BJP, because these are the parts that the Congress needs to win.
But the question
and you
of
travel
allegiance,
through these parts.
But the question of allegiance was already answered, Rajdeep, after the defection in the by-elections. It was very clear that the BJP came back.
Yeah,
so
but a by-election you would have thought, you're right, but a by-election is often different to an assembly election. In a by-election, usually the party in power tends to win. When you are fighting an assembly election, this is the real test. Is Jyotiraditya Scindia and his supporters Gaddars? Or are there people who have a connect with the masses?
Jyotiraditya Scindia at some very late sabha that he was addressing. It must have been about like close to 1 a.m. I remember. He couldn't speak. But a body language of a leader tells you so much. He came back from that stage and he spoke to us despite of not being able to construct a sentence because his voice was so bad. You could see on his face that he knew that they were doing well in that area.
He has never worked harder than this. This is the one difference. BJP ने बहुत काम करवाया है ज्योतिरादित्य सिंधिया से last 6. If these numbers are right, not just Scindia, Narendra Singh Tomar in his bastion.
Who might be in trouble? I feel who might be in trouble.
If these numbers are there, my sense is the BJP has been able to lift a lot of
But the Congress doing well comes from the Bhind Morena area, where from Morena is Mr. Tomar from the seat of Dimani.
Remember, for a long
but
time...
the OBCs seem to be... If these numbers are right, OBCs are moving away from the Congress in Madhya Pradesh. Without OBC support, you cannot win Madhya Pradesh. And in Gwalior, Chambal, if the OBCs start drifting away from you, you're in trouble.
For a long time in the campaign, the BJP knew that they were behind. And suddenly, one fine day, I started getting very excited calls from very senior leaders in the BJP who said, we've turned it around. Bas ho gaya, Madhya Pradesh is through. They were fully confident because they realized that they were able to beat anti-incumbency and pull this election around. This happened literally weeks before polling. It didn't happen, say, months before polling. Just days before polling, they were able to get the momentum going for themselves in Madhya Pradesh.
And
this
also,
would be an epic botch-up by the Congress if after so many terms of Shivraj Singh Chauhan being in power, 18 years, they're still able to lose and the BJP is able to win.
And who was the man they sent into, who was the general they sent into Madhya Pradesh? The Home Minister. This entire Madhya, you see, Amit Shah has had some wins, some losses. He's not some magician, Chanakya, who wins every election. He lost Bengal to Mamta. But here he went in. I know some of the people that he used, they were told to do micromanagement right down to the level. And you're right. I think the Congress after Karnataka thought that they were in the 40th over and they were cruising. That the last 10 overs to jeetna hi hai, Karnataka jeet gaya hai, usi momentum mein chal do. And Kamal Nath made a few announcements, especially on for women, 1,500 rupees. The BJP responded. And the BJP responded quickly enough. Ladli Behna started being, pushed in from March itself.
The X factor of this election.
But the truth of the matter is, I think if these numbers are right, It is Congress in the 40th over taking an election for granted and suddenly realizing Amit Shah aa gaya as your death bowler for the BJP.
No, and Congress strategists also who worked with Rahul Gandhi were getting increasingly frustrated with Kamal Nath saying he's not listening, he's doing his own thing, he's making mistakes, he thinks he knows it all, he's not listening to what the data is saying, he's not listening to what the surveys are saying. So there's growing frustration even within the Congress that they didn't seem to think that they were doing the right things, making the right moves.
Actually, Mr. Nath's whole strategy was ये election जनता और भाजपा के बीच में है. So the people will throw them out, and it seems it's not happening.
Okay. And sadly, so you didn't see it on ground. Kamal Nath might be the king of Chhindwara, and he is when you go to his own constituency. But outside that,
Preeti, but there was a lot of fatigue factor was there. Fatigue was a real thing. अब हम मतलब उदासीन हो गए, मतलब बहुत time.
But Mr. Kidwai, Kamal Nath doesn't seem to sadly have that kind of charisma of even a Shivraj of the long time that he's been there. He just doesn't inspire. Yeah, he just doesn't inspire that kind of confidence.
It's the only state where BJP had a face. Rajasthan they didn't, Chhattisgarh they didn't.
No, even in
a face.
Madhya Pradesh,
but that's the only place Congress had a face.
They didn't fully project that face.
I know, but he's been there forever. He's even whether they projected him or not, he is Mama
I
Ji.
now want to come.
This Mama Ji word is very interesting. Mama Ji kaun hai? Arey Mama Ji hai. I come back to it. You feel a sense of with Shivraj Singh Chauhan, who's faced several, he's Teflon-like. इतने charges कभी हुए हैं उनके परिवार पर हुए हैं, बीवी पर हुए हैं. He's never been affected. Vyapam happened. Shivraj has been able to rise above it all because people said, "Hey, Mama Ji hai."
Let's come.
So he's got a comfort factor.
Let's come to Mahakoshal. 47 seats in Mahakoshal. This is where the Congress would hope to do very well. This is also where Chhindwara is, which is the bastion of Kamal Nath. And the Congress
it's also
had
Pradeep
done
Gupta's
well.
home state.
Congress had done very well here last time.
Oh God.
The BJP is up 14 seats from the last time in Mahakoshal, projected to bag 32 out of the 47 seats in Kamal Nath's bastion. The Congress down from 28 to 15, 13 down from the last time, a 5% gap in vote share between the BJP and the Congress. 47 plays 42, game set and match already. You have Malwa still to go. It doesn't matter what Malwa says because in the first 6 regions itself, the BJP has literally hit the ball in Madhya Pradesh out of the park.
Now, this
Shivraj Singh Chauhan emerging
the tribal
as...
vote, maximum tribal vote in
Mahakoshal. This is the state, or this is the region of Madhya Pradesh, large tribal vote, and you're seeing it in Nimad, you've now seen it in Mahakoshal. If these trends continue, it shows that the tribals here, unlike in Rajasthan or to some extent in Chhattisgarh, here are moving back to the BJP. And it'll be interesting
also
to see whether it was Ladli Behna that worked for them or something
But Rajdeep,
else.
also what's blunted the force here of the Congress is to field the likes of Mr. Patel from Narsinghpur, Mr. Kulaste from Nivas. Now, these are sitting cabinet ministers who, where the OBC is concerned, the Lodi OBC where Mr. Patel comes from, then be it the tribals where Mr. Kulaste comes from. So they've taken that vote and influenced 2 seats around them.
Yeah, the tribal OBC vote seems to be going to the BJP.
Boss, if you're winning like this, all the vote is going.
That's the core. You see, in Madhya Pradesh, you've got a 50% OBC vote, 21% tribal vote. If I get a majority of that, I'm home. I don't need anything else.
I want to come now to the Malwa region. This is the biggest region of Madhya Pradesh. 55 seats up for grabs here. This includes the area of Indore, Jhabua, Mandsaur, Neemach, Rajgarh, Ratlam and Ujjain. In these 55 seats, coming up on your screen, the biggest region of Madhya Pradesh, 41 for the BJP, 14 for the Congress. The Congress down from 28 the last time, the BJP up 15 seats from the last time. A whopping. People thought Madhya Pradesh would be a tight battle. The India Today Access My India poll projects a 10% gap between the BJP and the Congress in the region of Malwa.
Rahul, just as a piece of trivia, this is the original Jansangh area. You see, Malwa used to be, Jansangh shuru kahan se hui? In the 1950s, this is where they won their first seat. This has been a relatively, you could say saffronized citadel of the BJP if there was ever one. I still recall, and that's what I got it back. That's why I'm very careful of Madhya Pradesh. 93 election, I travelled in Times of India across the state, and I thought there was a Ram wave. That election went to the Congress because the Congress was very united. But in every other election that I've travelled through Malwa, you can sense that this is BJP country. And therefore, this was where the BJP's made a terrific comeback compared to what they were in 2018. Something has changed.
This is election management magic. This is the school of Amit Shah.
And if these numbers are right, you've got to give Mr. Shah full credit because, as I said, 40th over, Congress appeared ahead.
No,
Shivraj Singh Chauhan, by putting out the Ladli Behna scheme when it mattered.
Go back to that Australia versus Afghanistan match. It seemed Afghanistan was going to win. Somehow Australia pulled it back and won in the end. They seem to have done that in Madhya Pradesh.
So who's Glenn Maxwell? Shivraj Singh Chauhan or Amit Shah?
So both. You have to give credit to the manager and to Shivraj Singh Chauhan as well. His Ladli Behna scheme obviously was a game changer. And I'll show you when I look at the gender-wise breakup, you'll see what impact
But
it had.
I want to also, small point. We keep saying Ladli Behna. It's not as if Shivraj discovered the woman voter in March 2023. You see a series of his schemes. His schemes for the last 20 years have been directed at women.
And this is when the party wasn't projecting him too much.
You see,
they tried to push him down and he's bounced back.
No, that's why, you see, in the 40th over, what happened? 40th over, Congress looked like it was winning. After Karnataka, Kamal Nath and all were already, in the mood to celebrate. The BJP thought, yaar, Shivraj Singh, like Bomai, hum yahan phas jayenge, anti-incumbency against the Chief Minister of fatigue.
BJP was saying that people are bored with Shivraj.
Ye bored word, you see, there is no word like bored in politics. Ye bored word kya? Thakavat pe aap vote nahi dete, aap gusse pe dete hain. There was no anger against him. There was thakavat. My belief is BJP, some leaders in the center, sorry to say this, thought this was an opinion to get time to get rid of the last leader of the Advani-Vajpayee era. So Shivraj Singh Chauhan's name he was even the first list. They were not even willing to listen to some of, what his view. By the time the second list came, and this is where you give credit to the BJP, they realized कि Shivraj का चलता है, ऐसा इतना बुरा नहीं है. They were able to course correct. Second list, Shivraj got his way. And suddenly Shivraj was on posters. When you see Mr. Modi's speeches in September, Rahul, वो शिवराज का नाम नहीं ले रहा था. By October he had Shivraj next to him. तो ये भी है 40 ये सब गुरुजी जो है ना हमारे ये 40 ओवर के बाद कोर्स करेक्ट करते हैं.
But that just shows you're smart tactically.
Give them credit.
Rahul,
I think we should sort of hold on saying certain things because these three states have gone against the expectations which we had 2 months back, right? The Chhattisgarh became really close. Rajasthan, everyone was thinking BJP has an edge.
Correct.
And here everyone was thinking Congress has an edge.
And Rahul bhai, we are also outliers compared to other channels.
Yeah.
Other channels seem to be giving a much tougher race, if I'm not mistaken, in Madhya Pradesh.
And if BJP is managing to roam things in Madhya Pradesh, they are surely failing in Rajasthan. Right?
But am I right that the other channels are all saying it's a tight race?
They're all. But then, your methodology, I mean, India Today is...
नहीं उसका home state है. As he said, वो घर नहीं जा पाएगा.
Nobody is watching. I just looked at the concurrent data.
On Twitter only India Today exit polls is trending.
Twitter,
or
it's
X.
like 20x.
What is your concurrent data now?
It's 20x. So we are at, forget what the exact, it's 20x of the nearest rival. And at this time, and this is an important number because this is not a projection, it's an actual number, Rajdeep. If you add up the number of people watching all the other competitor channels and just keep India Today on the side, all the competition doesn't add up to the number of people watching India Today. So that's domination. That's like...
So we are a bit like the BJP in Madhya Pradesh today.
ऐसे नहीं बोलो. It's also humbling. No, because if you get it wrong, then they'll all come.
Live in the moment.
They'll all be flinging various things on the screen. So we just want to keep it real because as Rahul Verma just pointed out, this is quite contrary to what the narrative was. And therefore, it's quite unexpected. It's very different from what you would have expected.
No, Preeti, I'm going to say this. Preeti Chaudhary and I came back from Madhya Pradesh and said BJP is ahead. No, 1 minute. In a tight race. In a tight race.
Can I show the numbers?
I'm willing to concede. I said in a tight race, BJP is ahead. So did she. So did she. But let me tell you this.
Panditri is 2020. Once it goes right, everybody wants to claim credit. If it goes wrong,
Rahul, my problem is what? Local journalists and government officials.
Gave Congress.
Congress jeet raha hai.
Everyone gave
so
Congress.
if you
this is wishful thinking.
Okay, if you were fabulously enthusiastic and you've already done the maths by adding up the regions, you know what I'm going to say. But if you are slightly less enthusiastic and want me to do the numbers for you, here it is. Remember, in the last election, the Congress had 114 on counting day. The BJP had 109. They both had roughly 41% of the vote share. So that's the baseline number. Congress slightly ahead, the BJP slightly behind. So here is the vote share numbers for the state of Madhya Pradesh. This was predicted to be a furiously fought contest and a very tight fight. But if the battle is largely between the Congress and the BJP, and that there is a 6% gap between the BJP and the Congress, that is a sweep. That's not tight, that's not close, that's not a furious contest. That is game, set and match, Mamaji. 47% votes for the BJP, 41 for the Congress. No wonder even the Gen AI face of Kamal Nath is looking glum. 41 for the Congress, 46 for the BJP, 6% for the BSP. This is a phenomenal turnaround in the fortunes of the BJP in the Hindi heartland state of Madhya Pradesh. Let's now translate this into numbers for you. The Congress in a 230-seat assembly expected to bag between 68 and 90. The BJP expected to be safely past the majority number, 140 to 162. And with this, the emergence of Shivraj Singh Chauhan in a very significant way. In Delhi, there were leaders who were trying to clip his wings, trip him over. If this is the way it looks, Mamaji and his team will be dancing, they'll be singing, they will be delighted. This is not a tight win, Rajdeep. This is a landslide.
6% is a huge percentage.
This is back to what
Safely he would cross, BJP would cross 150 mark. And this would also mean, end of Congress, not in this election, but time to come. Yeah. Remember, because Mr. Kamal Nath and Digvijay Singh, they both are past 70, and there is no, young leadership that's there. So probably it will take Congress a couple of elections to, come up again.
It may be, if these numbers hold, he's right, there'll be a generational change. There are leaders. It's not as if they're not there. The likes of Jitu Patwari and others have been waiting for their opportunity. But look what's happened. One, Shivraj has done virtually what if these numbers hold, what he's done 10 years ago in 2013, near two-thirds majority. But Rahul, interesting, you've given us 3 verdicts today. Chhattisgarh, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh. What's the common factor? And that's where, it's quite stunning what I've seen. All 3 states, the chief ministers are being elected back. With varying margins. Yeah. In hung assembly, either way, the sitting chief minister is ahead of his rival. We thought, or many of us thought, anti-incumbency is the dominant theme. What's happened? It's been, in a way, softened by these welfare schemes and freebies, whether it's Ladli Behna in Madhya Pradesh, whether it's Chiranjeevi in Rajasthan, whether it's the farmer schemes in Chhattisgarh. So people have weighed options, and maybe they trust these leaders. Trust जो होता है ना, वो politics में बहुत बड़ी चीज होती है. You trust Shivraj Singh ji, वो पैसा.
But Rajdeep, it's happened before. 2012, you had Prakash Singh Badal in a state which was prone to incumbency, Punjab. He comes back, breaks that, the thing. Then in 2016, you had Jayalalitha who came back, Tamil Nadu. Then 2021, you had your friend from Kerala, Pinarayi Vijayan, who came back.
Ma'am, one thing. What has happened? Himachal Pradesh, BJP lost. Sitting chief minister, Karnataka, BJP lost.
True, but
and there was suddenly a sense that anti-incumbency is back. Now, if these results hold, and it's still a big if, because Rajasthan, some channels are giving the BJP, Chhattisgarh is close, but clearly Madhya Pradesh is one-sided. It means that an incumbent who's trusted, who has been a proven, जो है ना, जिसे कहते हैं कि वो हमने उसको परखा है, और उसको परखने के बाद हमको लगता है यार वो हमारा काम कर देता है. My sense is they are willing to stay with it, even though at the local level, huge levels of corruption. Let's be clear, the Patwari scam, all kinds of paper leaks in Madhya Pradesh have taken place. Uske bawajood, if you win a 2/3, what does it also say about the quality of the opposition? I think Madhya Pradesh is as much about Shivraj as it is, if these numbers hold, about the Congress. The Congress had the same faces, doing the same politics and not being able to give a new narrative to the people of Madhya Pradesh. You can't just win saying, मुझे हटाया गया in 2020, गलत तरीके से हटाया गया, मुझे वोट दो. Vote ऐसा नहीं मिलता है. You need new faces with new energies and ideas.
Rajdeep, first of all, your words would be very comforting to KCR. And second thing is...
Yes, they will be. Yes, they will be. Yes.
And
tomorrow we'll have KCR.
It's not that Congress did not try. You look at Madhya Pradesh, the Congress under Kamal Nath, avoided a kind of this Hindu-Muslim narrative. There was no polarization. He projected himself as a very effective Hanuman Bhakt, etc. They tried everything in the book. It's just that it didn't work.
Do you know that he fought with Sunil Kanogolu, the election analyst of the Congress, refused to accept the candidate list that was given to him by Sunil, saying, no, I don't accept any surveys. I know my politics. Now, I'm saying Kamal Nath is also a tested politician. Let's be fair to him. He's won, 10, 11 elections, which is no mean feat. But if he loses this election, which was an election to win 6 months ago, questions will have to be asked whether his strategy went horribly wrong. I mean, you play this soft Hindu politics. नहीं, मेरे पास महाकाल बाबा है, तुम्हारे पास ये है, मैं भी अपने हमारा what was it called, पुजारी कोष्ठ, पुजारी सेल शुरू करा, वो सब ठीक है. You can't out Hinduize the BJP. That is not going to happen. That's not going to happen. You have to convince the tribals, the poorer people of the state, like Gehlot did, कि मैं तुम्हारा साथी हूँ. That is how you win an election, according to me, at the state level.
You know, we're joined at this time live on this broadcast by the Home Minister of Madhya Pradesh, Narottam Mishra. He's been controversial in many ways, but if the BJP ends up at 152, which is the middle level of that range, and the Congress at 76, Narottam bhai, आप तो हमारे स्टूडियो में आके डांस करोगे, फिर ये तो बहुत बड़ी जीत हो गई. लोग सोच रहे थे फंसा रहेगा, हो सकता है कांग्रेस आगे रहे, यहाँ तो बीजेपी की स्वीप है मध्य प्रदेश में.
मैंने प्रारंभ में ही कहा था राहुल भाई कि क्लीन स्वीप करेंगे हम. हमारे पास में मोदी जी का चेहरा है, शिवराज सिंह जी के काम, मोदी जी के काम, जनहितैषी काम, अब एक साथ जब आ जाते हैं तो क्लीन स्वीप होता ही है. और भारतीय जनता पार्टी क्लीन स्वीप करेगी.
नरोत्तम जी, चेहरा शिवराज जी का या चेहरा मोदी जी का या डबल इंजन?
मोदी जी का चेहरा है, डबल इंजन है, शिवराज सिंह जी भी हैं. पहले भी हम पिछले 20 साल से इसी तरह से लड़ रहे हैं.
नहीं, पर फिर
डबल
क्या
इंजन,
था
डबल
कि
इंजन
नहीं, पर ये तो चर्चा थी कि 3-4 महीने या तो शिवराज जी को बदलना है या किसी और नेता को प्रोजेक्ट करना है. शिवराज जी के पोस्टर भी नहीं बड़े लगे थे, केवल आखिरी महीने में मैंने शिवराज जी के पोस्टर देखे. बाकी तो आपके 12 के 12 लीडर, आपका चेहरा, उनका चेहरा, सब एक साथ थे. कुछ तो बदल हुआ है.
नहीं, सामूहिक नेतृत्व तो प्रारंभ से ही है, और ऐसा नहीं है मध्य प्रदेश में हुआ है. आप 5 प्रदेश देख सकते हैं, उसी तरह से चेहरे लगाए गए हैं 5 प्रदेश के अंदर. और ये मैं मानता हूं कि वास्तव में मोदी जी का व्यक्तित्व है, उनका ऑरा है, उनके काम है, शिवराज सिंह जी के काम है. और डबल इंजन सरकार लोग चाहते हैं, इसलिए डबल इंजन सरकार आपके सामने है, आपके एग्जैक्ट पोल में है.
छा गए सर, आप आइए, जश्न मनाइए. तो बड़ी जीत है आपकी. अगर आप जीत गए तो बहुत बड़ी जीत होगी ना. तो मिश्रा इज सो एक्साइटेड.
100% है कि हम जीतेंगे, 100%.
आप मुख्यमंत्री के तो रेस में नहीं है ना?
नहीं, मैं नहीं हूँ.
श्योर.
जिस बेल्ट से आप आते हैं, दतिया की सीट है सर आपकी. वहां पर जो पूरा चंबल एरिया है, उधर जो ज्योतिरादित्य सिंधिया है, कितना प्रभाव पड़ा आपको, क्या लगता है?
बहुत प्रभाव पड़ा है, बहुत प्रभाव पड़ा है. मेरा नहीं, सिंधिया जी का पड़ा है, मेरा कोई प्रभाव नहीं है.
अरे वाह, क्या बात है. Narottam Mishra being humble on a day of a massive victory. That's interesting as well. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us.
Thank you.
I told you earlier that the magic of the India Today post-poll study is that we're able to give you a seat-by-seat breakup of every single seat in the state. And what that means is I can also drop a power map, which means I can look at what the map of Madhya Pradesh is likely to look like if these trends hold versus what the map of Madhya Pradesh looked like in the last assembly elections. Let me fire up EI 3.0. As I said, this magical analytics engine really kicks into action on Sunday, counting day, as the live numbers are coming in. But to get a sense of the kind of capabilities our analytics engine has, I'll just fire up the Madhya Pradesh data for you. And you'll be able to see the kind of breakup that, forget it, no Indian channel for sure, no international network can do either. On the exit poll data, projecting for the first time the new power map of Madhya Pradesh. If you see, and I can isolate just the BJP seats as well, a sweep of saffron in all the 7 regions of Madhya Pradesh. There's no region of Madhya Pradesh, including in areas where the Congress had done really well, where the Congress is ahead. The Congress down 38 seats from the last time, 276. And if you see, they are really isolated to pockets. It's the BJP that has done phenomenally well across the state. I can compare the last power map of Madhya Pradesh with the current one. So spend some time. Can the camera zoom in, please, so you can see it much better then. On this side of the screen is the 2018 assembly election results, where there's a lot of blue spread across. On the right side is the new map of Madhya Pradesh. This is what Madhya Pradesh is likely to look like on Super Sunday. if the India Today Access My India data holds, and if you see the power map, there is a very big, strong saffron surge across the state of Madhya Pradesh. And one of the reasons why the data is what it is because of the way women voters in Madhya Pradesh have voted. Remember, the Ladli Bahena scheme was seen by Shivraj Singh Chauhan as being a game changer. I want to walk across and show you how the women of Madhya Pradesh have voted. It started at 1,000 rupees, went up to 1,250. If there is any one scheme which changed the course of this election, it has to be Ladli Bahena. There's a problem there because in some senses, while of course there's empowerment, there's gender welfare, it's also a freebie, money coming straight into your account, which is what the BJP doesn't want to do, but that's the scheme that seems to have swung this election in their favor. See this data very carefully. The Congress has 41% male votes. They had 41% male votes last time. They have 40% female votes, which is one more than the last time. So the Congress roughly is where they were. So they haven't done badly in Madhya Pradesh. The big difference is that 50% of the women voters of Madhya Pradesh, that's 10 more than the Congress. 50% of the women voters have voted for the BJP. That's up 7% from the last time. This, ladies and gentlemen, is the single biggest reason, all panditry aside, this is the single biggest reason the BJP is sweeping Madhya Pradesh. They've gained amongst the men as well. From 40, they've gone up to 44. That's a big lead. But if there was one reason that you're looking for, if you're wondering, "Arey, ye kya ho raha hai? This is not what I thought would happen in Madhya Pradesh," this is the reason why Madhya Pradesh seems to have voted the way it has. 50% women voters saying they voted Rajdeep for the BJP. This basically is good news and bad news. Good news because, hey, you won Madhya Pradesh. Bad news because it's essentially a revdi.
No, the question is what is the question we'll debate. What is a revdi? Is giving 1,200 rupees to a woman revdi? Because, they'll say they are the ones who run the house. They need the monies. In fact, the BJP is saying we'll raise it to 3,000. The posters in Bhopal are saying, abhi to 1,250 diye hain. 6 mahine baad dekhiega, hum aapko 3,000 denge. Now, I want to know, Chetan writes a lot on this, when the Prime Minister says when the Congress does it, it's a revdi. When the BJP does it, is it a revdi or is it women's welfare? How do we see it? A free mobile phone in Rajasthan, is that a revdi to women? Is 1,250 rupees a month a revdi to women? I think we need to, understand what is a revdi.
Okay, so let's dissect what is a revdi. A revdi is a sweet which is not a very expensive sweet and not a very consequential sweet. Like you don't give revdis as gifts or have them in Diwali. It's a very basic sweet, right? The idea is it's something inconsequential you're giving. Now, in that sense, having a monthly payment, it's not inconsequential. But at the same time, fiscal responsibility is something, even though whether it wins election or doesn't win election, that's a separate issue. But I think as responsible citizens, one needs to understand, where does this stop? Well, why not 10,000? Why not 20,000?
It's going to happen.
Okay, I just want to come in.
I mean,
I've talked to enough women there, and one must understand and maybe make a demarcation on what is revdi and what's a welfare scheme. Why I do feel that this is actually a welfare scheme is because it's not given to every woman. So it's 2.5 lakh per annum. If your salary is less than that, then you can access this scheme.
Preeti, it is 1.21 crore women out of 2. It is almost 50% of Madhya Pradesh's women.
I'll give you an example. Rajdeep. I see it as a welfare scheme, but as you get closer to Bhopal and you talk to the bureaucrats there, they've thrown up their hands. Most of them who talk to us off record say that we've stopped every other scheme to fund this particular scheme in Madhya Pradesh. It's a state which is already neck deep in debt. So yes, you get all of that. But when I look at it on ground, it changes a woman's life. You must understand that. And that's why we see that 50% vote share for the Bharatiya Janata Party in the tribal belt. If there are 3 women in the household, 2 of them will get 1,250 rupees per month. The other one, if she say the grandmother, is getting an elder widow pension. So that is 600, which they promised they're going to put it up to 1,000. It changes the dynamic of that household.
I'm not so sure it changes any dynamic. The man in the house, Madhya Pradesh, dare I say, is still a very male-dominated state. In fact, one of
every state.
No, not like. No, sorry, ma'am. though in Madhya Pradesh, in fact, one of the angry comments I got was from men, ये सब महिलाओं के लिए करते हैं, हमारे लिए क्यों नहीं करते? And they will take the money from the woman if necessary. The fact is, I'm not sure whether it's going to transform the lives of women in Madhya Pradesh.
The writing is
it
on the
doesn't
wall.
empower you.
The fact is the writing is on the wall. It's 50% of women have voted for the BJP, so don't say they don't have agency.
No,
don't say that
but
they
it
don't
doesn't
have agency.
empower
They
you.
do have agency.
I don't believe it empowers the woman. I think a woman is empowered when she gets something far more tangible.
Women in Madhya Pradesh, if you're looking at agency,
I would prefer girls' education. Please give free girls' education right across the board. That will empower a woman much more than 1250
But Raji, this is textball conversation. You put hear me out. You put 1250. Okay, I'll tell you a household that I spent in, a tribal woman's household. She didn't have money to educate her daughter because वो बस का पैसा कहाँ से आएगा? क्योंकि वो I was in Mahakaushal. Where will this woman go to her college? College छोड़ दिया. Now this money comes in, she takes out 500 and she gives it to her daughter.
No, I'm not saying.
Women in
Essentially, it's a cash handout, ma'am.
Women in rural Rajasthan have as much or less agency than women in Madhya Pradesh.
Sure, but whether you give it to a man or a woman, it's essentially a cash handout.
Of course it is.
It's not something just a minute.
Right.
For example, you're saying in Karnataka, one of the Congress's guarantees, which is that women get free bus rides. Yes, as a result, a woman might, to my mind, a free bus ride for a woman gives a woman far greater autonomy to move around than she would otherwise have. The 1250 cash handout in my view is a cash handout which you could be given to the woman or the man. Essentially, you're giving it to, because you recognize people at the bottom of the pyramid, even 250 rupees make a difference to their
Okay, so can we get to the
That's
data?
what's happened. Whether you call it a revdi or not, it's a cash handout.
The BJP has been in power for 20 years. If they could not build school or they could not provide, transport to a woman or a girl going to college, etc., whose fault is it? And nothing comes free. This is all. It's not just taxpayers, money. It is also people, ordinary people, poor people who are paying GST. Who are paying GST. Even if you buy a 5 rupee, biscuit, you're paying GST for it.
No, but that's a rhetorical argument because in the end, electorally, it has worked.
It has worked. Today, it has worked.
It is financially disastrous and there can be no.
Mr. Rahul Kanwal, are you aware what is the debt?
No, but
what is the average debt on a resident of Madhya Pradesh? 56,000 rupees.
So what's an
that's
one individual?
No, so can I just defend this compared to, let's say, old pension? Where I have a huge problem is going back to the old pension scheme, which is essentially ensuring government employees are on your side throughout. At least there I agree with Preeti, the woman in the house getting 1250 may give her even more agency than she has today, and all good for that.
Also,
it's all good for that.
Can I make a point?
Yes, Rahul.
It is also easy. You just send the money, the chances of corruption are much lower. सीधा भेज दिया, account transfer हुआ, there is no middleman.
Is it a game changer if everybody is giving it?
Yeah.
Yes, Rahul.
I think we are making the same mistake, which is let's not basically try to explain the entire election outcome by one single factor.
Oh, sure.
What is happening in Madhya Pradesh, if these numbers are correct, it's a landslide victory for BJP. It's higher than even perhaps 2013, meaning that many things might have worked in their favor. This has given some additional benefit for sure, but other things also worked, right? And
no, according to me, the other thing is the other side. If these numbers are good, I compare, Rahul. In any election, you are going to compare who's on the other side as well, right? Kamal Nath is not some... If these election numbers are right, I keep saying this because Kamal Nath may tomorrow turn around and say everything that you said was horribly wrong about me. Because he's been around, as you said, for 30, 40 years, tried, tested. Digvijay Singh had his 10 years as chief minister. You don't even now put him on his posters because you think I put Digvijay Singh on posters. I am reminded of Bantadhar and the roads being, all the holes in the road. So the Congress in Madhya Pradesh is going to need a generational change, right? The BJP might have needed it if Shivraj had lost. Will the Congress do that? You see, the Congress has
but they have no option. Right. If this is the result, Kamal Nath can pack his bags and go home.
PCC chief after Digvijay Singh lost, and all three, one of them was Arun Yadav, a very young face, Kantilal Bhuria, they all failed. Then they brought Kamal Nath.
See, one difference between Rajasthan, if Rajasthan is a swing state, Madhya Pradesh has all characteristics of a dominant party state, right? BJP has been there in power for 18 years. And in last,
absolutely.
75 seats have not been won by Congress in last 3 elections. So, given the numbers, BJP has some kind of organizational and popularity advantage.
In fact, you're absolutely right, Rahul. It's a bit like Gujarat, except for the 2018 election in Madhya Pradesh and to some extent a 2012 election in Gujarat. 2017 election in Gujarat. These were the two elections where the opposition came close. Beyond that, Madhya Pradesh, whether in general elections or in state election, I think there was one general election where the Congress did reasonably well. Otherwise, it's a BJP ruled state. I think Rahul makes a great point. It's a BJP dominant state.
Okay, what we want to do now is take the caste-wise breakup of the vote share of Madhya Pradesh, and what this will do is give you a sense of how the different communities in Madhya Pradesh have voted. So I'll take you through the main castes and the breakup for these castes, and then that will give you a sense of where BJP's leads are largely coming from. So coming up on your screen now, the caste-wise breakup of Madhya Pradesh, and I'll start as always with the Dalit votes, the SC votes, which is about 16% of Madhya Pradesh. The Congress having 45% of them, the BJP 41%, that's up 4 from the last time. Amongst the tribals who constitute 21% of the state, 43% voted for the BJP, 46% for the Congress. Congress leading amongst the tribals and the Dalits. Amongst the OBCs, and looking at some OBC categories and some are in the next sheet, but 56% voting for the BJP, 32% voting for the Congress. That's a big gap there. Amongst the Brahmins, who are about 6% of Madhya Pradesh, 58% voting for the BJP, 30% voting for the Congress. The BJP gaining 16% from the last poll. Can I come to the second sheet, please? Because when you look at the voters in the general categories, 9% of the voters are general category voters, out of whom 57% say they voted for the BJP. The Congress had 81% of the Muslim vote. Muslims are about 7% of Madhya Pradesh. The Congress had 81% of the Muslim vote. The BJP had 48% of the others who were left. So a very, very strong performance by the BJP in Madhya Pradesh. So this is really kahin khushi, kahin gum. Congress with the edge in Chhattisgarh, Congress potentially could be in the lead in Rajasthan. One-way traffic in Madhya Pradesh. We'll slip into a quick break right now. When we come back, we're going to shift our focus to Telangana. We've got Mizoram still left. We have Telangana, a lot of buzz and excitement about Telangana. And is there a surprise in store in Mizoram? So we'll have all of that for you when we come back on the other side of a very quick break. Stay with us. We're back in a moment and we'll talk about Telangana.
You are watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
We live in the age of EI, election intelligence. India's most powerful analytics engine is ready and raring to go. Seats, votes, margins, swings, strength scans, strongholds, cutting edge live insights powered by India Today's data intelligence unit. No network can compare. No channel can compete. Your one-stop destination for live election analysis. Election intelligence, only on India Today.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 26 and minimum 15 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 27 and minimum 23 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 31 and minimum 19 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 25 and minimum 19 degrees. Chennai, maximum 28 and minimum 23 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 26 and minimum 20 degrees.
You are watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
We have said that they have consistently given space to anti-India extremists and violence, and that is actually the heart of the issue. Our diplomatic representatives in Canada have borne the brunt of this, so we expect the government of Canada to live up to its obligations under the Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations. We have also seen interference by Canadian diplomats in our internal affairs. We've said this from this podium, and that is obviously unacceptable.
I wanted to speak to the news coming out of the United States on India. From the month of August onwards, we have been working closely with our American counterparts, with partners around the world, on the very serious allegations that we shared in September that we believe India was involved, agents of the government of India were involved in the killing of a Canadian citizen on Canadian soil. The news coming out of the United States further underscores what we've been talking about from the very beginning, which is that India needs to take this seriously. The Indian government needs to work with us to ensure that we're getting to the bottom of this. This is not something that anyone can take lightly. Our responsibility is to keep Canadians safe, and that's what we're going to continue to do.
Presented by आपका जॉय भारत का जॉय जॉय ई-बाइक co-presented by Nexa Create Inspire co-powered by Parul University Vadodara Gujarat
Can do that.
Our continuing coverage of the big exit poll, the Axis My India exit poll for the 5 battleground states. And we've already given you the results of 3. And Rahul, they have thrown up surprises that have really shaken up the political ecosystem.
And that shows how conventional punditry is often very different from the post-poll studies, which are far more precise, far more accurate. At least that's what the track record of the past decade has been. 90 out of 94 polls, right? In this hour, we're going to focus on Telangana and Mizoram. Pradeep Gupta is back with us. Pradeep ji, everything quite different from what the popular narrative was.
Yes, what to say, Rajdeep. And popular narrative, I just want to mention that it is mostly 90%, more than 90% time comes out of urban areas, and that to big cities, even in urban area, big capital cities and all that. And we all know for sure, even in India, 70% is rural India and 30% is urban. When I say 30% urban, it contributes 6,000, it includes 6,500 cities and towns. Not 10 metros, not 25, 30 capital cities, not 100 big cities, 6,500. Still, there are 600 plus thousand villages which contribute 70% of population. And these 70% population, 100 vote cast, 80 comes from rural India. And they live, their livelihood is less than $100 a month, less than 10,000 a month. So what are you talking about?
You're saying that 70% is what often gets discounted in many of the analysis.
Yes.
The focus is excessively on those who live in the 30% metros and smaller towns. Rahul, you're going to come to Telangana in a moment. But let's just get Pradeep going on these numbers and get me also going a bit by looking at all the states. We'll go one by one with each of the states that we've declared so far in our exit poll, and we will give you the big numbers of these states. And then I want Pradeep to tell us which is the one he's most worried about. If there is any that he should be worried about, any caveats that are there. Take a look at all the 3 states that we've called so far in the Axis My India poll. Madhya Pradesh is the big one. 140 to 162 out of 230 to the BJP, 68 to 90 to the Congress. Kamal Nath looking rather glum there. Mayawati much the same, 0 to 2, a state where she really hasn't grown, 0 to 1. to others. So others also taking a hit amidst this sweep in Madhya Pradesh. So Madhya Pradesh, 47%, 41%, 6% gap in a two-cornered race. Prediction is for a clear sweep. Shivraj Singh Chauhan set to become Chief Minister yet again. Then take a look at Rajasthan. Rajasthan, remember, for the last 30 years, the same parties have rotated every 5 years. This time, we're saying out of the 200 seats, the BJP 80 to 100, Congress 86 to 106, BSP 1 to 2, others 8 to 16. 199, one seat has been deferred because of a death. So clearly the Congress has the edge, but a potential hung assembly could also be there. But this could be a break of the rivers of Rajasthan. The good news for the Congress there. And we then take a look at vote share, and it is very tight. 41% plays 42%, BSP 2, others 15. But a 1% gap can translate into a clear lead in a state like Rajasthan. Finally, Chhattisgarh, where remember, what we are predicting is again, some would say against the conventional grain. Congress 40 to 50 out of 90, BJP 36 to 46, others 1 to 5, which means that it's advantage Congress, Bhupesh Baghel, but the BJP is not out of the race at the higher end of this spectrum. So Chhattisgarh could also go down to the wire. Take a look at the vote share in Chhattisgarh as per the Axis My India poll. Congress 42%, BJP 41%, again very close. BSP 6 and others 11 could be crucial. Pradeep Gupta, you've seen all these numbers. My whole theory, if we get the numbers right, I'm taking the credit. If you get it wrong, you take the blame. What's the one that you are most worried about? 3 states, there must be one that you're worried about. You'll also have a sleepless night.
I'll tell you, all these 3 states has different dynamics. Let's take one by one. MP, my only not worry, but the concern is that Mahakosal region, their Congress could gain 5 to 10 seats more. That is where something, important.
अरे ये तुम्हारा घर है.
घर है, इसीलिए तो बोल रहा हूँ. So that is something in Madhya Pradesh, and Madhya Pradesh you are forgetting last time also, after 3-term BJP government, anti-incumbency, their vote share was 41%, and even then Congress couldn't cross the majority mark. What had happened last time, the upper caste party, particularly in Chambal region, as they formed the party called SPOX, and so many Brahmins and Rajputs, which is in bulk in Chambal region, they joined the hand.
And also what happened as a result, and we should tell our viewers, when this happened, immediately the BJP decided 10% reservations to be given on the basis of economic criteria.
Yeah,
and I think we should have said that. That's an important factor in Chambal. Gwalior, the upper caste may have gone back to the
now
BJP.
Coming to this time, what had happened? Can you imagine the Gadbandhan or the alliance of Adivasi and Dalit? Madhya Pradesh is dominated by 21% of Adivasi population and roughly around 19-20% of Dalit population. This time, and this is used to be the core vote bank of Congress, they formed the alliance. What had happened, the situation in Chambal, in Baghelkhand, in Bundelkhand, these are UP bordering regions of Madhya Pradesh. Dalits are in bulk, and BSP has been gaining good vote share, denting the prospect of both the parties at times. The other side, the Adivasis, which is in Mahakosal, which is in Malwa, contributes half of the state as far as number of seats is concerned. Their Adivasis are in this thing.
So why have they come? Why have they switched from the Congress to the BJP in your view? Kyun badle?
Purely delivery. It is not
just one scheme,
not
but delivery.
one scheme. It is from since 2005 when Shivraj Singh came to the power. He came out with Gaon Ki Beti to Ladli Lakshmi, which is very flagship scheme, to series of women-centric scheme. It's not 1, 2 or 3. It's just not that he's been called Mama. There is a reason to it. And I myself has interviewed so many women, and they are saying, Mama जो हमको सब कुछ देता है, उससे हम दगाबाजी कैसे कर सकते हैं? And the biggest story among Dalit and Adivasi, male is voting more to the Congress and female to the BJP. In my own constituency of Varasuni, where Pawar Jati, OBCs, population is 30%. After 35 years, there was a Pawar candidate fielded by Congress party. Even among them, male is like one side and female is other side. I have voted so many female. They are saying nothing doing. Nothing doing.
If you were a money manager, there are some who like to be outliers. Pradeep Gupta is not managing money, he's doing the polls, but he likes Chetan to be an outlier. He just likes to poll after poll, break away from the pack and say something different. Ki thoda kuch bhaukali karte. It's a bit like that. Because this is going against the grain of conventional wisdom in Chhattisgarh, where the Congress was supposed to be sitting pretty, going against the grain in Rajasthan, where the BJP was supposed to win handsomely, going against the grain in Madhya Pradesh, where the Congress had to have the edge. Inko har cheez ulti bolni hai bhai.
Well, I mean, that's the hallmark, right? If you follow the herd, then you're not going to be exceptional. You're going to revert to just the average. And he's clearly, he always trends on...
He's always playing against the odds, Rahul.
And he's always right after that.
94%.
94%. I mean, that's very high.
So, just to repeat what Chetan said, I think one advantage which Access My India and Pradeep ji has is very, very large sample size. And basically, because most other polls, either they don't do face-to-face or they don't have this kind of sample. And so this basically gives him a very high advantage.
And he's polled at least thrice.
Yes.
So he's not just polling in a post-poll scenario. In the build-up, months earlier he's polled once, weeks earlier he's polled once, just before polling so he's got 3 rounds of pre-poll surveys. We don't show that on TV. We only show the post-poll data. So you've got 3 rounds against which you can match whatever comes in the post.
And he keeps polling, not just on elections, but on other things. So he has sort of like district level, constituency level, much more information to be able to match what's happening on the electoral front. Because all other demographics also.
So Madhya Pradesh done. He's also a bit of an outlier in Rajasthan. Most of the others are predicting the BJP ahead of the Congress. My sense is you've got Madhya Pradesh right. The more I see your data, I can't see any reason to My worry with Pradeep, where you and I have a problem is Rajasthan. I think the Congress and the BJP are in a dead heat at best, if not the BJP having an edge. Why are you saying so convincingly Congress ahead?
In Rajasthan, the most important factor is the rebels.
Others.
And the others. Rebels and others is one of the same thing. They become rebel and join smaller parties. Because they have the advantage of symbol, like BSP, ASP, CPM. CPM, of course, no rebels join CPM. But, and what you are saying and what I am saying, there is hardly any difference in my poll and what you are saying is only 6 seats. And as far as vote share is only 1%.
So Madhya Pradesh could go, Rajasthan could go either way.
Of course, that is what we have shown.
So kaun banega Mukhyamantri in Rajasthan is an open race.
Definitely, yes, definitely. Because see, as high as 18 independents or rebels or smaller parties.
Okay. With all this said and done.
Now Mizoram...
should we do Mizoram?
Let's come to Telangana.
No, let's finish Mizoram and then go to Telangana. What do you want to do?
Where is my bet? He's going to stand
Let's finish all these states and then get
Okay, let's do Mizoram because it's an interesting state, Rahul.
And he's going to stand
Okay, don't take, we are being told by our producer, she wants us to wait. Telangana, why are you, okay, Rahul Kanwal is going to be asked the question. He decides on this. Why are you not today, Rahul Kanwal, giving us the Telangana numbers?
So basically what we want to tell our viewers is that in any poll where people are still polling and the exit pollster has to give his numbers, you increase the probability of getting something wrong. It's happened in the past. So what the Access My India team and the Inner Day group have decided is that we want to hold over Telangana till tomorrow. It's a single phase poll. It's also a situation where if you've done a pre-poll study, remember a lot of pollsters, and I'll take you through what the other pollsters are saying in just a moment, a lot of pollsters have done a lot of pre-poll study, which means before the polls have been cast, like essentially for all practical purposes an opinion poll, they've done an opinion poll and they're merging their opinion poll data with some level of exit poll data. Now that is dangerous because in the people you polled in your opinion poll, some people may not actually go out to vote. So if there are 6 people sitting here and you do an opinion poll here, maybe 2 never went to poll. So in your sample, you're skewed by the fact that some people never showed up despite saying that they wanted to. So it's much safer to poll those who actually went and polled, because you know that they've actually cast their votes, they're real. Then you can do a stratified sample and see that these are real people who voted, not those who said they'd vote, maybe some of them didn't. So all that said and done, we've decided, and Pradeep, do you want to explain this? Is that a bit of a cop-out? या फिर आप उल्टा लेके आओगे? कुछ आपने ऐसा twist करना है, इसे चलो पहले बाकी बता दे, फिर मैं बताता हूँ.
Whatever you said is right, whether they are going to poll or not to go poll, but also the uncertainty. Whatever they say, and on polling day, if that change, then how you are going to capture that? Because they feel, whoever our people and we approach, their first doubt is you are sent by a political party. Because you know, lots of money getting distributed before the election.
So they want to check if the money they paid yielded results.
Yes. You know, so that is also worrisome factor.
Also, you know, it is a tight race. And when you have these tight races in a smaller state like Telangana, you need to take some time to process the data. You remember Haryana. Yeah. All the channels got Haryana wrong because they went on the same, it's a single day poll. You go in, you take your numbers, 530 people are still voting. And you've already gone and given your numbers. All the channels got Haryana badly wrong, except Pradeep to his credit at the time, because we did the poll a day later. It gives you time to process. And Rahul, let's be clear. Huge stakes in Telangana. As we've been discussing, I don't think I've seen an election where so much of attention is being paid on a state, because Telangana, particularly with these results, now becomes critical. For the Congress to have a good day in the office on the 3rd of December, Telangana is almost make or break. Yeah. Because if you win Telangana, then the Congress has some bragging rights and actually has a foothold completely in South India, and a regional party has been pushed on the back foot. On the other hand, if the Congress loses Telangana, then the Congress, with the sweep that the BJP is likely to get in Madhya Pradesh, will be desperate to ensure that Hung Assembly mein Gehlot Sahab or Baghel Sahab humko bachaye. So I think Telangana is a critical election to get right. People are watching us very closely on Telangana. And Pradeep wants to go and spend some time in Hyderabad.
And because for us...
Otherwise, usko biryani nahi milegi next time.
And for Rajdeep, everything is election on his plate. But for us, polling is not a gimmick. If this was just about getting eyeballs, we'd put Telangana out, because we do have initial estimates from there. But that would be very risky and premature. We'd much rather work harder to preserve, to the extent that we can try, our credibility, our reputation and our track record. So it's better to hold it back for a day. Even if to some of our viewers it seems like a bit of a cop-out.
All the other exit polls are saying Congress is going to win, but Congress can't celebrate because Pradeep has not given his numbers.
हमेशा उल्टा ही बोलते हैं ना. तो अगर ये बोल रहे if the others are saying the Congress is going to win Telangana, everybody else is wondering why is Gupta held his numbers back? Is he going to say something?
8 out of 9 exit polls have given BJP Rajasthan.
8 out of 9.
Ours is the
He's an outlier, boss. He's an outlier. Now, I want to tell our viewers...
Sorry, can I make a... I think it's also important. When there is a wave election or one-sided election, then you can do election night forecasting. Yes. But when it is very, very close, it's always better to wait, because just last 2 or 3 hours of vote can tilt the balance. And second, sometimes what you need to do is look at the turnout patterns. And you only become clear about the turnout patterns in the evening once the election commission gives you the final number.
No, and sometimes men and women vote differently.
Exactly.
And unless you know what the final numbers are.
Exactly that.
Just speaking of data, Rajdeep, I want to tell our viewers that I earlier mentioned the fact that India Today had 10x, at 1.50x the viewership of our closest competitor in English. It has more viewership than all the other English news networks put together. I've just been sent by one of our top producers a data point that says that India Today is being watched more than any other Hindi channel as well. There's only one Hindi channel that's ahead of us, which is Aaj Tak, which is our sister concern, so we're very happy with that as well. So, number 1 is Aaj Tak and number 2 is India Today. Baki koi hai hi nahi boss race mein.
Dekho, Rahul,
this data we are fully confident about. Okay. This is the correct
data. This is YouTube data, right?
This is YouTube.
This is YouTube data, so it's actually more accurate than TRPs, which can be easily, you can have landing pages and buy TRP. That's another point. But I just want to come once again to Telangana, because I think we need to spend some time on what's going to happen there.
So can I go and explain? In Telangana, what I did is, we aren't showing our data today. And Gupta ji, remember, always say something different from what the others are saying. What he's saying, he's not telling us. It's not जेब में तो नहीं आपका तेलंगाना का कहीं बताओ लेके घूम रहे कि अगर मेरे को देना पड़ा. What I'll do is.
No, he has given the numbers to Owaisi and not to me.
You gave the numbers to Owaisi. क्या किया?
There is a rumor. First of all, this video that we did has gone viral. I want to tell our viewers, we just tried to pull the Mickey on all of you by doing a video before the exit polls where we pretended that we knew the numbers. It's gone viral. People are saying, how could you do it? Aapne nautanki kar di. But he has gone and given the Telangana numbers to Owaisi.
Owaisi is a very dear well-wisher of mine.
Achha, chalo.
So you
I
gave
don't
him the
know why.
numbers.
I don't know why.
Boss, check. We are signing. We are saying you've given Owaisi the numbers. क्या कर रहे हो?
I do not have the number. How can I?
No.
Had I had the number, why should I wait for tomorrow?
The truth of the matter is, one senior leader said from Telangana, can you please tell us the numbers? I said, sorry. Please watch the channel tomorrow, 6 p.m.
Let's be clear.
Channels were after me. I said, boss.
No, but it's not as if we don't have the numbers. The numbers for Telangana are in, but those are initial estimates. See, when you're doing an exit poll, your pollsters, your surveyors are standing outside the polling booth speaking to people as they come. When you're speaking to people as they come out, you're not being able to do a scientific stratified sample. You're just speaking to random people. So you could be skewed. Your sample could be skewed because you could end up with more of the same kind of voters. You could end up with more upper caste voters or more Dalit voters or more Muslim voters because you're standing outside. And in polling booths, typically, there is a concentration of a similar kind of voter. Like if it's a Muslim area, you'll find much more Muslim voters and you simply don't have the time to ensure that you've actually done a scientific stratified sample, which means you've got in your survey sample roughly the same percentage of voters as there exists in society. So you want roughly the same percentage of Muslims, roughly the same percentage of Kapu, roughly the same percentage of Velma as there exists in the state of Telangana. And to do that, if polling starts at 7 and finishes at 5 and to finish it by 3, boss, anybody who's marrowing that tukka, hats off to you because that's very, very premature. So we just want to be safe, but we also want to show you what the others are saying. Gupta ji will tell us what he's saying tomorrow. In the meanwhile, let me show you some of the other polls. Not that I believe any of these polls, most of them I think are bogus, but for what it is worth, here it is. CNX, Jan Ki Baat, Matriz, Chanakya.
I think they've got it.
So CNX is saying 63 to 79. Remember, Telangana is a 119-seat assembly, so you need 60 to be in the majority. So CNX polls that Congress has got 60 plus. Then you've got Jan Ki Baat. Jan Ki Baat says 48 to 64 for Congress, 40 to 55 for BRS. So Jan Ki Baat thinks this could go either ways. Then you've got Matriz. Matriz is saying 58 to 68 for the Congress, 46 to 56 for the BRS. Chanakya is saying 71 for the Congress. Chanakya bhi thoda outlier hai, wo bhi lamba marta hai. 71 for the Congress, he says. BRS, he says 33.
What?
So you've got 4 polls saying Congress in the lead. But remember, Gupta ji always says the opposite of what the other polls, not always, but largely the opposite of what the other pollsters are saying. And the other pollsters this time are making the Congress win.
In Telangana, what is one more important thing, the political dynamics, there are 4 regions. Out of 4 regions in Hyderabad region, Congress has no presence. Literally no presence. Last time they won only 1 seat. So if you reduce 21 seats out of 119 seats, you left out with 98, 99 seats only. Then what do you do?
You know,
So
he's right. Therefore, if these numbers are right, Rahul.
And 6, 7 seats are fixed for the OVC.
No, that you've given.
And 5, 6 seats
1 minute. 24 seats in Hyderabad. Mr. Owaisi got 7. There was 1 to the Congress, 1 to the BJP, and the others all went to the BRS.
Right.
The real story is, if these numbers, Rahul, are true, is there's a tsunami in Telangana. Please appreciate. Last time the Congress was 29%, there was 4% of the TDP, came to 33%, and KCR was 46%. You have, if these numbers are right, turned the election round.
It's a big one.
You've got a 10% lead. And Rahul, the significance of that, we've got to realize why Telangana is so important given Pradeep's numbers. Let's assume he's...
What are his numbers?
These are not Pradeep's numbers.
The other states. Let's assume the big picture. Rajasthan, he's giving Gehlot the edge. He's giving. Madhya Pradesh, clear win to the BJP. And a slight edge in Chhattisgarh to Baghel. If these numbers of the other channels on Telangana are right, or the other pollsters are right, what is clear is there's a tsunami in Telangana where there's been a shift from the BRS to the Congress. Then the Congress gets 3 states, or 2.5 possibly because 1 is hung. They have bragging rights. On the other hand, if the BRS is able to turn around, if Pradeep comes tomorrow with his numbers to us and says, no, it's the BRS which has 60, Congress has 40, everything changes.
Yeah.
Because then the Congress is clutching at straws ki kaun si hamari wo state hai jis par hum confident. So I think Telangana is vital. And I've always believed, Rahul, momentum is with Congress. Anyone who went to Telangana,
but there's track record.
but the maths is with BRS.
There's track record also. Pradeep always typically tends to give the opposite of what the other pollsters are saying. The other pollsters are thinking
उसका और चाणक्य का कुछ है. He and Chanakya often are in the same direction. आप लोग रात को मिलते हैं क्या?
No,
You and VK Bajaj,
Okay, so
my two friends.
Can I go across to some of the guests who are joining us at this time? Senior Congress leader Supriya Shrinate joins us. We're also joined on this broadcast by Gaurav Bhatia of the Bharatiya Janata Party, and we've got T.S. Sudhir who's joining us from Hyderabad, political analyst. So let me go across to Gaurav Bhatia first. In Madhya Pradesh, the BJP seems, according to the post-poll data, romping home in style, given the fact that for the large part of the campaign you were trailing. This would be quite magical for the BJP, for Amit Shah, who masterminded this campaign, and for Shivraj Singh Chauhan, the incumbent chief minister. Gaurav.
Yeah, Rahul, thank you so much. I would say that speaking on Madhya Pradesh, this is the kind of result that we are expecting, and the reason is very simple. I'll tell you why. It's actually an honor and a privilege to be serving the people of Madhya Pradesh for the last 19 years out of 20. And the connect that our leadership has, all the elections we know were fought under the leadership of Shri Narendra Modi ji, and the state leadership in unison was working hard to ensure that we connect with the voters of the states. In Madhya Pradesh, what are the factors that have ensured that Bharatiya Janata Party will win again? One, I think the popular schemes like Ladli Yojana. Ladli Yojana, I was myself camping in Madhya Pradesh. I can tell you, the women have a special bonding with Shivraj Singh Chauhan ji. And they feel that a lot has been done for Madhya Pradesh, turning the state from a Bimaru state to a Sucharu state. Second, I think there was no anti-incumbency there. Rather, on the other side, Congress could not provide an alternate. The reason is very simple. We saw how between Kamal Nath and Digvijay Singh, there were bites like Kapde Phado Jaake Digvijay Singh ke. The issues were also not raised if they could have. Second, the Sankalp Patra also, if you see, a large section amongst the farmers felt that the promises that we had made, like purchasing paddy, at rupees 3,100, that inspired confidence. Now, the youth the women also.
Gaurav, you made your point. Gaurav, you made your point very strongly that the BJP got its Madhya Pradesh strategy right, and our exit poll seems to suggest that. However, the interesting part is that it's not just one state election. There's Chhattisgarh and there's Rajasthan. And in both these states, as per our exit poll, it's the... Just a minute, sir. Just a minute. We'll go state by state, sir. We'll give every party equal chance. In these two states, the Congress is ahead, Supriya Shrinate. So you seem to be suffering, if these numbers are right, a big defeat in Madhya Pradesh, and you could well be forming a government in Rajasthan or Chhattisgarh, but it's touch and go. Both these states could well be hung, or even the BJP lead in a Rajasthan. Therefore, the Congress could well end on Sunday evening, either with 3 states, if you win Telangana, or with 0 states. How worried are you? Are these numbers now going to give sleepless nights to the Congress? You're losing Madhya Pradesh badly. You're just ahead in Rajasthan. You're just ahead in Chhattisgarh. Telangana yet to come.
Thanks very much for having me on the show. And I'm reminded of June this year, earlier this year in June. And I remember the Karnataka numbers were coming, and yet again you guys had jumped the gun. And you told me how wrong I was to put on a euphoric song. And then, of course, I was later called up and both of you apologized. That's another story. That's another day.
One minute. Our exit poll was right. There was 10:15. No. Our viewers must know the picture. At 10:15 on counting day, there was a brief period where the BJP and you appeared neck and neck. That's all. But I concede your point that at that point you could argue. But our exit poll on Karnataka was spot on. Please go ahead.
You may know the numbers while they were coming. We've done the poll, so we know exactly how we will fare, and which is why I was very confident even at 10:15 a.m. when you seem to have, gotten lost a little with the euphoria that was coming from the BJP. Forget about that. It's a day that belongs to us. I'm absolutely confident that the numbers for Chhattisgarh and Rajasthan that your exit polls are saying will be even better. Madhya Pradesh is a little surprising for me. And I do believe that the campaign was very good. I do believe that the numbers on the ground and the internal surveys that we have give us a very different story. Telangana is going to be a sweep election, whether you show that exit poll tomorrow, or whether you show it later tonight, or whether you show it 2 days later. Telangana is going to be a sweep. So the total tally for now is a tally that's favoring the Congress party, and for me that's the headline. You can keep dissecting the numbers, you can keep doing the internal math, you can do all of that. One thing that I would want to say here is that the BJP leaves no stone unturned to polarize any election. They tried to do that in Rajasthan, and look at how overwhelmingly people are going to vote against that. I think one thing is certain, it's a lesson for any of us to learn, that if you are going to work like we did in Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh, the people are going to reward you irrespective of what your opponent brings to the table, whether it's polarization, whether it's an ED raid, all of that will be set aside. But I think I'm extremely curious and extremely ecstatic about the fact that for now we look like we are in the lead position in Chhattisgarh, in Rajasthan, and Telangana. My own internal survey tells me, and I respect your decision to show it tomorrow, is that we will be in a very, very formidable position, and the tide truly turned there.
And
BJP has a lot to worry.
No, ma'am. Just a quick response, though, from Gaurav Bhatia, because Gaurav, the fascinating thing about today's exit polls is you could have the bragging rights at this time on Sunday, or Supriya could have. Either it could be 3-1, 3-1 to the BJP. It could be 3-1 to the Congress. Are you also going to have a few sleepless nights, potentially about Rajasthan in particular? Because we've gone with a poll that shows you could be losing that state. That could be a blow even as you celebrate Madhya Pradesh.
So let me just dissect whatever has been said by the Congress spokesperson. First of all, no matter what happens on the 3rd, and we are sure we'll be winning in all the states, I would tell you one thing, we will never blame the EVMs. Tonight is a good night to ask the Congress spokesperson, if they happen to lose the states, and that too by a wide margin as exit polls are depicting, will they blame the EVMs again? Having said that, let's talk about Madhya Pradesh. I have the poll of polls in front of me, Rajdeep and Rahul, and out of the 4 exit polls that I see, all 4 of them talk about the BJP reaching the majority mark, and one of the exit poll is giving 162 seats on the higher side to the BJP. That is your exit poll. So what does it show? We have done phenomenally well.
Sir,
in
Rajasthan.
Madhya Pradesh.
I asked you about Rajasthan.
Again,
You're going back to Madhya
there has
Pradesh.
been a tide in favor of Bharatiya Janata Party. I'm sorry?
I'm asking you, will Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh give you
yourself?
sleepless nights? If the Congress wins both and you only win Madhya Pradesh, and if the Congress then wins Telangana, it's 3-1 to the Congress.
So, Rajdeep, I would take you back to 2018. Do you remember the results of 2018? The Bharatiya Janata Party lost all 5 states. And today, what are the trends showing? We are doing better in Madhya Pradesh than the last results. We are doing better in Rajasthan. Even in Chhattisgarh, where we got 15 seats, your survey also shows 42. So who's the real winner? It is the leadership of the Bharatiya Janata Party,
but
a
Mr.
collective
Bhatia,
effort by the cadre.
where Rajasthan is concerned, you have a natural edge.
Thing.
Sir, where Rajasthan is concerned, you've had history gives you a natural edge. You didn't do as badly in 2018 that you've done now with what we predicted. It's practically the same figure.
Well.
But
the
question, Mr. Bhatia, is, one quick question. Did you not have a narrative in Rajasthan? It was your election to win, even on the historical context to it. From polarization to law and order, you really couldn't get it right in the final heat of the campaign.
Preeti, I think you are prejudging the result. Just wait for 3rd of December and I will, recite a couplet for the Bharatiya Janata Party. हम वो दरिया है जिसे अपना हुनर मालूम है. हम जिस तरफ चल देंगे रास्ते बन जाएंगे. Remember Uttarakhand? Uttarakhand as a hilly state also had the same trend. The Bharatiya Janata Party got a very resounding victory in the last assembly elections. We broke the trend. Why? People believe in the leadership of Shri Narendra Modi ji, Amit Shah ji, as well as the state leadership that we provide. Our national president was going state to campaign. Can I ask a question to the Congress? Is it not a relevant question?
Ranjit Reddy of the BRS is with us. T.S. Sudhir is with us. I want to go across to Ranjit Reddy first. The India Today Access My India numbers are not out for Telangana yet, but the other pollsters that are out in Telangana are suggesting the Congress is winning. Can we have the poll of polls numbers again? All those data points suggest it's time, as that Revant Reddy song was saying, bye-bye KCR.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes. People can hear you.
Hello.
Yes,
please
Mr.
go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Rahul. I don't know, there was some connectivity issue. Yeah, there was some connectivity issue. I just got back into this thing. There are three things, Rahul and Rajdeep. What has happened is the dynamics changes from state to state. So we are going for the third time here, and I'm very pretty sure that we are going to come back to power. What I don't understand is when we talk about exit polls, when the polls were on, you came into the exit polls by 5:30 p.m. Maybe people were ready by 4:30 p.m. After 5:30 p.m., almost 12% voting was yet to be polled. So, and we talk about a difference of 1%, 1.5%, and you say bye-bye KCR, what Revant Reddy says. Well, how is that we can jump into conclusions is the first thing. Second thing is, as far as the elections are concerned, we are pretty sure, because for the welfare schemes and for the developments, what we have done in Telangana, it has reached every household. We are pretty confident that we are going to come back to power. What all has happened in Telangana state, I think it
what
has
are you
become a role
picking
model
up? Pradeep Gupta holding his arsenal back. He says, I'll fire tomorrow on Telangana. You've been speaking to people across the state all day. What are you picking up?
Well, that's really the danger, because what Pradeep Gupta's exit poll for the other three states shows that the incumbent chief ministers or the incumbent governments are going to come back after this election. Now, what would that indicate for someone like KCR? Now, if you are talking about, as Rajdeep was mentioning, the success of the different welfare programs, in that case, the KCR government also has a lot to boast about up in terms of the welfare program. So I think Pradeep Gupta has put a lot of people in tension. They will spend a sleepless night, because if his track record of going against the grain comes true tomorrow, that will be tested on the 3rd of December. But having said that, we did feel, as Rajdeep also said, that there is, the Congress did have momentum going into this election, but whether that momentum will end up being in around the 50 mark, the mid-50s, or will they cross the 60 mark comfortably? That's going to be the big thing. One another point that I picked up was today that the BJP may actually do better than expected. I mean, they won only one seat in 2018. This time, individual seats, I'm not talking of a pan-Telangana or even a pan-district kind of a momentum for the BJP. But because of specific individual candidates doing well, they may actually pick up quite a few seats, maybe even get into double digits. That's going to be something interesting to watch, because in the case of a hung assembly, the BJP's role could be critical. But yes, the Congress leaders who I have been speaking to, they say we will get a comfortable majority. There is really nothing to worry. The voting percentage, the large voting percentage that the EC has released is around 64%. Last time it was over 70%. So whether the final tally ends up over 70% or whether it falls short, even that could have a bearing on which way the results pan out.
You know, those numbers of others are critical in Telangana, because you've got OAC, who's already got an informal understanding with the BRS, and he's going to win 7. The only one that he might lose is Nampalli. So he's a short of 6 at least. And you've got the BJP. If Sudhir is right, and the BJP goes to 8-10, then you're talking about a block of 16, which means...
Then it's a hung assembly.
A, it is likely then to be a hung assembly. B, KCR then becomes in pole position, because the BJP will want to keep the Congress out. Plus, KCR will be willing to break parties to form a government. You know, when you're a regional party, you're at war.
Let the polls be done, no? Why is that we want to talk about?
No, 1 minute, sir. I'm only going by what has been said by Sudhir. No, all the other channels, sir, have given it to Congress. Let's be very clear. All the polls so far have put the Congress ahead of the BRS.
But till the time Pradeep Gupta doesn't say it, no one's willing to believe it.
And therefore, Pradeep, because
you can ask
Sudhir
Mr.
says,
Sudhir there.
as Sudhir says, there is a trend which is there that all the governments at the moment with welfare schemes are holding their own. Now, we don't know whether Telangana is an outlier there, whether the corruption allegations against individual MLAs are so strong that they will offset the welfare schemes. KCR has an emotional connect with women, just like Mr. Gehlot and Shivraj had. So I am very cautious about Telangana, but Rahul, my sense is that Telangana, like these other states, is going to keep us awake till late. Possibly on Sunday, it's a fast counting state, I know, but even over the next 2 days. Who knows?
So Rajdeep's numbers are a hung assembly.
No, my numbers in Telangana are very simple. Momentum with the Congress, maths with KCR. It will still require a huge swing away for KCR to be completely demolished.
What's the difference in percentage, Rajdeep? Rajdeep, what's the difference in percentage?
Arithmetic kiske paas hai? That's what
Gupta ji, give us a hint. All you guys have spoken on the line. There is a one party called Owaisi Party, though we know that it is likely to be in alliance with BRS, right, which is holding back about 7 to 8 seats. If BJP start doing very good, when I say very good, at par with general election where they could gain 20% of vote share, which is too sizable a vote share, then difficulty for the Congress.
Yeah.
Because in Hyderabad region, there is no Congress. Let's be very clear. So keep first these 21 seats away of Hyderabad region, then 7 to 8 seats of Owaisi's stronghold. Of course, they are coming from Hyderabad only. They are coming from Hyderabad only. Then important is northern Telangana, where BJP is doing done absolutely good, winning 3 Lok Sabha seats out of 4, one from Secunderabad. So that is very important to see.
No, I'll tell you why. Because you've got 28 seats in North Telangana.
Yeah.
BRS won 26 out of them. Then they got one again, one of the congressmen switched over. If the Congress cannot defeat the BRS in North Telangana, then I don't see the Congress going ahead of the BRS. It's as simple as that.
No way.
And the BJP has at least 3 or 4, but Sudhir is right. I don't think it's consistently across the state. There are 3 or 4 seats in Adilabad where the BJP is in the fight. I think the key is, when I have an anti-incumbency mood, does that anti-incumbency mood get split even 10-12% towards the BJP, or does it go wholesale towards the Congress? My sense is the Congress has got its caste arithmetic right, has got its candidate selection right. There, unlike in Madhya Pradesh, Sunil Kanogulu and Revant Reddy worked as a team, and they've got that part right. KCR made one mistake, Rahul. He should have dropped 25-30 MLAs. This election would be done and dusted.
Which is what
he got so overconfident, possibly by repeating these MLAs. These MLAs are going to be taught a lesson in Telangana. Mr. Ranjit Reddy may not agree. There was anger against individual MLAs who are seen to have been corrupted. Sir, जो स्कूटर पे चल रहा था, Mercedes Benz चलाता है. How did you get a Mercedes Benz in 5 years who was driving a scooter? Your MLAs made lots of money. People, public है, ये सब जानती है. Telangana की public has learned that. That's why you have made a mistake. KCR is well loved, not the MLAs.
No, Rajdeep.
No,
let's not talk about Benz and all. What I say is, let's see on December 3rd, because what I say is, when we are talking about anti-incumbency and when we are talking about exit polls of 1.5-2% difference of votes, when the polling was not done, why is that we have to jump into conclusions? If there is anti-incumbency, the difference of votes would have been more than 10-15%, the way it is there in Madhya Pradesh.
Not really. No,
Madhya Pradesh,
that's
they have
not
difference
correct.
of 10-15%
Because remember,
between Congress and BJP.
Telangana,
Not anti-incumbency, but the difference of voting percentage.
The BRS starts at 88 seats. The Congress starts at 19. That's the finishing point on the day of counting. Several Congress leaders switched over and joined the BRS. It's a different matter. And the vote share gap between the two parties is a whopping 19%. It is a 19% vote share gap. To reverse that doesn't need a mini wave, it needs an electoral tsunami. So can the Congress get that kind of an electoral tsunami? plus the trend that Pradeep Gupta always breaks away from the patterns. If everybody else is saying Congress is winning, Gupta ji going to come and bowl a
One
googly
more
again.
thing, Rajdeep, to add this, though people are saying 19% gap, let me tell you, last time Congress formed with TDP, they gained 4% vote. So it is actually 32% vote. Can that 32% vote surpass the BRS likely to get the vote? Last time they got scored 47.
No, so basically 46 has to come to 38 and 32 has to go to 40. I need an 8% swing.
This is one aspect. This is one. The another aspect is very important. We are forgetting here is the female.
And minus TDP.
Because large
go ahead.
number of females are the one who are beneficiaries or labhartis of whatever social welfare schemes of the government.
So you're saying KCR has a chance?
No, I'm not saying anything.
No, you're saying,
I'm saying
women,
all the dynamics.
women voters, welfare, maths. That's why I keep saying KCR, don't rule out KCR
I'm saying that, Rajdeep.
Sir, I'm also saying that. I'm not denying it. All I'm saying, and Supriya Shine, that could be the nightmare for you. If tomorrow Pradeep Gupta comes, and of course on the 3rd, you lose Telangana for all this momentum you're whipping up about it, then it's going to be a terrible day at the office if all his numbers are right. You'll have lost Madhya Pradesh, you'll have come down in Chhattisgarh, you may not win Rajasthan, you may end up, that's the thriller of this exit poll. You could be either hero or zero.
See, Rajdeep, can I make a point?
You are not giving Mizoram number. That's my worry.
Ek minute, I want to come to Mizoram also. But let's Supriya speak.
The Congress is also there, no?
Yeah, Supriya, go on.
I think it's my turn to speak, right? You just address the state. आपने यूनियन ऑफ स्टेट के नाम एड्रेस दे दिया, आप मुझे बोलने भी तो दीजिए. Thank you. I just think this is an exit poll, and which is why this is not the final result. And Rajdeep, maybe your middle name can be the doomsday professor. I am certainly confident that we will be forming governments in 4, if not 3, for sure. And then we will see what happens. The reality is that don't treat exit polls with the pinch of salt that you're treating if the Congress is concerned. And for the others, you think things. Telangana is going to be a sweep election, and the BRS knows it even before we do. And that's the reality of Telangana. Anybody who has traveled through the state, anybody who understands a little bit of politics will tell you Telangana is going to see a tsunami as far as the Congress party is concerned.
Rahul, you've been waiting patiently. Let Rahul. Okay, Rahul,
I think, we'll figure out what Pradeep says tomorrow and the results. Sometimes there are momentums that get created on social media. Do not forget West Bengal elections, right? And so because it's Telangana is a much more sort of like literate state where people are much more on social media and those kind of things, you're going to see more momentum compared to any other state in terms of that. Second, even there is a division in the pollsters. Only 1 or 2 are giving outright sort of like edge to Congress. Most are keeping their cards close and saying it's a hung assembly. And it's likely to be very, very closely contested election because even if TRS loses a big chunk of vote, it's not going to go wholesale to the Congress party because in comparison to 2018, BJP is likely to touch either its 2019 mark or somewhere around it. So because there is going to be a split, it's not going to be easy for Congress to have an outright majority.
Let's come now to Mizoram. And remember, Mizoram is very important because typically it's been a battle between the Congress and the MNF. The MNF has currently been in power, so you typically expect that the Congress should this time win. That's how the state has oscillated since it was formed. So in Mizoram, I want to show you the vote share percentages first. And there's also the Zoram People's Movement, which really is a coming together of civil society groups. In some ways, you could call it, I don't know, people will be offended, like the ARP of Mizoram, where you've got a motley group of people coming together and putting up a contest. So here for the first time are the India Today Access My India vote share numbers for the state of Mizoram. The MNF India Today projects will be at 27% of the vote share. The ZPM, which really in the last elections only had 8 seats, they fought separately, weren't even together as a whole, will get a whopping 49%. That's like Afghanistan winning the World Cup, not just doing well, but actually winning the World Cup. The Congress at 20%, the BJP at 2%. They were really never in the race. It's largely a Christian state. 27 and 20. Even if the MNF and the Congress got together, they still have lesser votes than the ZPM. This is electorally a miracle. This is a bit like what happened in Tripura, where the BJP went from 2 and they formed the government by bringing the mighty CPIM down. This is quite magical in the state of Mizoram. Let's now translate this into seats. If you look at the 40-seat assembly of Mizoram, Access My India is projecting for the India Today group that the ZPM will get 28 to 35, the MNF from 3 to 7. This, Pradeep Gupta, is actually the biggest surprise. You're projecting that Afghanistan is winning the World Cup.
Yeah, it is going to be the same like what happened in Delhi, Pradesh, when in 2013 election, Aam Aadmi Party could secure 27 seats, surprising everybody. Last time in Mizoram, they could not form the party, the ZPM. So all the candidates fought independent and they won 8 seats. And the Lal Dohama is led the ZPM movement. He is the ex-MP of Congress party in 1984.
That's right. He comes from the, the older generation. This
40%
IPS
of the
officer,
respondents say they want
same
him to
again
be
like
CM.
Arvind Kejriwal situation, IRS, and he was the IPS officer, and he fought election last time with 2 seats and won both the seats. And this time, can you imagine, he is likely to secure 49% vote with as high as 35 seats out of 40 seats. So it's like sweeping the entire Mizoram.
The reason for this, a couple of things which are interesting here. One is the last time they could not get an election symbol.
Yes.
Because they did not get their recognition in time. So they had to contest as individuals. Now they've come together. Many of them are ex-congressmen. And I think, yes, the AAP analogy is well taken. This is the 2015 moment of Mizoram. And most of the people who've gone with the ZPM are youth. You see, the church plays a big role in a state with 85% Christian population. But the youth want a change. They want to see, not as if the leader is young. He's 74 years old. He's not, in that sense, he's different to Arvind Kejriwal. He's not in his 40s. He's a 74-year-old. But he's saying, enough of these, of the Congress and the MNF. Let's try something new.
But Rajdeep, what does it say about the Congress? Because you've had a Rahul Gandhi who spent a considerable amount of time in Manipur. They would have hoped what happened in Manipur would have reflected in the neighboring Mizoram. And here, you have the Congress absolutely nowhere. So if Supresh Srinath is still with us, it's a question for the Congress to take.
Excellent point, because in the Northeast, we've seen, not just in Mizoram, Preeti, in state after state, the Congress used to once dominate the Northeast. If these numbers are right, you're completely barren in the Northeast. Not a single state of the Northeast is going with the Congress, and it's ZPM, a party in a way created out of the womb of the Congress, that people are turning to, and not the Congress party, Supriya Srinath, in a state bordering Manipur.
No, so I have got your question very partly. There is a problem in the audio, but I get your question on Mizoram and the Congress party's position there. I think what I will say before I come back to the Congress party's position there is, I am very glad to see that Mizoram has actually taught the BJP a lesson. Because the Mizoram Chief Minister said Mr. Modi should not come there. There's palpable anger. He did not go to Manipur. That anger has, metastasized into Mizoram. So I do believe the numbers will be a little better than what they are suggesting here. But it's a resounding vote against...
That lesson has come at your cost. Because the Congress made Manipur an issue. You had Rahul Gandhi who was in Manipur.
You can come to me after I'm done. I think it's an extremely important, extremely emotive point. The fact that the Prime Minister chose not to go to Manipur is going to cost him dearly, not just here, but you wait and watch in the rest of this country. I think
but what has the Congress gained out of it, Ms. Srinath? Because your leader went to Manipur.
I'm not entirely...
It's very ironical that you're saying the BJP, it's a largely Christian state, the BJP hardly even contested. Amit Shah and the others didn't even go there. The Congress, which should really have benefited from the anti-incumbency, has ceded ground to the ZPM. Kaushik Deka joins us, heads India Today Northeast for the India Today Network. Kaushik, the emergence of the phenomena of the ZPM didn't even contest as a proper party in the last election to now sweeping the post-poll study. Explain that to us.
See, JPM, though it was not a party in this form, JPM head Ladan Hoa, he has been there for quite some time. I see it actually as an AAP phenomenon over there. Only that in AAP's case, in Delhi, the turnaround happened in just 3-4 years, but this party took a lot of time. It was usually seen as an urban party. And Mizoram, if you see, it's a rural state mainly. But because of internet, what has happened, all the things that he used to preach earlier, now those things are getting into the rural areas. So people are reacting to that. What AAP could achieve in Delhi in quick time, this party took time, but now it has succeeded and people are responding to the new form of politics. They have seen Congress, they gave a chance to the regional party also. Now they are trying to someone who is talking about corruption, who is talking about unemployment, who is talking about drug issues in a constructive way. So I think that what earlier was seen as an urban phenomenon, now it has gone down to the rural areas.
Pradeep Gupta, is a state like Mizoram tougher to poll than say a Madhya Pradesh or Rajasthan?
Very tough. In all northeastern states,
no, but
Mizoram
no,
relatively easy.
Rajdeep, I'll tell you one second.
No.
Just think of it not in terms of the state, but in terms of statistics. You are trying to capture the vote share of a new political formation.
That is one.
If it is an MNF versus Congress fight, it's relatively easier.
And secondly,
here you are trying to poll a new
it's like
political
an
formation.
average 20,000 voters in each constituency.
So how do you get the right numbers?
And that to 3 party.
Fair enough.
And that
Rahul,
to incumbent party.
Yes, Rahul.
Like MNF.
In some ways, JPM may look like AAP phenomena, but JPM is also very, very different because the constituent parties of JPM are old political parties of Mizoram. So basically JNP, Zoram Nationalist Party, is an old party. Mizo People's Conference is an old party. Mizo People's Congress is an old party. So what has happened that these 6 parties tried to come together last time, and they got 8 seats, but they had combined 28% vote share. So it's not like, so they're like, of course, it's a big jump from 28 to 49, but it's not that they had no base in the state.
No, I
Right?
think
Same like Aam Aadmi Party in 13.
No, sure.
And they
This
won
is
in
2018 was
15.
their 2013 moment of the Aam Aadmi Party. This is their 2015 moment. But
absolutely.
I'm just wondering, Chetan, do you believe, and you talk to a lot of young people, in general, do young people want the idea of new parties? We're looking at all these big states where we've got the same old parties running these states. Then you turn to Mizoram, and suddenly you've got a new party coming up. Do you think there is space in Indian politics for new ideas with new parties?
I think if...
I mean, you were a promoter of AAP at one moment in your other avatars.
We were all. But I think freshness is something, and it's got nothing to do with the candidates. It's about the freshness of the idea. And I think someone presents a fresh idea, no matter how old they are, they can still resonate with the youth. There's a lot of new voters. They do have a cool... You said they didn't have a symbol. Now they have a very cool symbol. A nice hat.
That's right. But you know, the thing is, whether that's easier to do in a smaller state than a large state. Look at Delhi, very confined area. You had the Aam Aadmi Party emerge. The moment the AAP has tried to go into Madhya Pradesh or Rajasthan, they haven't been able to make any impact. I just wonder difficult. Whether the smaller states are more, perhaps, it's possible to break through there. You agree with that, Kaushik? We've seen from time to time in the Northeast, new small parties emerge, make a mark, but then fade away. The national parties take over.
We can't compare Delhi with Mizoram in terms of population. Delhi is far bigger. But in Mizoram, the election also happens in a very different way. There are multiple influences.
The church is a big player.
Yes, that's a very big player. And there is a community feeling and all that. And
Did the church back the ZPM?
No, not exactly. They didn't oppose it also. But if you see before the elections, that Manipur conflict and Myanmar, that influx from Myanmar, Zoramthanga tried to actually appeal to this Mizo identity. But that also didn't work. That means the elections happened in a, I think when the numbers will come up, it will be a very close contest.
Why do you think the MNF lost? Is it corruption? The fact that they had identified with the BJP, which in turn was seen to have not stood by the Kuki-Zo community in Manipur?
No, MNF actually stood by Kuki-Zo community.
BJP had not. And the MNF was seen to be in partnership with the BJP
Yes,
much
but
later did they break away.
they no, they haven't broken away. They are still the partners, but in every case, when the first influx happened also, Zoramthanga actually defied the central government. So the whole thing was that...
So it's not a Manipur effect?
Manipur didn't play any role. I think the no action. They have seen Congress, no action. They have seen Zoramthanga. They had expectations. This was another chance to Zoramthanga, who was the original rebel. But nothing happened, nothing moved. So they are trying another person. Means, and in Manipur or Mizoram, in smaller states, leadership plays a role. And constituencies are very small. So person-to-person connect is also very important. And he has been working at it.
Okay.
For quite some time.
Kamal Nath has tweeted just moments before now, reacting to the exit polls that have come out. And I want to take you through what the Congress's chief ministerial candidate in the state of Madhya Pradesh is saying. कांग्रेस के सभी कार्यकर्ताओं को मैं उनका बल याद दिलाना चाहता हूं। आप लोग कांग्रेस की शक्ति हैं और आपकी मेहनत और समर्पण से ही जनता ने कांग्रेस पार्टी के समर्थन में जमकर वोट डाला है। 3 दिसंबर को जब मतगणना शुरू होगी तो कांग्रेस की सरकार पर जनता की मुहर लग जाएगी। मैंने हमेशा से ये कहा है कि देश विजन से चलता है, टेलीविजन से नहीं। बहुत से एग्जिट पोल में कांग्रेस पार्टी की सरकार बनती हुई दिखती है, जबकि कुछ एग्जिट पोल अन्य तरह की तस्वीर की बात कर रहे हैं। आपको इस बात का आपको इन सब चीज़ों से ध्यान भटकने नहीं देना है। अर्जुन की तरह आपको अपनी निगाहें सिर्फ अपने लक्ष्य पर रखनी है। आपको आपका पूरा ध्यान मतगणना के दिन पर लगाना है और ये सुनिश्चित करना है कि कांग्रेस को मिला एक एक वोट सही से गिना जाए और प्रदेश में प्रचंड बहुमत से कांग्रेस की सरकार बने। सो ही इज वरीड अबाउट नाउ एक ही देश विजन से चलता है, टेलीविजन से नहीं। एंड कीप एन आई ऑन दोज काउंटिंग स्टेशंस if something goes wrong in the counting station.
My only worry is that if, like Arjun, he has decided to use his arrow against us in case we get it wrong, you and I better make sure that wherever else we travel, don't travel to Bhopal in a hurry.
One second. If you get, see,
ये तो हमारे सूरमा भोपाल ही निकलेंगे.
Here's the thing. You cannot get Madhya Pradesh wrong. You can get it wrong to some extent. If, for example, the BJP's wave may not be as big, it may be a little lesser. Directionally, Madhya Pradesh is unlikely to go wrong. If it goes wrong, then Gupta ji is doing jigri pokri. Then there's no polling, there's no science. It's not a single day poll, it's a post-poll study. You've spoken to a scientific stratified sample. It's not randomly selected sample. If Madhya Pradesh directionally reverses, Gupta ji, pack your bag, go to Kedarnath or something.
No, the man from Jabalpur, so he cannot afford to get his home state wrong. Okay, we are going to take a break because our producers are saying that we still have our advertisers to also lots of stakeholders on exit poll day, including the advertiser. We'll be back with one final wrap-up hour. We'll bring you the big picture of what the day one. Remember, this is only day one of the exit polls has shown. Telangana is also going to be there tomorrow.
We'll also do a poll of polls. So
and do a poll of polls.
National big picture, impact on 2024 if these post-poll studies are right. All that and more coming up on the other side of a very quick break. Stay with us. Back in a moment.
You are watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
We live in the age of EI, election intelligence. India's most powerful analytics engine is ready and raring to go. Seats, votes, margins, swings, strength scans, strongholds, cutting edge live insights powered by India Today's data intelligence unit. No network can compare. No channel can compete. Your one-stop destination for live election analysis. Election intelligence, only on India Today.
An amalgamation of two states. A Bollywood shadi, yet so simple. With dreamy setup in shades of whites, it was a celebration where love was the VIP and everyone was on the guest list. That's right, actor Rajdeep Hooda and his longtime girlfriend Lynn Leshram are now husband and wife. The couple exchanged vows in a traditional Meitei wedding in Manipur. Lynn looked beautiful as she turned a Manipuri bride, which was a beautiful nod to the Radha Krishna dance, Ras Leela. While the groom Rajdeep Hooda also surrendered himself completely into the Manipuri culture, showcasing his deep love and respect towards his new family. For his big day, he donned a timeless white kurta and dhoti, accentuated by a yellow headgear called koet. The pictures and clips from their big day has been circulating online and leaving fans in complete awe. The couple can be seen having fun as they were surrounded by their families and friends, and Rajdeep Hooda's infectious smile in the photos speaks volumes of his love for his bride. On professional front, Lynn is known for her roles in films like Mary Kom, Rangoon and the very recent Jaane Jaan. As for Rajdeep, he will next be seen in Swatantra Veer Savarkar. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
You are watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
We have said that they have consistently given space to anti-India extremists and violence, and that is actually the heart of the issue. Our diplomatic representatives in Canada have borne the brunt of this. So we expect the government of Canada to live up to its obligations under the Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations. We have also seen interference by Canadian diplomats in our internal affairs. We've said this from this podium, and that is obviously unacceptable.
I wanted to speak to the news coming out of the United States on India. From the month of August onwards, we have been working closely with our American counterparts, with partners around the world, on the very serious allegations that we shared in September that we believe India was involved, agents of the government of India were involved in the killing of a Canadian citizen on Canadian soil. The news coming out of the United States further underscores what we've been talking about from the very beginning, which is that India needs to take this seriously. The Indian government needs to work with us to ensure that we're getting to the bottom of this. This is not something that anyone can take lightly. Our responsibility is to keep Canadians safe, and that's what we're going to continue to do.
पता नहीं बिहार में सरकार को ये भ्रम हो गया है कि यहाँ के मुस्लिम समाज के लोग कुछ अलग चाहते हैं। ऐसा कुछ नहीं है। जो मुस्लिम समाज के लोग भी हैं वो देश के संविधान और कानून के साथ चलते हैं। किसी ने मांग किया था क्या 2 कैलेंडर जारी करने का? यानी मुस्लिम मांगे न मांगे, इन्होंने जबरदस्ती जारी कर दिया। अरे भाई, सबके लिए मुस्लिम समाज के लोग भी बराबरी मांगते हैं, न कि अलग अलग कोई अपीजमेंट मांगते हैं। लेकिन बिहार की सरकार को भ्रम हो गया है कि 2 कैलेंडर जारी कर देंगे उससे इनको कुछ अलग फ़ायदा हो जाएगा। अलग नज़रिए से देख रहे हैं। ऐसे नज़रिए से देखने की ज़रूरत नहीं है। मुस्लिम समाज के लिए कुछ काम तो करते नहीं है, खाली कैलेंडर जारी करते हैं।
You are watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
Co-presented by आपका जॉय भारत का जॉय जॉय ई-बाइक। Co-presented by Nexa, Create Inspire. Co-powered by Parul University, Vadodara, Gujarat.
Hello and welcome to our continuing coverage of the big exit poll. 5 battleground states, and we are the destination, hopefully, for all of you who want to realize what really has been happening in these states. The Axis My India exit poll numbers are out, and they have created, I can tell you, a bit of a tremor.
Bit of a tremor, there's an earthquake because they're going contrary to the conventional game in all states. In Chhattisgarh, where everyone thought that the Congress had it easy, the Congress just with an edge but not comfortably placed. In Madhya Pradesh, where everyone thought the Congress would win, we are predicting a sweep for the BJP. In Rajasthan, where the BJP thought they were comfortably placed, it now turns out that the Congress could have an edge. So it's all ulta-pulta as far as this post-poll study done by Access My India for the India Today group is concerned. We will, in this part of the show, take you through a poll of polls. We just take the India Today Access My India poll more seriously. But for what it's worth and to include it in the conversation, we'll show you what the other pollsters are saying. You'll get a sense of what the wisdom of the crowd is, as it were. So let's go through the headlines and then we'll take you through the poll of polls and then we'll look at the national big picture that emerges from the data that's coming from these post-poll studies. Rajdeep.
Fascinating elections, fascinating exit polls. The headlines. India Today, Axis My India exit poll numbers are out. Saffron sweep projected in Madhya Pradesh. It's Kamal, not Kamal Nath, all the way as per the polls. Women voters are giving Mama Ji, Shivraj Chauhan, the lead.
It's going down to the wire in Rajasthan. India Today Access My India exit poll predicts a slight edge for the Congress. Will Ashok Gehlot be able to buck a 3-decade trend in this swing state?
India Today exact poll predicts a cliffhanger in Chhattisgarh with an edge to the Congress. The Congress likely to be around 40 to 50 seats, 36 to 46 seats predicted for the BJP in the 90-member House.
Netas and Abhinetas turn out to vote in Telangana. India Today's exact poll numbers are being computed. We'll be putting them out tomorrow.
And India Today, My Axis poll predicts a sweeping win for the Zoram People's Movement with 28 to 35 seats, again just 3 to 7 for Zoram Thanga's Mizo National Front in Mizoram. Congress also has been wiped out, according to the exit poll in the state.
In this part of the broadcast, we will take you through a poll of polls. We look at what the India Today Access My India data is saying for each of the poll-bound states. We'll also look at what the other pollsters are saying. So Rajdeep, where do we start from? Should we start from Madhya Pradesh?
We can start from the state where it appears that the numbers are the most certain and, in a way, are also the most stunning in terms of what they suggest.
Yeah.
Let's go with Madhya Pradesh,
Okay,
the
let's
big
go
state.
to Madhya Pradesh first. So, coming up on your screen, the India Today Access My India numbers and the numbers of the other pollsters. Remember, our team has a 94% track record, 60 out of 64 predictions being bang on. But we'll give you a sense directionally of what the other pollsters are saying as well. So here is Madhya Pradesh. Access My India and India Today are predicting a landslide victory for the BJP. Out of the 230 seats, Access My India predicts for India Today that the BJP could get between 140 and 162. Last time they had 109. The Congress, which had 114 on counting day, could come down to 90 or 68. That's the range according to Access My India. Dainik Bhaskar predicts a closer fight. They're predicting the Congress in front, 105 to 120 according to Dainik Bhaskar, a big newspaper in the state of Madhya Pradesh. The BJP between 95 and 115. So they're giving the edge to the Congress with the BJP in roughly the same range. Jan Ki Baat has a very different prediction, 102 to 125. So they also show Congress slightly in front, 100 to 123 for the BJP. BJP just slightly behind, but roughly in the same race. Matriz showing 97 to 107 for the Congress, but they show a definitive edge to the BJP, 118 to 130. So Matriz showing a big gain for the BJP, not as big as Access My India does, but showing the BJP comfortably placed to form the government. Then there is ETG. ETG says 109 to 125 for the Congress. So Congress clearly with the edge. BJP at 105 to 117, so trailing behind. So if you see this, broadly you've got Access My India and Matrice showing the BJP winning, whereas Dainik Bhaskar, Jan Ki Baat and ETG are showing Rajdeep a much tighter fight. So somebody will be dancing and somebody will be eating crow on Sunday.
Look, these numbers show what was the general mood ahead of Madhya Pradesh. You asked anyone, they said kaate ki takkar. That, it could go either way, too close to call. And a lot of local journalists in particular were saying this will be seat to seat. But when I look at Pradeep Gupta's micro data, particularly women, 50% women voting for the BJP versus 40% for the Congress, it appears to me that advantage is clearly with the BJP. They're doing very well even in the tribal seats, even in Mahakaushal and Gwalior Chambal. So unless Pradeep has got it horribly wrong, I just don't see how Madhya Pradesh can go the other way. So while your poll of polls will give a more mixed picture, my sense is that, and Kamal Nath will say, wait till December 3rd, don't trust television, only trust me. I think Pradeep Gupta may well have captured the right trend. Whether it goes as high as 160 or stops earlier, that we can't say. But I think the Rahul Verma earlier made today a great point. This is a dominant BJP state, and except for 2018, the BJP has won every major election here.
If the BJP wins in this way, Rahul Verma, then does Madhya Pradesh virtually become like a Gujarat, where the Congress just starts shrinking? Rather than gaining ground, they're actually losing steam.
See, I think if BJP wins this time, we all had the signs of this being a dominant party state. If it wins, then it's definitely going to be a state like Odisha for BJP Gujarat, CPM and TMC West Bengal. Then it would be really, really hard for Congress to make a comeback. Because by this time...
So the contra logic to that could be that even in Chhattisgarh, it seemed the Congress had shrunk and collapsed. Their top leadership wiped out in a road accident like a blast, and they bounced back. So the logic is, yes, it becomes dominant to a great extent, but it doesn't take much to shake that status
So what
quo.
happens when it becomes a dominant party state? You cannot defeat, it's less likely to be defeated in a normal election. There has to be an extraordinary element in that election to defeat a dominant party. CPM goes out in an election when it was an extraordinary election for West Bengal. BJP will go out in an election which will in Gujarat, which will be an extraordinary election. Madhya Pradesh 2023 was more like a normal election, and so that's why I would see that what Access My India is projecting, the direction is much more likely.
I would hesitate. I don't entirely agree with him. I think if you look at the caste composition of Madhya Pradesh, it's very different to Gujarat. You've got a large Dalit population, you've got a large tribal population, it's large OBC population. The Congress has to get its OBC, Dalit, tribal politics right, has to effect a generational change. The big shift in Madhya Pradesh, and I think Pradeep said it on when he was here last, it's not just women, upper caste. There was the reason Congress came into the fight in 2018. Upper caste, especially in Bundelkhand and parts of Gwalior Chambal, shifted wholly to the Congress. The BJP then got 10% reservation immediately ahead of the 2019 elections. They are for economically affected castes, and they shifted back. I think that made a difference. I don't think it's Gujarat yet. It's hardly Gujarat
but it's
yet.
heading in that direction.
I don't know whether it's heading in that direction. I think if the Congress if this election is, if our numbers are right, because I'm very worried about Kamal Nath. If our numbers are wrong, he's going to latch on to every word of mine. But if our numbers are right, the Congress has to effect a generational change that they did in Chhattisgarh.
Rajdeep, I'm not saying it has become Gujarat as of now. If BJP wins this time and wins big this time, then it is likely to
Chetan, what are you making of these numbers?
Gujarat is Gujarat because PM Modi is from Gujarat. So it is definitely a home state. It's definitely a BJP Gada, as they say. But at the same time, they were losing a few months back. The BJP literally pulled out all stops. Union ministers were made to come and contest assembly seats. Unheard of things were done. Like a lot of effort was done to not lose the state, because I think they realize its importance in Lok Sabha.
Shehzad Poonawala would be dancing if the Madhya Pradesh numbers are right. He's joining us on this broadcast as also as Salman Soz. If the Congress botches up Madhya Pradesh, it would be an epic failure. I don't want to say too much because then The Panditri can be played back to me on Sunday, but if the Congress does end up in this status, this was an election where they've snatched defeat from the jaws of victory. It is just inconceivable that given where they were earlier in the campaign, they have just collapsed and just midstream run out of energy. Shehzad, what's the mood in the BJP camp after looking at the post-poll data? Shehzad?
Rahul, we are going to wait for the exact polls on 3rd of December. But having said that, I hope you'd indulge me for just 30 seconds. Rahul, at the beginning of the 2018 election cycle and after coming out of it, out of the 5 states, we did not have governments in 3 states. We did not have governments in any state government. Actually, Congress had 3 state governments. They lost 1 government along the way because Jyotiraditya Scindia ji walked out. They had 2 state governments. When they went into this election cycle, they had to defend 2 governments. We had 1 government in Madhya Pradesh. Now, after seeing the poll of polls and even seeing your results, we are handsomely defending the Madhya Pradesh government. We are by all means, and your poll in Rajasthan is saying something else, but overall 10 polls that are saying in Rajasthan, we are coming back to power in Rajasthan. In Chhattisgarh, where nobody was predicting that it would be such a close neck-to-neck fight, we are almost within breathing distance of the Congress party. So it means that the Congress party is unable to retain the 2 states that it had. It is perhaps going to, in a bad situation, lose all 3 of them. And the Bharatiya Janata Party may win all 3 of them. And therefore, I am delighted at that prospect, but I will wait till the 3rd of December. I had told Rajdeep on a phone call, I'm disclosing this, we had a conversation one of the days, and I had told Rajdeep that in Madhya Pradesh, compared to 2018, we were in a far better situation in 2023. I think he had accepted that also on the call, and I think that is what is playing out in the results that are coming out as well. And in Rajasthan too, I'm telling you that...
Okay, we'll come to Rajasthan in a moment. Salman Soz, if the Madhya Pradesh numbers are correct, would you accept that this would be an epic botch-up by the Congress where there was anti-incumbency, there was a bit of thakan, ubasi, you could feel the fatigue. Even BJP, top leaders of the BJP were talking about fatigue and boredom with the Chief Minister. And from there, so many micro-level mistakes which lead to the BJP in the post-poll study coming out triumphant by a big margin, that would really just show how the Congress has snatched defeat from the jaws of victory.
Rahul, the big story of these exit polls, yours and other exit polls, is the following. The Congress is the only party in India that is currently in a position that it could form possibly a government in all 5 states. I know that you're not giving us many seats in Mizoram, but there are other channels which are predicting a hung assembly there. There is a possibility that the Congress party could be forming the government in all 5 states. No party other than the Congress party is in a position to say that. Even Shehzad cannot say that right now. Now, as far as
the flip side, you can typically in politics, you look at the glass half full and look at your party's position. But there could also be a situation where 3 states that you won handsomely in 2018, Chhattisgarh, Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh less so, you could be losing all 3. And you are not certain to win Telangana. We'll know our numbers tomorrow. And you're completely wiped out in Mizoram. So it can go both ways. You could either be glass half full or you could be glass almost empty.
Rajdeep, that is why we have to wait for December 3 to figure out where everybody ends up. But your polls are suggesting something. Other polls are suggesting something else. In some cases, you're giving us Rajasthan. In other polls, maybe some others are giving Rajasthan to the BJP. But my contention is this. In these elections, the Congress party has shown that it is here to fight the BJP for this country. I think the way we have fought in state after state, that is why we are in a position right now to be competitive in all 5 states.
Okay.
Our senior leadership, wait a second, just a second, let me finish. Our senior leadership went to Mizoram as well, did not, unlike media, unlike the Prime Minister of this country, we did not think that Mizoram is not important. Mizoram is important. Our senior leadership went to Mizoram as well because we were competitive, because people want us to be competitive. So, yes, anything can happen in this election.
And no election is easy. By the way, you said that we won these elections handsomely in 2018. Rajasthan was very close last time. Madhya Pradesh was very close last time. So it's not as if Chhattisgarh was relatively easy. So
Mr. Soos, the fact is, on the contrary, in a state like Madhya Pradesh, this was your election to win. Many would suggest that in the dying hours of the campaign, in the final heat lap, you just lost the wind speed. You just didn't see and put together a cohesive campaign, and you could see it on ground. The BJP got the better of you in the final leg.
But we don't know the results because other surveys are predicting a victory for the Congress party. Yes,
you were an investment banker, but this is very fascinating. You're picking from different research reports the one data set that suits you. So you're picking some data from the India Today Access My India post-poll study. He's picking somebody else's data where it suits him in Madhya Pradesh or Chhattisgarh. And he's saying this is what Rahul, my final conclusion is because Rahul, this is the data I like the best.
No,
how are you managing money like this, Salman?
Rahul, I'm not an investment banker. I'm a development economist. My job is simply to put in front of the people the overall context. Of course, your channel is predicting a huge victory for the BJP. If they do win, like you're predicting, of course we have to assess what happened and what went wrong. But my point is that there are others who are saying that we're going to win. And possibly we could be forming a government in all 5
so we've spoken about Madhya Pradesh. I want to now go to, let's go to Rajdeep. Rajasthan?
I think the most fascinating election out of the, I came into the studio this evening thinking Madhya Pradesh was going to be the fascinating Kaate ki Takkar. And Telangana is going to be an election still, which I believe is going to keep us excited.
We are excited regardless.
And then Rajasthan. Then comes the numbers for Rajasthan. I think Rajasthan is an election that is...
That can confirm.
Try and wake up Rajdeep and tell him...
confound us all.
Confirm, yeah.
I was just telling him, if our producers tried to wake up Rajdeep and said, you have to come and anchor at 6 or at 7, he'd say, no way. Say it's counting day, he'll get really supercharged.
My children have a joke. They tell me that on election day, I believe a news channel is GEC. So you've got to do thoda naach gana karna hai, thoda, all those.
Do your children like your dance moves?
No, let's not even go down that route about dance moves.
What's the feedback you get back home on the dance moves?
Look, I have no clue. My son is, I believe, a good dancer. And, he's into all this Telugu. He knows a bit of these Telugu cinema guys and all. He says, if you get your Telangana numbers right, whoever wins, you should do this. What is this? Natu dance?
Oh, no.
So you better make sure
Chetan, how good are your dances?
Natu is difficult. That is a tough one. Natu is very tough.
See, Chetan
Rajdeep is giving it a shot.
Okay, fine.
Chetan is a Gen Z man. I'm not. I'm a 1960s
So we need to this time, if the polls are right, we'll have Rajdeep and Pradeep as they do always. And we'll have Chetan Bhagat joining.
So we need I request a choreographer. So
Kanwal is much younger. Rahul is much younger than us.
You lead us, and on Sunday
He is younger.
On Saturday, let's practice so that on Sunday we can do this.
This is Rajdeep, Pradeep, and Chetan. That's
if we get Telangana right.
Natu.
Okay, but let's go to Rajasthan because that's the one which is going to fascinate all of us.
Let's look at the political dance in Rajasthan. Remember, Rajasthan, even the BJP thought they were comfortably placed, but India Today and Access My India don't seem to think so. Access My India is predicting for the India Today group that the Congress could end up between 86 and 106. Remember that 200 seats, 199 went to polls, so the midway mark is 100. 86 to 106, the Congress could end up with more than a majority, which, if turns out to be the case, would be historic because not since Bhairav Singh Shekhawat in 1993 has any party been re-elected. So that would be a phenomenal performance by the magician Ashok Gehlot. The BJP predicted to bag between 80 and 100. Now, CNX predicts that the Congress, CNX is also giving Congress the edge. CNX predicts 94 to 104. The range is narrower than ours. They think the BJP could end up between 80 and 90. So, CNX and Access My India are directionally saying the same thing. Jan Ki Baat, on the other hand, gives 100 to 122 to the BJP, 62 to 85 to the Congress. Matriz gives 115 to 130 to the BJP, 65 to 75 to the Congress. ETG gives 56 to 72 to the Congress, 108 to 128 to the BJP. So you've got two polls, Access My India and CNX, which show Congress directionally in front in a tight fight. The other polls seem to show the BJP quite comfortably home. Rahul Verma, if you were to try and draw meaning from the poll of polls, how would you interpret this?
Of course, from the poll of polls, 2 are basically suggesting Congress edge and 3 are giving clear victory to BJP. I would be a bit circumspect about the Rajasthan numbers, and purely from the numbers looking at Access My India. In the 4 states where Access My India has done surveys, in 3 states their gender profile in the survey is really, really good, where they have around 45 to 48% of women interviewed. In Rajasthan, they have only interviewed 28 to 30%, right? So the number of women voters who have been surveyed in Rajasthan is lower. Of course, they have weighted the data and extrapolated the data, but...
No, but using that same women logic, can I make the argument that that could potentially suggest that the Congress could end up more than 106? And I'll explain to you why. Because in Rajasthan, more women are voting for the Congress than men are. Therefore, if you undersampled amongst women, but if that trend holds because it's on a large base, but you actually went out and sampled more women, then that 106 number could increase even further. So that's the hope. By that logic, it could work both ways.
Yes, it's possible. But then we are also in the land that when you try to extrapolate from a small data, then it could go either way. Because the sample you collected was just telling you one direction and not telling you the other direction. So I'm just being circumspect. I'm not saying it could be different.
Can I make an argument just on the technicality, which is that the India Today Access My India team polls in every seat.
Yeah.
So in the seats where the trends are quite clear, and they've polled thrice before the post-poll study. So they have seats which they classify as safe because those seats, the trends are very clear. In seats where in your first post-poll study, the trends are showing a tight fight, you go back and poll with a larger sample. So you try and minimize the prospects of error. And sometimes you go back and poll a second time if your first revision doesn't throw up a clear number. So there's a lot of polling that happens. But of course, you know, India looked like it was going to win the World Cup, but it didn't. So there is that too.
And because vote share numbers are very, very close within the margin of error.
That is the bigger problem.
No, but the vote share numbers being close will give the Congress greater satisfaction at the moment in Rajasthan, because traditionally the BJP wins in Rajasthan where it wins big. There are seats, particularly in the urban pockets, where the BJP traditionally wins big. Number 2, the one rule of thumb that I've seen, the 2 polls that Pradeep got wrong, he's not here at the moment, were Bengal and Bihar. In both of those polls, he underpolled women. And Mamata Banerjee in Bengal and Nitish Kumar in Bihar were scoring much more heavily among women and eventually won those elections, Nitish by a much smaller margin. The fact is, if women have voted one way, you tend, and we are seeing it in all states, they tend to vote for welfarism, for the various schemes that are benefiting their lives. We are seeing this in Madhya Pradesh, we are seeing this in Rajasthan, which is why 2 incumbents, Rahul, both of whom were being written off 6 months ago. You would have asked anyone 6 months ago, they would have said Ashok Gehlot is going to lose, partly because, and that's why I think some of the polls just put a tukka number, 30 saal to haar rahe hain. I mean, governments are being rotated, so we are putting in. Chanakya, who you don't have on your poll of polls, also seems to be suggesting Congress has a slight edge. I have felt that the BJP is in the race in Rajasthan. I refuse to believe that the BJP is out of the race, and our poll numbers also show that. It could well be the BJP at 95. I think independents and rebels are the key. If independents and rebels, and they can be undersampled sometimes, because how do you know how much an independent or a rebel is getting? If that goes wrong, then your Rajasthan numbers, even your vote share numbers can go wrong. And that could change. So those 15 to 20 that I think you're giving 15%, that 15% to others will decide Rajasthan. Will the rebels be in number of winning candidates about 10 or 12, or will they be 20? If they are 20, then you are heading for a hung assembly.
No, and also, whose rebels are they? Are they BJP rebels or Congress rebels?
That's post-poll, Rahul. Post-poll, who the rebels are will decide who forms the government. Let's be fair, you know, Gehlot is one of the few guys who managed to survive for 5 years, even though he got just 99.
He managed to survive despite the Congress High Command wanting to change him.
No, the BJP tried to remove his government in 2020, didn't succeed. The Congress tried to get him out of Rajasthan in 2022, they did not succeed. Ashok Gehlot is a survivor. If he's able to reach 95, for me, for Ashok Gehlot, the magic number is 95. For the BJP, they would possibly need 100.
I don't agree. I think that the BJP, if it's neck and neck, it's advantage BJP and Amit Shah. If the Congress is comfortably placed, then great, it's the Congress's win. If it comes to pulling people in a very fractured race, it's advantage BJP. Not for any particular reason, except that's the track record for the last 10 years.
So you're basically saying BJP is better at Samdam Dandabhed?
No, well, if you look at it, okay, you know, if
you're saying that they're better at breaking parties or
not just breaking parties. I'm saying getting independents over.
But Gehlot last time was able to do it.
Gehlot is smart, no doubt.
He's not a politician you should underestimate. You see, I think
he's up against the might of the BJP. It's not just, it's a one individual Gehlot up against the might of the mightiest machine.
I agree with you. In fact, I should revise that. If the BJP gets 90, they will be in the race. Gehlot needs minimum 95.
No,
that's what I meant.
So you've changed your theory.
No. My theory.
left hand se ball ki, right hand se bowling ki.
No. The BJP needs lesser seats in terms of 90. They will go all out to reach 100. Gehlot at 95 will make every effort. There are enough people that he has a lot of IOUs. Ashok Gehlot has a lot of IOUs.
And MOUs with the other parties.
No. You see, for Vasundhara Raje, 90 is a good situation to be in. Because a lot of the rebels who might win could be people aligned with her. We don't know.
If you actually look at the figure, if I can get a word in. If you look
but
at
that's
the figure.
an important point. Vasundhara Raje, if the BJP is around 90, comes out stronger because she's the only one who can hold everything together. If it's a fractured government, you need somebody with expertise and experience in running the state to keep things together. Bringing in a fresh face, that fresh face, unless he has a comfortable majority, will find it tougher to keep the ship steady. So Vasundhara Raje would be happier with a fractured mandate. Somebody like a Gajendra Singh Shekhawat or somebody else would prefer a bigger mandate if they are to be chief minister. So there's that as well. Salman shows, do you think if it's 98 versus 96 or some such thing in a very tight race, it's actually advantage BJP?
I think the BJP advantage is long gone. I think we're living in a different world. I'm really surprised that you have not mentioned that the Prime Minister and the Home Minister may have actually really damaged BJP's chances in states like Rajasthan. In fact, you know, the story here is that they made this about themselves. They made this about the central BJP. And I think the results are in front of you. I think they have really damaged their party. They've damaged Vasundhara Raje Scindia and other local leaders. And Mr. Ashok Gehlot, and you know, he is, after all, a very experienced leader. I think the results that you're seeing are of his governance, partly his governance, which has been very good for the people of Rajasthan, and also this over-smart politics by the BJP, which is hurting them not just in Rajasthan, but across the country. You will see the results of Telangana. That is another self-goal by the BJP, no matter
Shehzad Poonawalla, we'll come to Telangana in just a moment. I don't want to get ahead of where we are.
I'm surprised that you would not even mention the Prime Minister today. Because, you know,
no, Shehzad Poonawalla, will you concede? No, one second. On the basis of what the post-poll studies are saying, Shehzad, do you concede that Rajasthan is more closely fought than you would have imagined? Some polls do show BJP ahead, but just marginally. This is not the kind of landslide victory that the BJP internally was hoping for. They were convinced that they were winning handsomely. That's not the case in Rajasthan.
Rahul, let me differ with you very humbly and let me give you a reason for that, and then let me answer Salman's point also. Rahul, from 2018 to 2023, for Rajasthan government to buck the historical trend of the last 2 decades, 2.5 decades, they needed to add on to its already existing vote bank another vote bank. Now please tell me which vote bank has been added. The youth vote bank? Has the women vote bank been substantially added because of just one so-called welfare? Has the Gujar vote bank been added after offending Mr. Sachin Pilot? Which vote bank has been added? Therefore, these numbers don't actually make sense, and I actually go with the circumspection of Rahul Verma. But having said that, you know, Salman, tonight you should avoid making convenient conditional removal of conclusions. I'll tell you why. Because whatever conclusion you draw for Rajasthan as per our national leadership, then the same conclusion goes on its head in Madhya Pradesh. So are you saying that in Madhya Pradesh this entire strategy was right? And look, we had a clear-cut strategy for all 5 states. We led under collective leadership. It is you who projected a face in Madhya Pradesh but did not project the Gehlot you're singing peens about in Rajasthan. So please, Salman, I think you should hold on to your horses. And I just want to ask one basic, simple question as far as Rajasthan is concerned. Please tell me that what is the new vote bank that was added on top of the existing 2018 vote bank for Mr. Gehlot to get perhaps what you are projecting even more than what he got last time? It is not possible. And therefore, I think this is optimism on Prozac.
So with due regard, the problem with politicians is you cherry pick. You see, on Madhya Pradesh, you believe everything's gone right because the numbers have gone right. You're choosing. One minute. Our analysis, I can only base our analysis at the moment on the poll numbers. What the poll numbers are clearly showing, and I'll look at Axis for a moment. In Madhya Pradesh, as of now, the Congress seems to have got its strategy wrong of investing, if these numbers are right, of all its eggs in a way in Kamal Nath's basket. On the other hand, if the numbers are right, the BJP may have got its strategy wrong of not being able to set the narrative for Rajasthan, which Ashok Gehlot 6 months ago, with his chain of welfare schemes, was able to set. I'm only going by these numbers. If these numbers are wrong, we will have a very different analysis on the third. But as of today, the BJP also should have the humility in the context of Rajasthan to accept that maybe Ashok Gehlot was able to set the narrative that I am the welfare Purush, call him the welfare Purush or the Vikas Purush of Rajasthan, and the BJP decided that look, we are going to win this election in any case. We don't have to worry about who we need to challenge Gehlot. Let's accept it.
I've heard your question, Rajdeep. Let me address that. Rajdeep,
no, not a question. It's
I'm
just
going by your numbers only. I'm not even going by the mean of. Arey bhai, Rajdeep, let me address it now. You've asked a 2-minute question. I am not cherry picking. I could have very well said, let's take the mean of polls of each and go. I'm not going by that. I am saying, forget the conversion of seats. Let's go by the vote share in each scenario. What is the vote share you have given to BJP in Madhya Pradesh and vote share to Congress in Madhya Pradesh? What is the vote share in Rajasthan you have given to BJP and Congress, and what is the difference? And what is the vote share in Congress and BJP in Chhattisgarh, and what is the difference? In Madhya Pradesh, there is a sizable difference. In Rajasthan, there is hardly any difference. And then on the basis of that, make a conversion of seats, which is not a perfect science. It's that basis I'm saying this.
Since you've asked a question, Shehzad, let me
then Rajasthan, we are ahead.
No, one second. Since you asked where is the Congress gaining votes, I want to go through the caste-wise breakup to answer Shehzad's point, and then I'll go across to Telangana in a moment, because he's asking a question with a lot of confidence. That question can actually be answered because that data is publicly available now and can be addressed. So amongst the scheduled castes, amongst the Meghwal community, the Congress's vote share is up 10% from the last time. We are picking up 63% votes amongst the Meghwals for the Congress. Amongst the other Dalits, the SCs, Congress at 56, it was 50% from the last time, so that's again 6% up. Amongst the Meenas, which is a scheduled tribe, the Congress up 1% from the last time, 57 this time, it was 56 the last time. Amongst the Bhils, these are also the tribals, 46%, it was 41% the last time. Amongst the other tribals, 49%, so there's no change. Amongst the Muslims, it's 83% this time, last time it was only, it was 8% less. So the Congress gaining amongst the Jats as well, which is an OBC community, 36%. Last time the Congress polled only 30%. The BJP is at 42%, but the Congress did pick up 6%. The Congress has lost ground amongst the Gujars. They've lost 11% of the Gujar vote they had. They've gained marginally amongst the Malis, which is the community that Ashok Gehlot comes from, so from 39 to 40. And therefore, there are communities where the Congress has picked up votes. So it's not as if, there is no community where the Congress isn't.
Rahul, just to say, to back up Shehzad's point, my belief is why I believe Rajasthan, the BJP is very much in the race, is the Gujar vote. You see, the Gujar vote was what the Congress got in large numbers in 2018. If that has drifted more substantially than our numbers say, I know it's only 9%, but it affects a substantial area of eastern Rajasthan, which the Congress did very well. That can change the equation. I would say it's a tight race. My only point to Shehzad is, just as the Congress needs to start getting real about, if our numbers are right about Madhya Pradesh, the BJP also needs to get real about a state that they look like sweeping 5 months ago and now has become a tight race. I mean, if politicians could start becoming a little bit more humble, it might help them.
You're asking for too much, Rajdeep. Asking for too much. Right now, all we ask for is
Rajdeep, now why are you accusing me of not being humble?
उसने तो बोला, I want to disagree in all humility. Okay, let's now move on to Telangana.
Okay.
Let's move to Telangana.
You're a humble farmer.
The interesting thing is, My phone is buzzing with missed calls and messages from some of the top leaders of Telangana. Lots of people there very curious about
they're all
India
driving me
Today
crazy.
post-poll numbers. I obviously can't take any calls while I'm anchoring, but here's what I wish to say to everyone in Telangana, and the level of popularity or the level of connect that the India Today coverage has had in Telangana is phenomenal. So with a lot of respect, we want to tell you, we want to be careful. Our initial estimates are in, but we want to go back tomorrow, check again, especially in the seats that are tightly fought, to be sure, because if you're basing your estimates only on exit poll data, the difference between a post-poll study and an exit poll data is in a post-poll study, you go back to people who voted. You assure that they voted and the sample is scientifically collected. So you have roughly in your sample the same percentages of people as they are in the community, whereas in an exit poll you could end up oversampling certain communities, undersampling some, so it's far trickier. So we just want to take an extra day and come back tomorrow at 6 p.m. with the Telangana numbers. But here's what the others are saying for Telangana. Now, CNX says that the Congress will end up between 63 and 79. The Congress, remember, is 119. The Assembly is 119. The Congress last time had only 19. So 63 to 79, a big sweep in favor of the Congress. Jan Ki Baat says 48 to 64 for the Congress, 45 to 55 for the BRS. So they're showing a prospect where the BRS could end up in front. Matrice says 46 to 56 for the BRS, 58 to 68 for the Congress. So they're also showing a tighter fight. Chanakya says clean sweep for the Congress, 71 for the Congress versus 33 for the BRS. The BJP, to their disappointment, in all the polls, seen quite clearly as the third party. They could possibly end up behind the AIMIM. AIMIM is typically comfortable on 7 seats. The BJP, some of these polls show, could be behind AIMIM. That won't be a happy situation for them. Rajdeep.
But you know, Rahul, this is why tomorrow is even almost as important as today, if not more. Telangana is going to decide who has the bragging rights. You know, it is going to become an election which
why should Telangana decide?
Because you see,
Madhya Pradesh, this big victory gives BJP all of bragging rights.
No, it will give the BJP bragging rights if they win Madhya Pradesh big.
And in Chhattisgarh, they were
And
expected to lose if they made a fight of it.
No, you see, there are no prizes in politics for runners-up. We can look at what happens post-election. For the Congress, the bragging rights can only come from Telangana. You know, Salman shows you could be in a situation, I come back to it, where either the Congress wins very little on Sunday or you actually win a lot.
Yeah.
And Telangana could well decide that. The number of congressmen who are calling me up are all at the moment wanting to know Telangana, because after these numbers have come, poll of polls, you need Telangana desperately. It's the one state that you now covet. And if you don't get it, it could be a bad day in the office for you.
I think, see, Madhya Pradesh is with BJP and Telangana is with Congress, and Chhattisgarh, Rajasthan can go either way. The score can be 1-3, 2-2,
or 3-1.
3-1.
Or 3-1.
And it totally changes what the party's mood is, what the morale is. Like, everything changes.
There's actually one more reason
and there is a
why
4-0.
everybody is spooked, especially the Congress, because typically Access My India is an outlier poll. They say something different from what all the other pollsters are saying. Everybody is wondering if Access My India is an outlier prediction for Telangana as well, where most polls are saying Congress is winning. If it does, which is where there could be a twist in the tail. I'm not saying
but
it does.
every poll, every Telangana poll is saying it's a comfortable Congress victory.
Yeah, what
Let's be fair.
the Telangana polls are giving is a lead to the Congress. The problem in Telangana for the Congress, and maybe Salman can come in on this, is that out of 119 seats, Rahul, the Congress will need 60 plus.
No, and plus they're so weak in the Hyderabad region.
If the 7 to 13 of the BJP that one poll is giving comes right, let's say midpoint is 10, they get 10, OVC gets 6. Then you have a potential situation where KCR, even at 45, could be forming a government. Could be. The Congress needs 60 plus. And therefore, the Congress's task is a little bit more difficult in Telangana. Even if you are 54, KCR may try and form a government. So, Salman Soos, do you agree? Telangana is your big prize. If you've lost Madhya Pradesh, the other big prize, you've only got Telangana to hold on to.
Rajdeep, all states are important for us, but of course, if we were to win in Telangana, which seems to be the case, that is what we're hearing from multiple sources. And tomorrow we'll see what your poll says, and on December 3rd we'll come to know what happens. But you really have to ask this question again, and I'm going to ask this question again of you people. You people are analysts, you people are experts. What happened here? Now, this is a state where the Congress was supposedly relegated to third place, the BJP was going to be the main contender. And suddenly you realize now we are talking about whether Congress will get at least 60 seats or not. That is the question right now. And
no,
that's
a good point which Shehzad, let Shehzad Poonawalla respond to that. Because Shehzad Poonawalla, just a minute, 2019 you win 4 Lok Sabha BJP, then 2020 you come second in Hyderabad municipal election. Now, you'll be satisfied with just double-digit numbers, 10 seats in a 119-member assembly. To that extent, like in Karnataka, you seem, Dakshin Bharat, South India seems to be BJP mukt.
Obviously, you don't consider Puducherry to be part of South India, Rajdeep. We have a government there. Anyways, Rajdeep, what I want to say is that, I like the fact that you have such high expectations of BJP. We were only 6.5% in 2018. We had literally no existence. We were 1 seat. Today, we are almost doubling our vote share as per all the exit polls which have come out so far. And I'm sure in your poll also it will be confirmed. Now, if you want to conflate the Lok Sabha growth with the Vidhan Sabha, then you're the same people who say don't conflate the two numbers. But I think that, Rajdeep, even you will accept that a state where we had no existence 5 years ago, today we are in double-digit vote share, we are heading towards double-digit seats, is a good growth for us. And Puducherry, we have a government there. So, Rajdeep, don't discount that part. At least
no, I'm not discounting it. And I just wanted to know, would you support a KCR to form a government? I just want to know who's your main enemy. Because through the campaign, the Prime Minister's attacked KCR after trying to discount all these this talk of KCR being a B team. Now, if a couple of these numbers from the poll shows KCR is say 10 short of a majority, you have 10, will you back him? Then you will forget all the past history only to keep the Congress out?
Rajdeep, I am not in the habit of doing mundan of a baby that is not born yet. So I think when the 3rd of December arrives, at that time, depending on the situation, let us see what the numbers are. We are very confident that we are actually going to have a substantial say in the politics of Telangana.
So I want to make one point before we move on to Chhattisgarh, which is this. For Congress observers, Telangana carries a story that in a state where they were down and out, even the Congress seemed to have conceded that the BJP was emerging as the principal opponent to the BRS. That's what the Hyderabad municipal election results showed. After the Karnataka results, they've bounced back. So, Rahul Verma, you can think that the Congress is down and out. If the government of the day has anti-incumbency, and if the Congress runs a sharp campaign, they pick their candidates well, the Congress can recover lost ground in a state like Telangana. It's not lost forever.
Yeah, true. See, Congress in the undivided Andhra Pradesh was a very, very formidable party. That gave them so many seats in 2004 and 2009. After the division of Andhra and Telangana, they lost it out. But more than the bragging right, I think if Congress does well in Telangana, what it will do to them is that Congress will start becoming a very different party in North India and South India. With Karnataka in hand, they do well in Kerala in Lok Sabha elections and have a very formidable alliance with DMK in Tamil Nadu. What we might see a different Congress party in Hindi belt and different in South.
And I think it's absolutely imperative. I think Rahul makes a great point. It's absolutely imperative, therefore, for the Congress to win Rajasthan. It is critical for Congress
and
to...
Chhattisgarh as well.
See, Chhattisgarh, I'll be honest, Chhattisgarh will not have the same echo that winning. Rajasthan will to some extent offset if they lose Madhya Pradesh. At least they can claim its level. Let's assume they lose Chhattisgarh. Then Telangana, either way, for the reason that Rahul cited, the Congress is becoming much stronger south of the Vindhyas. Rahul Gandhi, even as we speak today, is in Kerala. It's a state which he seems to have adopted. The Congress has a strong ally in Tamil Nadu. The Congress then wins Telangana. They can hope in the future to slowly make headway if they can into Andhra Pradesh. They're in power in Karnataka. In 130 Lok Sabha seats, and delimitation will become important in a couple of years, the Congress will have a strong presence and regional parties will be on the retreat. On the other hand, if the BJP by some chance wins all 3 of the 3 Hindi heartland states, Rahul, they'll have reversed what happened in 2018. And then the Congress is out of 2024 race. Because then it means that Northwest India is firmly with the BJP. The Congress desperately needs one of these states, either Rajasthan, most likely Rajasthan. Chhattisgarh, relatively small.
So let's
they
come
need
to
Rajasthan at all costs and Telangana.
Let's come to Chhattisgarh right now and show you what the post-poll study of India Today and Access My India says for Rajasthan and what the other pollsters are saying as well. So here it is on your screen right now. Access My India predicts that the Congress could end up between 40 and 50. Remember the 90 seats, so you need 46 to win. So India Today is essentially predicting that the Congress could, on the higher end of the range, end up around 50. On the lower end, it could be a hung house. The BJP between 36 and 46. So this is really going down to the wire on Super Sunday. C Voter says the Congress could end up between 41 and 53, which is roughly what Access My India is saying as well. They're predicting the BJP between 36 and 48. Jan Ki Baat says 42 to 53. So this is one where all the polls are virtually suggesting the same thing. Give or take a few seats. It's interesting here, Rajdeep, that all the polls directionally are suggesting the Congress slightly in front, the BJP slightly behind, but advantage Congress in Chhattisgarh.
You know, the danger with this is that if it is hung, and here you're absolutely right, if it falls below 45, which is the halfway mark, then the BJP, which has all the resources in hand, हमारे पास कई चीजें हैं, हमारे पास मैं उन पर नहीं जाऊंगा आज, maybe Chetan wants to tell me what the BJP has in such situations.
You cannot just pass. You have to come first in class.
Because तुम्हारे पे, you know, A, B, C के बाद आता है E और E के पहले आता है D. So you don't know what the ED would. So if these numbers hold at 40, the Congress is in trouble. The Congress needs 50. At 45 in Chhattisgarh, anything can happen. If not today, then 6 months down the line. So I think Chhattisgarh gives the Congress hope, but not enough for it to sleep comfortably at all.
No one is sleeping comfortably.
No one is going to sleep. Ashok Gehlot, you know, we are getting calls from CMOs in 2 of the 3 states already. So they are worried. Telangana very worried. Why can't you give us the numbers today?
Thoda bata do.
No, kuch nahi bata sakte because we don't have the numbers. I think what's happened is we've had a very fragmented competitive election. I think the great thing about this election, look at across the states except Madhya Pradesh and possibly tomorrow Telangana, and I think Preeti you'll agree that when you travel, you saw a lot of competition on the ground, seat by seat, region by region.
Well, definitely in Rajasthan, it's an election, I think, which confounds. It's a very interesting election at that. But where Madhya Pradesh was concerned, you went in thinking that the BJP, that the Congress had an edge because everyone here told you so. When you went there, you didn't see that happening. And yes, I think where Madhya Pradesh was concerned, it's 6 regions. It's the election changes from one region to the other. The only thing that carried forward were the schemes.
So who will be, Rajdeep, most, I mean, everybody's anxious, but on the scale of anxiety, who do you think is most anxious?
I think given these numbers, the Congress will be very anxious.
But here's
because
interesting
because to use what Chetan said, it could be 3-1 Congress and they won the series. It could be 3-1 BJP and they won the series.
You know,
it could be 2-2, right? Or it could be 2-1-1 because you have BRS in Telangana. So you've got 4 different scenarios. Imagine, I'm not including Mizoram, where you've got at the moment another party, which is, you know, when it's clear that the ZPM is winning. So you have 4 or 5 different scenarios, Rahul.
I'll give you my theory on who's likely to be most anxious. See, everybody's nervous, right? But KCR is probably going to be most anxious because if the BJP, even if it were to lose some of the heartland states, they know in 2024 they're well placed and therefore they're likely to recover whatever losses happen when Prime Minister Modi is on the ticket in the next general elections. If KCR loses and the Congress were to win in Telangana, then what happens to the regional party from here? It was born with the idea of creation of a new state. People voted them to power twice over. What does the future hold for them? Which is why Telangana and tomorrow becomes so crucial. We'll start at 6 p.m. We'll bring you the results for Telangana, which gives us 24 extra hours to go back, sample again in the tighter seats and come back with a level of confidence which is higher than what we had in the initial estimates today. So it's not a marketing gimmick, I promise you that. It's not as if you want to just carry over audience interest till tomorrow. It's because we value our credibility. We want to be sure. You can never be 100% sure. Even Amit Shah doesn't know for a fact what's going to happen. There is a certain level of uncertainty in any polling, but we want to be as sure, reduce the prospects of something going wrong, which is why we want to hold back till tomorrow. Rajdeep, जाते जाते गाना क्या समझ में आ रहा है?
गाना यार I let Telangana happen.
No, but you should have a song for tonight.
ये कहाँ आ गए?
Who's singing this?
You see, all these parties are going to sing this because they don't know what tomorrow brings. Chetan is the film guy. Chetan, you sing a song for us.
What's your song? I won't sing, but I'll tell you the song, then you can sing. यहाँ कल क्या हो किसने जाना?
Zindagi ek safar hai suhana, यहाँ कल क्या हो किसने जाना. That's Rajesh Khanna on a scooter in Andaz.
He's like, I'm a data guy. मेरा कोई गाना वाना नहीं है.
No. I think the real songs will come on the 3rd. Yeah. That's when the real music will be heard.
Which is when Rajdeep, Chetan and Pradeep Gupta will be dancing this time to Natu Natu.
Preeti will join us, so will Rahul.
As usual, I will sit at the back and try and cover my face, and hopefully none of my friends are watching.
One very interesting. Supposing, I'll tell you, you're asking who will be most anxious. Imagine the scenario where Congress does really well or really badly. If the Congress does really well, it doesn't need the India alliance. Then it'll be like, we're fine. If it's a 4-0 or a very good 3-1, or if it does really badly, that means the India alliance hasn't worked.
In fact, India
alliance is in trouble.
An India alliance person told me our best scenario is Congress winning 2 or only 1.
Yeah.
So because then we'll actually have an election in 2024. Their belief is if the Congress starts winning 3 out of 4, the Congress will believe that 2024 bhi ho gaya. So maybe it could be 2-2. I have always from the start believed it will be 2-2. That's been my view.
679 assembly seats, 161
BJP
voters,
2 to the Congress,
83 Lok Sabha seats. That's what's up for grabs on Super Sunday. You can do all the post-mortem of the post-poll studies. We'll be back at 6 p.m. tomorrow evening when we get you the post-poll results for Telangana. So bear with us. We'll be back. I'll run multiple crosstabs from these polls and pick up the trend that emerges. How electorally potent as a numerical value is the Modi factor? Like how many people said they voted the way they did because of Prime Minister Modi? What is the level of pull that the Prime Minister has in different states? We'll have multiple crosstabs for you when we come back tomorrow in the evening, and then we will have that zinger of a contest in Telangana. And it's most exciting because the Access My India team is usually the outlier. So the BRS which is watching is thinking, they usually say the opposite of what the other pollsters say, so maybe they'll say that in Telangana as well.
I'm also hoping we get it right because Hyderabad is one of the cities I just love. It's a great city and I want to travel there with the assurance that we got the poll right. So KCR Gadu, please wait for 24 hours. Revant Anna, please wait for 24 hours. Hopefully, you'll get the right numbers.
Really fun. So there's this journalist who's watching this broadcast in Madhya Pradesh, and he's saying, I know what Shivraj will be singing. Phoolon ka, taro ka, sabka kehna hai, ek hazaron mein meri behna hai.
On that note, thank you very much for watching. Stay well. Jai Hind, namaskar.
6 p.m. tomorrow. We'll see you again. Goodbye. Good night. We'll play out the best of our coverage from earlier in the evening. So if you missed our coverage earlier, we'll show you what happened in Chhattisgarh, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh when we come back on the other side of a quick break. And I'll see you at 6 p.m. in the State of War tomorrow.
Politics for runners-up. We can look at what happens post-election. For the Congress, the bragging rights can only come from Telangana. Salman shows you could be in a situation, I come back to it, where either the Congress wins very little on Sunday or you actually win a lot.
Yeah.
And Telangana could well decide that. The number of congressmen who are calling me up are all at the moment wanting to know Telangana because after these numbers have come, poll-up polls, you need Telangana desperately. It's the one state that you now covet. And if you don't get it, it could be a bad day in the office for you.
I think, Madhya Pradesh is with BJP and Telangana is with Congress and Chhattisgarh, Rajasthan can go either way. The score can be 1-3, 2-2
or 3-1.
3-1.
Or 3-1.
And it totally changes what the party's mood is, what the morale is. Everything changes.
There's actually one more reason
and there is a 4-0.
Everybody is spooked, especially the Congress. Because typically, Access My India is an outlier poll. They say something different from what all the other pollsters are saying. Everybody is wondering if Access My India is an outlier prediction for Telangana as well, where most polls are saying Congress is winning. If it does, which is where there could be a twist in the tail. I am not saying
but
it does.
every poll, every Telangana poll is saying it's a comfortable Congress victory.
Yeah,
what the
Telangana polls are giving is a lead to the Congress. The problem in Telangana for the Congress, and maybe Salman can come in on this, is that out of 119 seats, Rahul, the Congress will need 60 plus.
No, and plus they're so weak in the
You
Hyderabad
see,
region.
if the 7 to 13 of the BJP that one poll is giving comes right, let's say midpoint is 10, they get 10, OVC gets 6. Then you have a potential situation where KCR, even at 45, could be forming a government. Could be. The Congress needs 60 plus. And therefore, the Congress's task is a little bit more difficult in Telangana. Even if you are 54, KCR may try and form a government. So, Salman Sos, do you agree? Telangana is your big prize. If you've lost Madhya Pradesh, the other big prize, you've only got Telangana to hold on to.
Rajdeep, all states are important for us, but of course, if we were to win in Telangana, which seems to be the case, that is what we're hearing from multiple sources. And tomorrow we'll see what your poll says, and on December 3rd we'll come to know what happens. But you really have to ask this question again, and I'm going to ask this question again of you people. You people are analysts, you people are experts. What happened here? Now, this is a state where the Congress was supposedly relegated to third place. The BJP was going to be the main contender. And suddenly you realize now we are talking about whether Congress will get at least 60 seats or not. That is the question right now. And
no, that's a good point which Shehzad, let Shehzad Poonawalla respond to that. Because Shehzad Poonawalla, just a minute, 2019 you win 4 Lok Sabha BJP, then 2020 you come second in Hyderabad municipal election. Now, you'll be satisfied with just double-digit numbers, 10 seats in a 119-member assembly. To that extent, like in Karnataka, you seem, Dakshin Bharat, South India seems to be BJP mukt.
Obviously, you don't consider Puducherry to be part of South India, Rajdeep. We have a government there. Anyways, Rajdeep, what I want to say is that, I like the fact that you have such high expectations of BJP. We were only 6.5% in 2018. We had literally no existence. We were 1 seat. Today, we are almost doubling our vote share as per all the exit polls which have come out so far. And I'm sure in your poll also it will be confirmed. Now, if you want to conflate the Lok Sabha growth with the Vidhan Sabha, then you're the same people who say don't conflate the two numbers. But I think that, Rajdeep, even you will accept that a state where we had no existence 5 years ago, today we are in double-digit vote share, we are heading towards double-digit seats, is a good growth for us. And Puducherry, we have a government there. So, Rajdeep, don't discount that part. At least
no, I'm not discounting it. And I just wanted to know, would you support a KCR to form a government? I just want to know who's your main enemy. Because through the campaign, the Prime Minister's attacked KCR after trying to discount all this talk of KCR being a B team. Now, if a couple of these numbers from the poll shows KCR is say 10 short of a majority, you have 10, will you back him? Then you'll forget all the past history only to keep the Congress out?
Rajdeep, I am not in the habit of doing mundan of a baby that is not born yet. So I think when the 3rd of December arrives, at that time, depending on the situation, let us see what the numbers are. We are very confident that we are actually going to have a substantial say in the politics of Telangana.
So I want to make one point before we move on to Chhattisgarh, which is this. For Congress observers, Telangana carries a story that in a state where they were down and out, even the Congress seemed to have conceded that the BJP was emerging as the principal opponent to the BRS. That's what the Hyderabad municipal election results showed. After the Karnataka results, they've bounced back. So, Rahul Verma, you can think that the Congress is down and out. If the government of the day has anti-incumbency, and if the Congress runs a sharp campaign, they pick their candidates well, the Congress can recover lost ground in a state like Telangana. It's not lost forever.
Yeah, true. See, Congress in the undivided Andhra Pradesh was a very, very formidable party. That gave them so many seats in 2004 and 2009. After the division of Andhra and Telangana, they lost it out. But more than the bragging right, I think if Congress does well in Telangana, what it will do to them is that Congress will start becoming a very different party in North India and South India. With Karnataka in hand, they do well in Kerala in Lok Sabha elections and have a very formidable alliance with DMK in Tamil Nadu. What we might see a different Congress party in Hindi belt and different
and I think it's absolutely imperative. I think Rahul makes a great point. It's absolutely imperative, therefore, for the Congress to win Rajasthan. It is critical for Congress
and Chhattisgarh as well.
See, Chhattisgarh, I'll be honest, Chhattisgarh will not have the same echo that winning. Rajasthan will to some extent offset if they lose Madhya Pradesh. At least they can claim its level. Let's assume they lose Chhattisgarh. Then Telangana, either way, for the reason that Rahul cited, the Congress is becoming much stronger south of the Vindhyas. Rahul Gandhi, even as we speak today, is in Kerala. It's a state which he seems to have adopted. The Congress has a strong ally in Tamil Nadu. The Congress then wins Telangana. They can hope in the future to slowly make headway if they can into Andhra Pradesh. They're in power in Karnataka. In 130 Lok Sabha seats, and delimitation will become important in a couple of years, the Congress will have a strong presence and regional parties will be on the retreat. On the other hand, if the BJP by some chance wins all three of the three Hindi heartland states, Rahul, they'll have reversed what happened in 2018. And then the Congress is out of 2024 race.
Yes.
Because then it means that Northwest India is firmly with the BJP. The Congress desperately needs one of these states, either Rajasthan, most likely Rajasthan. Chhattisgarh, relatively small.
So let's come
they need
to
Rajasthan at all costs and Telangana.
Let's come to Chhattisgarh right now and show you what the post-poll study of India Today and Access My India says for Rajasthan and what the other pollsters are saying as well. So here it is on your screen right now. Access My India predicts that the Congress could end up between 40 and 50. Remember the 90 seats, so you need 46 to win. So India Today is essentially predicting that the Congress could, on the higher end of the range, end up around 50. On the lower end, it could be a hung house. The BJP between 36 and 46. So this is really going down to the wire on Super Sunday. C Voter says the Congress could end up between 41 and 53, which is roughly what Access My India is saying as well. They're predicting the BJP between 36 and 48. Jan Ki Baat says 42 to 53. So this is one where all the polls are virtually suggesting the same thing. Give or take a few seats. It's interesting here, Rajdeep, that all the polls directionally are suggesting the Congress slightly in front, the BJP slightly behind, but advantage Congress in Chhattisgarh.
The danger with this is that if it is hung, and here you're absolutely right, if it falls below 45, which is the halfway mark, then the BJP, which has all the resources in hand, हमारे पास कई चीजें हैं, हमारे पास मैं उन पर नहीं जाऊंगा आज. Maybe Chetan wants to tell me what the BJP has in such situations.
You cannot just pass. You have to come first in class.
Because तुम्हारे पे A, B, C के बाद आता है E और E के पहले आता है D. So you don't know what the ED would. So if these numbers hold at 40, the Congress is in trouble. The Congress needs 50. At 45 in Chhattisgarh, anything can happen. If not today, then 6 months down the line. So I think Chhattisgarh gives the Congress hope, but not enough for it to sleep comfortably at all.
No one is sleeping comfortably.
No one is going to sleep. Ashok Gehlot, we are getting calls from CMOs in 2 of the 3 states already. So they are worried. Telangana very worried. Why can't you give us the numbers today?
Thoda bata do.
No, kuch nahi bata sakte because we don't have the numbers. I think what's happened is we've had a very fragmented competitive election. I think the great thing about this election, look at across the states except Madhya Pradesh, and possibly tomorrow Telangana, and I think Preeti, you'll agree that when you travel, you saw a lot of competition on the ground, seat by seat, region by region.
Well, definitely in Rajasthan, it's an election, I think, which confounds. It's a very interesting election at that. But when Madhya Pradesh was concerned, you went in thinking that the BJP, that the Congress had an edge because everyone here told you so. When you went there, you didn't see that happening. And yes, I think where Madhya Pradesh was concerned, it's 6 regions. It's the election changes from one region to the other. The only thing that carried forward were the schemes.
So who will be, Rajdeep, most, I mean, everybody is anxious, but on the scale of anxiety, who do you think is most anxious?
I think given these numbers, the Congress will be very anxious.
But here's
because
interesting.
Because to use what Chetan said, it could be 3-1 Congress and they won the series. It could be 3-1 BJP and they won the series. It could be 2-2, right? Or it could be 2-1-1 because you have BRS in Telangana. So you've got 4 different scenarios. Imagine, I'm not including Mizoram where you've got at the moment another party, which is, when it's clear that the ZPM is winning. So you have 4 or 5 different scenarios, Rahul.
I'll give you my theory on who's likely to be most anxious. See, everybody's nervous, right? But KCR is probably going to be most anxious because if the BJP, even if it were to lose some of the heartland states, they know in 2024 they're well placed and therefore they're likely to recover whatever losses happen when Prime Minister Modi is on the ticket in the next general elections. If KCR loses and the Congress were to win in Telangana, then what happens to the regional party from here? It was born with the idea of creation of a new state. People voted them to power twice over. What does the future hold for them? Which is why Telangana and tomorrow becomes so crucial. We'll start at 6 p.m. We'll bring you the results for Telangana, which gives us 24 extra hours to go back, sample again in the tighter seats, and come back with a level of confidence which is higher than what we had in the initial estimates today. So it's not a marketing gimmick, I promise you that. It's not as if you want to just carry over audience interest till tomorrow. It's because we value our credibility. We want to be sure. You can never be 100% sure. Even Amit Shah doesn't know for a fact what's going to happen. There is a certain level of uncertainty in any polling. But we want to be as sure, reduce the prospects of something going wrong, which is why we want to hold back till tomorrow. Rajdeep, jate गाना क्या समझ में आ रहा है?
गाना यार I let Telangana happen.
No, but you should have a song for tonight.
ये कहाँ आ गए?
Who's singing this?
You see, all these parties are going to sing this because they don't know what tomorrow brings. Chetan is the film guy. Chetan, you sing a song for us.
What's your song? I won't sing, but I'll tell you the song, then you can sing. यहाँ कल क्या हो किसने जाना?
जिंदगी एक सफर है सुहाना, यहाँ कल क्या हो किसने जाना. That's Rajesh Khanna on a scooter in Andaz.
He's like, I'm a data guy. मेरा कोई गाना वाना नहीं है.
No, I think the real songs will come on the 3rd. Yeah. That's when the real music will be heard.
Which is when Rajdeep, Chetan and Pradeep Gupta will be dancing this time to Natu Natu.
Preeti will join us, so will Rahul.
As usual, I will sit at the back and try and cover my face, and hopefully none of my friends are watching.
One very interesting. Supposing, I'll tell you, you're asking who